Air. Bang! One of the legs of the chair Lin Qingyue was sitting on suddenly exploded, as if it had been blown up by dynamite in the middle. The chair tilted and Lin Qingyue suddenly lost her balance. With a scream, she fell to the ground. This fall was not surprising. Lin Qingyue's body came into direct contact with the floor, and even 2 buttons of the shirt lining her suit were broken. The huge white spring light suddenly appeared, making people dizzy. It's broken. I just went too far in a hurry. Is my sister-in-law going to get hurt? Jiang Qin realized that something was wrong and hurried forward to help Lin Qingyue up. Boss Lin, are you okay? The quality of this chair is too poor. While supporting Lin Qingyue, Jiang Qin spoke ill of the chair with a guilty conscience. After being helped up, Lin Qingyue didn't say anything. Instead, she pinched the soft flesh on Jiang Qin's waist viciously, causing Jiang Qin to grimace in pain. It's all your fault. Good job. Jiang Qin looked puzzled. Boss Lin, I didn't do anything. No way, my little move just now was discovered by my sister-in-law. No way, my sister-in-law doesn't even have martial arts skills, how could she have discovered what I did? So what the sister-in-law meant by saying this is that she is blaming me for not supporting her immediately. Jiang Qin speculated secretly, but Lin Qingyue's eyes became more and more unfriendly. That bastard made my butt hurt so much. Fortunately, at this moment, the assistant outside the door heard the noise in the office and couldn't help but push the door open and walked in. But as soon as he entered the door, the assistant's eyes widened. What did she see? Mr. Lin, who is usually arrogant and cold, is now disheveled and holding Jiang Qin's waist with one hand. Hiss. Stunned. Is it possible that Mr. Lin is playing so extravagantly? The young assistant quickly covered his eyes. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I just heard some loud noises in the office, so I wanted to come in and take a look. I'm sorry to bother you. I'll leave right away. I didn't see anything. Jiang Qin looked at the assistant who quickly closed the door, then glanced at Lin Qingyue who was also stunned, and the two looked at each other. Lin Qingyue couldn't help but lower her head. Seeing the large white area exposed from her bear's mouth, her face immediately turned red. She quickly hugged the bear with both hands to cover the exposed spring scenery, and then shouted at Jiang Qin, "You, don't turn your head away, don't look." Jiang Qin quickly turned his head, but he suddenly realized something, quickly took off his coat, raised his hands, and handed it to Lin Qingyue. Boss Lin, you go ahead and do your work. I'm going out on patrol. After saying that, Jiang Qin ran out of the office quickly, not daring to stay in the office for a moment longer. Oh my god, this is too exciting. Luckily I'm smart, otherwise I'd be interrogated by my sister-in-law as a criminal today. I'll run away quickly. But speaking of it, the eldest sister-in-law is really big, worthy of being the eldest sister-in-law. Amid the doubtful look of the assistant at the door, Jiang Qin quietly walked to a familiar corner and took out his cell phone again. Patrolling is impossible, only slacking off can bring him happiness. Speaking of which, the next storyline will be carried out this afternoon. Li Xiaohun sent a beautiful secretary to give the sister-in-law a love sticker. I don't have much role in this plot. I just need to tip off the idiot and that's it. It's pretty easy. But Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a little upset when he thought of Lin Qingyue's abnormal condition. Is my sister-in-law going to do something naughty again this afternoon? Although I don't have to appear in this plot, I still have to be on guard. If my sister-in-law adds another scene for me before the afternoon plot begins, it will be a lot of fun. In the office, Lin Qingyue sat on the sofa opposite the desk, still wearing Jiang Qin's clothes. She looked like she had been abandoned by a scumbag after having fun with her. Jiang Qin. Lin Qingyue was muttering the name of some bastard while gritting her teeth. She lifted up her clothes and looked at the broken buttons on her front. She was extremely embarrassed and angry. This has been deleted. If I don't find a chance to smash your head, I won't be named Lin. Chapter 58. It's totally hard to explain. A certain beautiful female CEO was furious with impotence. She was clearly being taken advantage of, but she couldn't find a chance to fight back, and she didn't even dare to fire Jiang Qin. If she dared to fire Jiang Qin, Ye Wushuang might come and snatch him away that very day. Calm down, I need to calm down. There are plenty of opportunities to deal with Jiang Qin. There is no need to rush. The most urgent task now is to deal with Li Xiaohun. We need to distinguish the main contradictions from the secondary contradictions. Lin Qingyue took a few deep breaths and tried hard to calm herself down. Although Jiang Qin took advantage of her in a hateful way, compared to Su Yuyan who was previously being broadcast live, Lin Qingyue could still barely accept what happened today. Li Xiaohan's love invitation will be delivered in the afternoon. This is the thing that can truly affect her future destiny. Lin Qingyue can naturally tell which is more important. Li Xiaohan, heroine stickers. According to the plot revealed by Jiang Qin, after Li Xiaohan delivers the love sticker in the afternoon, he will tip off Ye Junlin and give Ye Junlin another chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. I have to admit that if I didn't know Ye Junlin's true face, after being rescued twice in critical moments yesterday and today, I might really be tempted. What a good plan. Jiang Qin has been here for quite some time. The time he has been here is the same as the time Ye Junlin has been planning to take advantage of me. You're such a scumbag for going to this extent just to seduce me. Lin Qingyue sorted out her thoughts, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Although Jiang Qin was a bit of a villain, he was just a chess piece planted by Ye Junlin after all. Every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. Of course, Lin Qingyue has to hold Ye Junlin responsible for this. Moreover, ever since Ye Junlin came to Zhongyan City, she has not had a single peaceful day. Even her work has been delayed a lot, which is simply unbearable. It seems that I need to learn how to operate from Su Yuyan and cut off Ye Junlin's chance to show off his skills in front of me. Passive defense will only deepen the bond between me and Ye Junlin. Just thinking about it makes me sick. I have to take the initiative to attack. How do I do it specifically? Lin Qingyue thought for a long time, finally made up her mind, picked up her phone and made a call. Soon, Assistant Xiao Tao walked in from outside. Boss Lin, do you have any instructions? Lin Qingyue clearly noticed that the girl's eyes were always glancing at her upper body clothes. She was wearing Jiang Qin's clothes. President Lin was so angry that he went berserk. What are you looking at? You are the one who purchased all the supplies for my office. Look at this chair. I was sitting there perfectly fine, but it broke. Xiao Dao had never seen Lin Qingyue get so angry before. She was immediately shocked and said subconsciously, Boss Lin, this can't be possible. Didn't we purchase office supplies from big brands at that time? How could there be quality problems? Of course Lin Qingyue knew that it wasn't the quality of the chair that was the problem. It was clearly that bastard Jiang Qin's fault. However, she didn't know how to say this, so she could only sneer and say, do you think that I am too heavy and crushed this high-quality chair? As a boss, learning to pass the buck is a must. Xiao Dao quickly shook her head and didn't dare to say a word. Lin Qingyue snorted in dissatisfaction and ordered, hurry up and replace the chairs with a new one. The money for the chairs will not be paid from the company's account, but will be deducted from the salary of that bastard Jiang Qin. Also, go get me a new shirt. My clothes were accidentally damaged just now. Xiao Dao opened her mouth, she looked at the clothes Lin Qingyue was wearing, then looked at the broken chair next to the desk, and suddenly seemed to understand something. Mr. Lin said that the money for the broken chair would be deducted from Jiang Qin's salary, so Jiang Qin must have contributed to the broken chair. Are these two really having an affair? It would be fine if they just had an affair, but they actually played so vigorously in the office that not only did they break the chair, but they also tore their clothes. How violent and exciting must one be to do such a thing? Lin Qingyue, who was giving orders, saw the strange look of her assistant and immediately understood what was going on. Xiao Dao, the company is currently in need of a cleaning lady to clean the toilets. I think it's a bit of a waste of your talent to be my assistant. How about? The assistant was instantly panicked, and quickly put away her gossiping thoughts, and said, Boss Lin, don't worry, I will get you a chair and clothes right away. I have already hired a toilet cleaning lady, and she will be able to come to work tomorrow. Lin Qingyue then nodded with satisfaction. The young assistant left, and Lin Qingyue was the only one left in the office again. Lin Qingyue didn't know what she was thinking of. She picked up the clothes she was wearing and twitched her nose, as if she was sniffing whether there was any strange smell on the clothes. She's quite clean, she doesn't even smell like sweat. It seems that we should not push Jiang Qin too hard next time. This bastard can do something as bad as destroying a chair. Is there anything he dare not do? My butt hurts a little bit now because of the fall. I'm so mad at you. Lin Qingyue mumbled a few words and reached out to rub her butt. Boss Lin, what size are your clothes? The young assistant pushed the door open and walked in. He just happened to see his boss scratching his butt and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, now I really have to clean the toilet. I don't see anything. With a bang, the office door closed again. Lin Qingyue's face turned red instantly. Today, her image as an ice-cold beauty president is completely ruined. Xiao Dao, Jiang Qin, you too, did this on purpose. Ah. At the same time, Hui Chuntang. Su Yuyan lay on the table, scrolling through her phone out of boredom. On the phone was the same tree-cutting game as Jiang Qin's. The games Jiang Qin plays are really addictive. He is truly a master at slacking off. Oh, it looks like there's not much business today. The induction cooker burned out and even blew out the fuse of the switch. That bastard Ye Junlin should be made to pay more money. Su Yuyan thought a little indignantly. Lin Qingyue is really miserable. She encountered so many things at the beginning of the story. If it were me, I would have lost my temper a long time ago. And the most outrageous thing is, why are all the plots arranged for Lin Qingyue to be a hero saving the beauty? She encounters danger and trouble and falls into danger for no reason, and then Ye Junlin jumps out to show off and slap her in the face to gain favorability. Can't there be some novelty? While Su Yuyan was chopping trees, she began to sort out the plot she had heard earlier. Putting aside Jiang Qin's nonchalant complaints, Su Yuyan was still quite interested in the fun of being able to predict the future and intervene to make changes. For example, in Lin Qingyue's case, she was already struggling over whether or not to lend a helping hand. Chapter 59. No way, you're not playing by the rules again. Lin Qingyue can also hear Jiang Qin's thoughts. She should be distressed now, right? If I don't help her and solve this matter secretly, I won't give Ye Junlin the opportunity to improve his favorability. No, since Lin Qingyue can hear Jiang Qin's inner voice, and judging from Jiang Qin's complaints, she has no good feelings towards Ye Junlin at all, and even hates him very much. She will definitely try to take action like me. A woman who can start from scratch and make her way in the Zhongyan business world would not choose to sit and wait for death. Let's wait and see what Lin Qingyue plans to do. If it doesn't work, then we can help. It's never too late to help when it's time. Su Yuyan sorted out her thoughts and immediately relaxed again, lying on the table again. Then I went fishing, then I chopped down trees. On the other side, the Zhongyan Palace. Ye Wushuang, the king of Zhongyan, was currently reviewing various official documents received from below. However, after hearing Jiang Qin's thoughts, she immediately stopped. Here's your chance to intervene. I can't take care of Chen Zhaozhao's affairs before, but I might take care of the affairs of that bastardly Xiaohun. My duty as the king of Zhongyan is to protect the safety of the people of Zhongyan. I have every reason to do so. There was a hint of excitement in Ye Wushuang's eyes. Chen Zhaozhao's affairs made her furious, but due to various reasons, she, the king of Zhongyan, had no way to intervene. Ye Wushuang was already full of anger, and now that she had a chance to vent, how could she miss it? In addition, Ye Wushuang has other considerations. She has been thinking about Ye Junlin for a long time these 2 days. Now that this guy has shown up, it is definitely impossible to drive him out of Zhongyan directly. In this case, she can only find ways to restrict Ye Junlin's various actions. Destroy all of Ye Junlin's good deeds and reduce his destructive power and influence in Zhongyan city to a minimum. This will make Zhongyan more stable. Jiang Qin said that he is the so-called son of destiny. Carrying destiny also means a lot of troubles. It would be best if we can nip all these troubles in the bud. I don't know if Su Yuyan has the same idea, but her behavior is roughly in the same direction as mine. With a helper here, I can save a little effort in curbing Ye Junlin. There was a gleam in Ye Wushuang's eyes. This was the idea she came up with these past 2 days. Although she didn't know if it would work, she still wanted to give it a try. While looking for an opportunity to intervene in this afternoon's plot, I can also contact Jiang Qin again, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Maybe we can get some secret information out of this guy by then. But how should I intervene? Ye Wushuang gradually fell into deep thought. The 2 shadow guards behind her were already accustomed to this. Their master likes to think alone these days when he has nothing to do, and the shadow guards are used to it. I just don't know what problem the master is thinking about. Zhongyan city is currently prosperous and harmonious. What big problem can be worth the master's worry? That afternoon, Jiang Qin was not hiding in the corner at this moment. To be precise, Lin Qingyue did not give him this opportunity and directly arranged him to be her personal bodyguard. To be precise, this is Jiang Qin's job. He is specifically responsible for protecting Lin Qingyue's safety. However, he has been slacking off too much these days, so he gives people the feeling of being an ordinary security guard. Jiang Qin glanced at the door. It's almost time, the plot should start. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Assistant Xiao Dao pushed the door open and walked in, respectfully reporting to Lin Qingyue. Boss Lin, there's a woman outside. She says she's the secretary of Nanzhou pharmaceutical tycoon Li Xiaohun. She wants to discuss business cooperation with you. Do you want to meet her? Jiang Qin heard it carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she's here. Now that the storyline has begun, the sister-in-law shouldn't cause any trouble, right? But the next second, Jiang Qin's relaxed expression instantly froze. Lin Qingyue said without even raising her eyelids, "No, I'm not interested. Tell her I'm in a meeting right now and I don't have time." Jiang Qin. Damn, not playing by the rules again. In the original novel, the sister-in-law should be curious about what Li Xiaohun's secretary is doing here, but now, she just disappears. What the hell is going on here? Director, I want to report this. Someone has changed the script without permission. The assistant was also a little surprised and asked, Boss Lin, are you really not going to see him? Li Xiaohun is a famous pharmaceutical tycoon in Nanzhou. If we can cooperate with them, it will be very beneficial to the development of our company, right? Lin Qingyue waved her hand. No, go and arrange a few people to stop her outside and don't let her in. Jiang Qin's face twitched as he listened. Good fellow, this is not just about changing the script, but directly kicking the other actors and their chairs off the stage. Sister-in-law, you are so awesome, do your family members know? Xiao Dao nodded and said, I understand, Mr. Lin. I'll arrange it right away. Seeing Xiao Dao leave, Lin Qingyue glanced at Jiang Qin seemingly unintentionally. Their eyes met, and Jiang Qin seemed to see a hint of pride, or provocation, in Lin Qingyue's eyes. Jiang Qin slowly typed a, No, I didn't do anything. Why are you looking at me like that, sister-in-law? Something must have gone wrong. Could it be that my sister-in-law has been possessed by someone? The arrogance in Lin Qingyue's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a little bit of anger and humiliation. You are the one who has been possessed by another spirit, and your whole family has been possessed by another spirit. This bastard, can't he say something nice in his head? The atmosphere in the office seemed a little silent for a moment, as if something was brewing. Soon, Xiao Dao came back from outside with a little panic on her face. It's bad, Mr. Lin. Li Xiaohun's secretary heard that you didn't want to see them, so he broke into our company. This woman seems to be a very powerful warrior. Our company's security can't stop her at all. Lin Qingyue stood up suddenly. Break in by force. How dare she do that? Jiang Qin, take people to stop her immediately. Jiang Qin opened his mouth but didn't utter a word for a long time. Me again. Chapter 60. You are so sexy. Lin Qingyue couldn't help but glared at him. What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Jiang Qin said, picked up the walkie-talkie at his waist, and gave instructions to the many bodyguards under his command. Brothers, someone is coming to our company to cause trouble. You guys go and intercept them. I will be responsible for protecting Mr. Lin in the office. I repeat, we must stop this intruder and teach her a lesson. Put down the walkie-talkie. Lin Qingyue stared at Jiang Qin's actions in amazement. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I have made all the arrangements. My brothers can definitely stop this lawless guy. Even if they can't, I will be your last line of defense. Jiang Qin showed a few front teeth to Lin Qingyue with a loyal look. Lin Qingyue almost had a heart attack from this shameless guy. She angrily said, Jiang Qin, this is not the way to slack off. They've come to your door, and you're still hiding it. Isn't that too much? Jiang Qin said with a guilty conscience, Boss Lin, isn't this also to protect your safety? Hiss, did my sister-in-law see something? She said I was hiding something. Could it be that she knows my true strength? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the king of Zhongyan and Ye Junlin couldn't tell how powerful I am. How could an ordinary person like my sister-in-law know? It should be that I slacked off too much. I need to find an opportunity to contribute and act a little. Otherwise, it would be a lot of fun if I really get fired. It would be okay to just pretend that the mission failed. Fortunately, Lin Qingyue just cursed at him and ignored Jiang Qin. Because from the open office door, she had already seen Li Xiaohun taking the elevator up. This is a very beautiful woman, wearing a black gauze dress. Her figure is extremely graceful and enchanting, just like a coquettish vixen. But unlike her delicate appearance, this woman was terrifyingly strong and extremely ruthless. Many bodyguards from Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group swarmed forward, but they had no power to resist and were beaten back, falling to the ground in pieces. Bursts of screams came from outside. Even though Lin Qingyue was mentally prepared for this, she couldn't help but turn pale. Many employees of Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group also huddled in the corner, not daring to look the woman in the eye. After solving all the troubles, the fox clapped his hands, as if he had just dealt with a pile of garbage. She moved lightly, twisting her waist with each step, and walked to the door of the president's office with a smile, half leaning against the door frame, and said with a sweet smile, "Boss Lin, we finally meet. Is this how you, Shizi Cosmeceuticals Group, treat the opportunity to rise to prominence?" If I remember correctly, the fox sent by Li Xiaohun is nicknamed Charming Fox, and is at the early stage of dark power, which makes him a high-level trash in the early stage. According to the original novel, the sister-in-law should firmly refuse, and then it will be my turn. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? Jiang Qin stood beside Lin Qingyue, thinking silently. Sure enough, after hearing Maihu's words, Lin Qingyue's face became unusually gloomy, and she said directly, "Opportunity. Sorry, I have no interest in your company at all. Besides, you broke into our company with such lawless behavior. Aren't you afraid that the Zhongyan Palace will blame you? This is Zhongyan, a place where rules are followed." The fox covered her mouth and chuckled, not caring about Lin Qingyue's threat at all. "The Zhongyan Palace will not become enemies with my boss because of such a small matter. As for the so-called rules, they cannot restrict people like us. As for whether you are interested in our company, Mr. Lin, that is not something I should consider. Our boss is very interested in you and even sent me here to deliver the love stickers to Mr. Lin." As he spoke, the fox pulled out a pink invitation from the ravine in front of the bear. Jiang Qin was watching intently from the opposite side, her face full of nervousness, as if she was afraid that Maihu would pull out a knife instead of an invitation. This way of sending posts is really unique and exciting. Lin Qingyue, who was standing next to him, seemed to have noticed Jiang Qin's little trick and glanced at him viciously. The fox charm raised his hand, and the love sticker in his hand shot out like a flying knife, and stabbed into the wooden desk in front of Lin Qingyue, embedding deeply into the wood. Lin Qingyue couldn't help but take a half-step back, but Jiang Qin beside her still looked indifferent. Maihu glanced at Jiang Qin in surprise and couldn't help but chuckle. "I didn't expect that Mr. Lin actually had a master by his side. He remained calm in the face of danger. He's quite courageous." Jiang Qin remained unmoved. As a background board, he had to be aware of his role as a background board and would definitely not move unless he changed. Seeing that Jiang Qin didn't say anything, Maihu didn't bother to care about him, and said to Lin Qingyue, "Boss Lin, I have delivered the love stickers. Next, my boss will wait for Boss Lin's arrival." Lin Qingyue looked embarrassed and annoyed, as if she was upset about her fear just now. She immediately ordered Jiang Qin, return this thing to her. What a bullshit love sticker. Go back and tell Li Xiaohun to stop daydreaming. Jiang Qin obeyed the order, stepped forward and took out the heroine sticker from the desk, then quickly walked to the front of Maihu, and slapped the sticker in front of Maihu bare with a snap, causing waves. The action was so fast that even the fox in the early stage of dark energy couldn't react. Lin Qingyue, charm fox, Xiao Dao. But after Jiang Qin finished his work, he walked back to Lin Qingyue as if nothing had happened and nodded seriously to his boss. "It means that fortunately I have fulfilled my mission. You're so flirty." Lin Qingyue really wanted to complain like this. Maihu looked at her chest in some surprise. Jiang Qin had slapped her with quite a bit of force just now. But surprisingly, the fox was not angry at all. Instead, it looked like it had discovered something interesting. It looked at Jiang Qin with interest and exclaimed, "Boss Lin, I take back what I said before. Your bodyguard is not just a little courageous, he is very courageous. I even admire him a little bit." Seeing Lin Qingyue's gloomy face and silent, Maihu didn't care. She threw a coquettish eye at Jiang Qin and continued, "Boss Lin, don't rush to refuse. My boss is very sincere. As long as you are willing, the resources of Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group will be open to you, which can bring at least more than 1 billion net profits to Shizi Cosmeceutical Group every year. Besides, my boss's dual cultivation technique is also at the pinnacle. Being his woman, you can enjoy the ultimate happiness in the world. Lin Qingyue had a dark face and was not moved at all. Not interested. Xiao Tao, show me a way. Xiao Tao nodded, walked up and made a, please, gesture to Maihu. The smile on Maihu's face became more intense. Alas, Boss Lin has done this, and it's hard for me to go back and report. Forget it. I'm just an errand boy anyway. Whether the task is successful or not has nothing to do with me. But I still want to remind Mr. Lin that the woman our boss likes will be his sooner or later. The heroine sticker is a way to give Mr. Lin face. If you don't cherish this opportunity, you will have to face some tricks from our boss next time. Chapter 61. How dare you snatch my woman? At the end, Maihu even chuckled. Lin Qingyue, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on her face. She said bluntly, then please go back and tell your master that I, Lin Qingyue, would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. I will use whatever means you have. I want to see if Li Xiaohun is really that powerful. Maihu shook her head slightly, said nothing more, and turned away. There have been similar heroic women in the past, but in the end, weren't they all played insanely by their bosses? In Maihu's opinion, Lin Qingyue's ending was not much different from those women. The only person you need to pay attention to is the bodyguard next to Lin Qingyue. This guy is quite interesting. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened, and the plot is finally back to normal. It's a great blessing that my sister-in-law didn't cause any trouble. When Li Xiaohun gets the news, he will be furious and come over tomorrow morning to give Lin Qingyue an ultimatum. I will tip off the second fool later, and tip off Li Xiaohun again tomorrow when he comes over. This plot will end perfectly, and I just need to wait patiently for the reward after I finish the roleplay. Jiang Qin was thinking happily in his heart, but Lin Qingyue beside him couldn't help but get angry. Jiang Qin, why didn't you tear this bitch's face apart for me and throw her out? She was so arrogant just now, and you didn't even help me. Jiang Qin suddenly became Spartan. No way, sister-in-law, you can blame me for this. This isn't the right way to add drama. They're just posting a message, not trying to kill you. Is that necessary? Jiang Qin scratched the back of his head, and with his god-level acting skills, he tried to act innocent and naive. Well, Mr. Lin, my duty is to protect your life and property. They didn't intend to attack you just now, so there's no need for me to do anything, right? Lin Qingyue was stunned. That's right, a bodyguard is not a thug, so it seems that it is not Jiang Qin's turn to stand up for his boss. I don't care. People just bullied me. It's all your fault. Having said that, Lin Qingyue simply swung her little pink fist and hit Jiang Qin fiercely in the mouth, then turned her head and snorted coldly, and walked out without saying a word. Jiang Qin was speechless for a moment. My goodness, women are really unreasonable creatures. You can put the blame on me, Hetui. After Lin Qingyue left, Jiang Qin sighed silently, then glanced at Xiao Tao beside him. Xiao Tao, tell me, is there something wrong with my answer just now? I'm a bodyguard, not a thug. You can't force me to create danger for others when there's no danger, right? This is too difficult to please. You can blame me for this. He looked depressed, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Xiao Tao tapped her chin with her finger and thought for a moment. But I think you should have coaxed Mr. Lin just now. A big question mark suddenly appeared in Jiang Qin's head. Xiao Tao came over and whispered, as if she was educating a useless junior, you are stupid. Girls need to be coaxed. Who would be so stupid as to reason with his girlfriend? If you can make Mr. Lin happy, then everything will be fine, right? Jiang Qin, what does this have to do with anything? No, what the hell is a girlfriend? This is my dearest sister-in-law. It's over, this little girl must have misunderstood. There is nothing innocent between my sister-in-law and I. I didn't do anything except taking advantage of her. If this gets out, wouldn't I, Jiang, become a gigolo? Is there a possibility that you have misunderstood? General Manager Lin and I are just in a superior-subordinate relationship. Jiang Qin tried to explain. Absolutely not. Xiao Tao gave a look of disdain. You are a grown man after all, you dare to do it but you don't dare to take responsibility for it. I saw everything you and Mr. Lin did in the office earlier. Are you still pretending? Don't worry, I'm a tight-lipped person and I won't tell anyone. As she spoke, the girl patted her breast hard, making a dull sound. Really? Mr. Lin is such a proud man, How could he possibly look down on a mere bodyguard like me? Jiang Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tisk, you coward. Did you think I didn't see how Mr. Lin punched you in the mouth before he left? This is an ambiguous act between lovers. The old Mr. Lin would never have done such a thing. Xiao Dao curled her lips with a wise expression that said, I've seen through the truth. Jiang Qin was numb. Well, this rumor is hard to explain. It's outrageous. I am loyal to my sister-in-law and have a clean record. Yet, such a rumor can still be spread. Women's imagination is really terrible. But what Xiao Tao said seems to make sense. The behavior of the sister-in-law before she left was a bit abnormal, and there were those weird words before that. Mr. Jiang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lin Qingyue's various abnormal behaviors made him feel that they were very abnormal, but he couldn't figure out what was abnormal. It should be just an accident, right? All this happened because of me, a butterfly flapping its wings. Although I am handsome, powerful, and have a lot of inner qualities, my sister-in-law shouldn't be attracted to someone like me, especially since I act so unreliable in front of her and try to cheat her all the time. My sister-in-law is not a masochist, so how could she possibly like me? That's right, the sister-in-law should like a man who is strong enough, awesome enough, and able to conquer her, so in the original novel, she was hooked up with Ye Junlin. After all, regardless of his character, the fool is still capable. Jiang Qin carefully thought about the details of his interactions with Lin Qingyue after he traveled through time, and did not find anything wrong with his behavior, so he felt slightly relieved. If Lin Qingyue really falls in love with him, then he won't be able to continue acting. The leading female character and the cannon fodder are in love. Even domestic TV series don't dare to shoot like this. Well, since there is nothing else to do, it's my turn to do the story. Jiang Qin walked out of the president's office, returned to his familiar corner, took out his cell phone and started sending messages to Ye Junlin. Brother, Li Xiaohun from Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group has taken a fancy to my sister-in-law. Today, he even sent someone to give her a love patch, asking her to practice dual cultivation with him. Soon, news about Ye Junlin came back. Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group. Li Xiaohun. How worthy is this guy to dare to snatch my woman? Chapter 62. Sister-in-law, are you a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken? Jiang Qin. I have heard before that Li Xiaohun is a master of Huajin. His specific strength should be in the middle stage of the master realm. My sister-in-law is having a headache about this matter now. Ye Junlin. Okay, a mere mid-level grandmaster scum actually wants to touch my fiancé. This guy is dead. Not even Jesus can stop him. I said it. Jiang Qin. Brother, you are so powerful and majestic. A mere Li Xiaohun is definitely not your opponent. But you have to be more careful this time and try to gain more impression points from your sister-in-law. Ye Junlin. Ha ha ha, well said. I was too hasty yesterday. I guess I scared your sister-in-law. It doesn't matter. There are plenty of opportunities to pick up girls. To chase a woman, you have to pester her and give her enough sense of security. Don't worry, Big Brother knows what to do. After dealing with that Li Xiaohun this time, I will definitely make Lin Qingyue sincerely convinced of me. Jiang Qin's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, fools are much easier to please than women. Look how happy this fool is. He loses his mind after just a few compliments. It would be nice if my sister-in-law was this easy to please. At least she wouldn't bother me all the time like she did during menopause. Lin Qingyue, who had already returned to the office, suddenly had a sharp look in her eyes. Menopause. As for Jiang Qin, he didn't realize how much harm his words had caused to Lin Qingyue. He just quickly replied to Ye Junlin's message, of course, my elder brother is such a man that he will definitely gain something if he takes action. I would like to wish you success in advance. After sending this last message, Jiang Qin quietly put away his phone, a look of helplessness on his face. Logically speaking, I should be on the side of my sister-in-law. After all, apart from threatening me with deducting my salary, firing me, cleaning the toilet, etc., and adding more scenes to my scenes, she has never done anything excessive. I am not a person who holds grudges. On the other hand, the idiot is just as disgusting as he can be. Dealing with such a person is more disgusting than eating shit. What a good girl the eldest sister-in-law is. She is a business genius, cool and beautiful, and has an extraordinary family background. But after she met the idiot, she fell into the aura of reduced intelligence. Although judging from her performance today, the sister-in-law has not yet been attracted to the second fool, but under the continuous heroic attack, the sister-in-law will definitely not be able to resist for long. And under the aura of reduced intelligence, the way the sister-in-law handles other things will gradually become outrageous. For example, when facing Li Xiaohun, in the original plot line, the sister-in-law did not take Li Xiaohun's love letter seriously, and had to wait until Li Xiaohun arrived tomorrow, and then she became completely passive before she became anxious. This is really outrageous. He knew what kind of person Li Xiaohun was and how much of a threat he posed to him after just a little inquiry, but he just waited and refused to take the matter to heart. If the eldest sister-in-law had been more careful, she would have followed the rules of Zhongyan City and asked the king of Zhongyan for protection, so that Ye Junlin wouldn't have to come to the rescue. Thinking of this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. It's so miserable. It's really so miserable. How can we play when our IQ has been suppressed? I feel sorry for my sister-in-law. If it weren't for her stupid halo, maybe she could have seen a way out of the situation. What a pity. In the office, Lin Qingyue couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Aura that reduces intelligence. Is there really such an outrageous thing? Why don't I feel anything now? My IQ seems to be normal. She tilted her head back slightly and touched the top of her head, as if checking if there was anything wrong with her brain. The conclusion is no. It seems that after knowing the plot, I was not blinded, so the intelligence-reducing aura is ineffective. I have to thank that bastard Jiang Qin. Thinking of Jiang Qin's smug face, Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth again. How dare he say that she was in menopause? This is unbearable even for her uncle and her aunt. But when she heard Jiang Qin praising her, her expression became a little better. Women love to be praised for being smart and beautiful. Jiang Qin still has some conscience, even if it's not much, but at least he understands things. But is it really feasible to seek the protection of King Zhongyan? Lin Qingyue was thinking. She and Ye Wushuang were not really familiar with each other and they had never had any interaction before. However, at present, the two of them occupy the positions of number 1 and number 3 biggest enemy respectively, and they feel like a hidden alliance. If Lin Qingyue asks Ye Wushuang for help, she feels that it will not be a big problem. After confirming the feasibility of this route, Lin Qingyue's originally anxious heart was instantly relieved. Originally, I was still thinking about how to deal with Li Xiaohun's trouble so that Ye Junlin would not have any chance to take advantage of him. I didn't expect Jiang Qin to help me think of a solution. Not bad, not bad. Lin Qingyue was so excited that she called Jiang Qin directly. Jiang Qin, come here, I have something to talk to you about. Jiang Qin, who was slacking off in the corner, suddenly felt a star of death shining above his head. I haven't even finished chopping down the trees yet, and my sister-in-law is already causing trouble again. Can we give people a break? Actors also have human rights. With a heart full of resentment, Jiang Qin pushed open the door of the president's office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lin Qingyue facing him with a smiling face. Looks like he has ulterior motives. It's bad. There must be something fishy going on. Sister-in-law's smile is so weird no matter how I look at it. He was so angry just now, but now he has this expression on his face. He must have bad intentions. How about I break another chair and run away? What are you doing standing at the door? Come in quickly. I have something to discuss with you. The expression on Lin Qingyue's face suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy, and she said unhappily. I wonder what instructions General Lin has for me. Does he want me to comfort the injured brothers under my command? Jiang Qin asked calmly. Don't bother you to worry about this matter. I have just arranged for Xiao Tao and the finance department to help deal with the bodyguard who was injured earlier. The company will cover the medical expenses and nutrition expenses of each injured person, and there will be an additional bonus. Lin Qingyue leaned back, playing with her manicure, and said in a cold voice. Of course, someone who has not contributed anything from the beginning to the end will definitely not receive this treatment. Who said I didn't contribute? Didn't I return the heroine sticker to Li Xiaohun? I did such a dangerous job, but I didn't even get a bonus. It's so infuriating. Okay, let's not talk about this. The main reason I called you here this time is because I just asked someone for information about Li Xiaohun. Lin Qingyue said, with a hint of fear on her face. I originally thought that Li Xiaohun was just an ordinary entrepreneur, but I didn't expect that he was actually a martial arts master, and he was so perverted. It's simply too scary. Jiang Qin, what do you think I should do? A martial arts master has paid attention to me, I'm scared. Jiang Qin almost couldn't hold back his expression. Sister-in-law, your acting is terrible. You don't look scared at all. Chapter 63. It's over, it's all over. But on the surface, Jiang Qin still said innocently, Boss Lin, there is nothing I can do about this martial arts master. With my weak arms and legs, how can I confront a master-level martial artist head-on? Lin Qingyue bit her lip, seeming to be even more frightened. What if Li Xiaohun finds out that I rejected him and gets angry and wants to kidnap me by force? Jiang Qin was silent for a long time before he said, Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I will pray for you sincerely. Lin Qingyue snorted coldly, I knew you were unreliable. Last time when we went to meet the king of Zhongyan, didn't she leave you her private number? Call the king of Zhongyan. Since we can't handle this matter ourselves, we can only seek help from the king of Zhongyan's palace. Jiang Qin's heart was shaken when he heard the voice. Changing the script again, Jiang Qin wanted to refuse, but facing the strong influence of his sister-in-law, he still dutifully dialed King Zhongyan's number and turned on the speakerphone. Jiang Qin, is there something special that you are calling me about? Ye Wushuang's gentle yet somewhat majestic voice sounded from the other end of the phone. No, my boss wants to talk to you about something. I'm on speakerphone right now, you two can chat. Jiang Qin said stiffly. It's like this, Your Excellency the King of Zhongyan. Today I received something called the heroine patch. It was sent to me by Li Xiaohun from the Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group. Lin Qingyue narrated the whole story concisely. She knew that Ye Wushuang could also hear Jiang Qin's thoughts, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Jiang Qin's face twitched as he listened. It's over, it's all over, the plot has collapsed. At the same time, at the Zhongyan Palace, Ye Wushuang was in a very good mood at the moment. She was originally struggling with how to get involved in this plot, but after receiving this call, she no longer had to worry about it. There is actually such a good thing, the opportunity came to the door on its own. Lin Qingyue is really sensible. Well, I've also heard of Li Xiaohun. He is indeed a troublesome person. Tell me exactly what happened. For example, how did Li Xiaohun threaten you? Besides threatening you, what else did the people he sent do? Although Ye Wushuang already knew everything through Jiang Qin's thoughts, he still asked about all the details. She and Lin Qingyue went over what had happened as if they were reciting slogans. Of course, the purpose of doing this is to prevent Jiang Qin from becoming suspicious. The two women had a tacit understanding on this point. I understand what happened. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Since this incident happened within the jurisdiction of my Zhongyan Palace, it is my responsibility. I will immediately send someone to warn Li Xiaohun that he dared to come to my territory to cause trouble. This guy is really tired of living. Hearing Ye Wushuang's domineering words on the phone, Lin Qingyue felt a little relieved and hurriedly thanked him. Jiang Qin remained silent, as if all this had nothing to do with him. He was just a communicator in charge of liaison. By the way, Mr. Lin, if Li Xiaohun doesn't heed the warning and comes to cause trouble for you, just let Jiang Qin contact me. I will handle the matter personally. I want to see how brave he is in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. As if he felt that the warning was not enough, Ye Wushuang threw out this sentence again. The fact that he personally took action was enough to show how seriously he took this matter. Thank you, Your Excellency King Zhongyan. Qingyue is very grateful. Lin Qingyue thanked him sincerely on the other end of the phone. If there is any accident, I will let Jiang Qin contact you as soon as possible. The phone was hung up. A sneer appeared on Ye Wushuang's lips. Li Xiaohun he. Yingshuan, Yingyu. The two shadow guards behind Ye Wushuang knelt on one knee and said respectfully, I am here, what do you want, my lord? The shadow guard is the strongest force in the Prince of Zhongyan's palace besides Ye Wushuang, and is usually only responsible to the Prince of Zhongyan. The two shadow guard commanders, Yingshuan and Yingyu, both have the cultivation level of the early Grandmaster realm. They are considered powerful people in the outside world, but they are always loyal to Ye Wushuang. Ye Wushuang's expression was cold, and he ordered, you two take people to Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group and warn Li Xiaohun not to stretch his claws so long. If I hear about him causing trouble in Zhongyan City again, I don't mind chopping off all his claws. The two shadow guards immediately accepted the order. Follow the Lord's rule of law. Ye Wushuang waved his hand, go ahead, I'll wait for your news. At the same time, in Shizi Group, inside the president's office, Lin Qingyue also returned the phone to Jiang Qin with a refreshed look on her face. It's comfortable. With the king of Zhongnan as his protector, Li Xiaohun shouldn't be a big deal. Jiang Qin, why are you still so stern? You were able to solve such a big problem. Shouldn't you be happy for me as your boss? Jiang Qin expressed helplessness. He didn't want to talk at all now, and even wanted to knock open Lin Qingyue's head to see if there was an alien living inside. After a long while, Jiang Qin said leisurely, "No, Mr. Lin is a lucky man. He will definitely be able to turn danger into safety." Lin Qingyue seemed very satisfied with this answer. She waved her hand, indicating that the communication tool Jiang Qin could leave. Only after he walked out of the office and closed the door did Jiang Qin breathe a sigh of relief. He is somewhat confused now. Glancing at his phone, Jiang Qin inexplicably felt like he was being plotted against. It was really a ghost story. At that time, the king of Zhongnan called me over and forced me to exchange contact information. He asked me to be a traitor among traitors and monitor Ye Junlin and Wang Pinggan. I originally thought that this matter would end here and I would definitely not make this call. In the end, I never expected that if I didn't make the call, my sister-in-law would suddenly make trouble. What is this? Karma. No, this is not the point of the matter. The king of Zhongnan's behavior is reasonable. Everything is for the prosperity and stability of Zhongnan city. But the eldest sister-in-law is different. Where is the aura of lowering intelligence that was promised? Why did the sister-in-law suddenly become smarter? She doesn't play by the rules at all. Jiang Qin retreated to his familiar corner of slacking off. He felt very tired. The development of things has exceeded his expectations, and even the plot is on the verge of complete collapse. This is a big problem. According to the current plot line, the sister-in-law went directly to the king of Zhongnan to seek refuge, and the king of Zhongnan sent people to warn Li Xiaohun this outrageous development will not directly destroy the original plot line. According to this development trajectory, there is no chance for the idiot to appear. It is certain that Li Xiaohun is not as strong as King Zhongnan. In other words, if King Zhongnan shows up, even if this guy is obsessed, he will most likely give in. The plot is gone. Will my role-playing rewards also be gone? Jiang Qin looked up at the sky sadly. A big word, G, appeared above his head. Chapter 64, The Expectation of the Charming Fox. On the other side, a few hours later, Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group. Did Lin Qingyue really say that? Li Xiaohun half reclining on the wide sofa. After listening to Maihu's report, a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Yes, boss. Mr. Lin didn't want to see me at first. But when he saw me forcing my way in, he acted as if he was going to destroy me along with him. Boss, you have encountered a fierce horse this time. The fox chuckled softly, and seemed to find Lin Qingyue's behavior a little funny. Alas, I just want to bring some happiness to the beautiful girl, but unfortunately the world has a deep misunderstanding of me. Li Xiaohun sighed, but his eyes were unusually gloomy, and it was obvious that he was not in a good mood. He waved his hand slightly on the top of the sofa, and Maihu sat in his arms very consciously, saying in agreement, "Yes, how can a woman who has not practiced dual cultivation with you, boss, experience the bliss of the peak of happiness? I think it's the same for Mr. Lin. As long as he experiences your power once, he will definitely fall in love with this feeling." As she spoke, Maihu's hand gently scratched the shirt on Li Xiaohun's chest. This kind of teasing behavior actually helped Li Xiaohun reduce her anger after being rejected. He casually pulled the clothes in front of Maihu. "Boss, be gentle," the fox said coquettishly. But seeing that Li Xiaohun had no intention of giving up, she had no choice but to ask helplessly, "Then boss, what are you going to do next? Are you going to visit Mr. Lin in person?" Li Xiaohun snorted coldly. "Of course, since she refuses to accept my toast and wants to be punished, I must oblige her. A woman from a merchant family, do you think she can escape from my grasp? For a person like me who has no background and no power, a great master, to go to her, which is already enough to give her face. I will go to Zhongnan City early tomorrow morning, and then I can bring you a new sister, ha 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 ha." Maihu's eyes flickered. It seemed that this was how she was captured by Li Xiaohun in the first place, so that now she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. But at this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Another beautiful secretary walked in, with a somewhat panicked look on her face. "Boss, something happened." Li Xiaohun couldn't help but frown. "What happened? Why are you so flustered?" It just so happens that Maihu alone is not enough to satisfy me. You come over here and talk slowly. Upon hearing this, the new beautiful secretary hesitated for a moment, and then sat obediently next to Li Xiaohun. Li Xiaohun hugged two beauties on his left and right, and his mood instantly became happy. Boss, it's like this. We just received a call from the Zhongyan Palace, warning you not to overreach. Zhongyan is their master's territory, and they won't tolerate you running wild. They also told you not to go after Mr. Lin from Shizi Group. The new secretary spoke, his voice getting lower and lower. Zhongyan Palace. How could they interfere in this matter? Li Xiaohun's face was full of disbelief, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him, and he instantly lost all interest. It seems that it is because Mr. Lin has sought refuge with King Zhongyan. King Zhongyan attaches great importance to this matter. The one who called us just now was the leader of the shadow guards around King Zhongyan. The beautiful secretary hurriedly arrived. Li Xiaohun's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. The two beautiful secretaries were a little trembling with fear. They had witnessed their boss's capriciousness and violent temper with their own eyes. How could they dare to say a word at this moment? The atmosphere in the office suddenly became solemn. Even though the two women were now in dishevel, they could not hide the impending storm. Suddenly, the expression on Li Xiaohun's face changed from gloomy to bright, and he actually started laughing again. Maihu and the other secretary looked at each other, neither of them knowing why Li Xiaohun was laughing. Boss, what are you laughing at? People from the Zhongyan Palace are interfering in this matter, which is obviously not in your favor. Maihu asked doubtfully. Haha, it will become clear if you think about it casually. It must be that when you went to deliver the Heihuan stickers today, you scared Mr. Lin, so he wanted to seek shelter from the Zhongyan Palace. Li Xiaohun relaxed again and casually said his analysis. According to common sense, I must give face to the king of Zhongyan's palace. After all, the king of Zhongyan is stronger than me. But they overlooked one problem. The curiosity of the two secretaries was aroused and they stared at Li Xiaohun intently. But Li Xiaohun did not continue talking. Instead, he stood up suddenly, straightened his clothes, and said, I was originally planning to go to Zhongyan tomorrow, but now, I've changed my mind and will leave now. Get the car ready. Let's go give that icy beauty a little surprise. You want to seek the protection of the Zhongyan Palace. Haha, it's a good idea, but unfortunately the power borrowed from outsiders is still unreliable after all. Maihu was still puzzled. Boss, the king of Zhongyan has warned us, if we do this, will it really not anger him? Li Xiaohun said nonchalantly, what's the big deal? As long as Lin Qingyue and I practice dual cultivation, do you think she can still leave me? By then, even if the people in Zhongyan Palace have objections, they will not interfere too much. Can it be that Lin Qingyue has voluntarily followed me, and the people in Zhongyan Palace still want to force their way in? The two beautiful secretaries suddenly realized what was going on. Li Xiaohun was trying to create a time difference and make the matter a fait accompli before the Zhongyan Palace could react. Li Xiaohun's method of dual cultivation is like magic. Once a woman tries it once, it will be difficult for her to leave him. Boss, you're smart. I'll go prepare the car right away. Maihu was the first to react and spoke directly. She was also very interested in Lin Qingyue becoming Li Xiaohun's plaything. It would definitely be very interesting if such a cold and arrogant woman became Li Xiaohun's cauldron like them, right? When thinking of this, Maihu even showed a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 65. The smile gradually becomes immoral. On the other side, that afternoon, Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group. In a dark corner outside the president's office, Jiang still hadn't recovered from the blow. The Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group employees who passed by looked at him with strange eyes, but when they saw that Jiang Qin looked like he was beaten up, none of them dared to come up and talk to him. God knows what this bodyguard captain had experienced in the president's office before. Is it almost time to get off work? Jiang Qin glanced at his phone and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In the past, he would have already started thinking about his wonderful life after work, but today Jiang Qin was not in the mood for that at all. The plot is broken, and there is no chance to get system rewards. What's the point of living like this? How about letting yourself go tonight, maybe beat up some hooligans who are molesting girls on the street, or go to my sister-in-law's house with your face covered and give her a good beating to vent your anger. Lin Qingyue, who was working in the office, suddenly started. What does this bastard want to do? Masked and attack me at night? That's not the case. Could it be possible that I could change the plot and make Jiang Qin become evil? Hiss. President Lin, who was originally in high spirits, could not help but shudder. With Jiang Qin's fighting power, it seemed that no one in Zhongyan City could check and balance him. If this guy really turned evil. Fortunately, Lin Qingyue's worries were unnecessary. Outside the office door, Jiang Qin, who was turning evil, suddenly saw his assistant Xiaotao hurriedly walking up from downstairs. It's almost time to get off work. Why is Xiaotao looking for Lin Qingyue in such a hurry? Sister Xiaotao, why are you in such a hurry? Be careful not to fall. Jiang Qin was curious and asked with pretended concern. Who knew that Xiaotao just shook her head, without saying a word, and knocked on Lin Qingyue's office door. Jiang Qin became increasingly confused. But the next second, his Grandmaster level hearing allowed him to hear what Xiaotao reported to Lin Qingyue. It's bad, Mr. Lin. The woman who caused trouble in our company this morning is here again. She's accompanied by someone who seems to be her boss, Li Xiaohun from Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group. After these words were spoken, not only Lin Qingyue was stunned, even Jiang Qin, who was eavesdropping at the door, was a little surprised. What did you say? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The king of Zhongyan has already said that he will warn Li Xiaohun, so why would he come to me? Isn't he afraid of death? After Lin Qingyue realized what was happening, she couldn't help but feel extremely angry. Jiang Qin at the door, however, was suddenly enlightened. Wow, Li Xiaohun is so awesome, how dare you do this? Could it be that the will of the universe also felt that the plot had deviated too far, so it forced the plot back on track? Okay, I knew that a handsome guy like me would be helped by God. Sister-in-law, what can you do with your high IQ? Can you defeat God? Just enjoy this story that originally belongs to you. As for this handsome guy, I will just prepare to act well and get the reward, he. The smile on Jiang Qin's face gradually became more wicked, with a hint of gloating. Lin Qingyue in the office felt like someone had added fuel to the fire, and her nose almost became crooked with anger. Listen to whether this is human language. Lin Qingyue shouted directly to the door. Jiang Qin, I know you are outside, come in. Jiang Qin, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly got startled and quickly appeared at the door of the office. I'm here, Mr. Lin, what do you want? Do you need me to go downstairs and buy you dinner? Dinner. Lin Qingyue took a deep breath. She didn't want to eat dinner now. Instead, she wanted to slice Jiang Qin into slices and eat him as shabu-shabu. Li Xiaohun is here, call King Zhongyan immediately to inform him, do you hear me? Jiang Qin was shocked when he heard this and quickly said, what, Li Xiaohun is here? I see. I'll call His Excellency the King of Zhongyan right away. Boss, please hold on for a while. I'll be right back. Quickly inform the eldest son and then run away. Perfect. Lin Qingyue's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Fight at the door, don't go anywhere else. Jiang Qin's movement of running paused for a moment, he nodded with a dry laugh, and then pretended to call King Zhongyan. While making the call, he also sent a text message to Ye Junlin. Sister-in-law is in danger, come quickly. After sending the message, Jiang Qin also deleted the text message record. The main focus is to do things flawlessly. However, less than a minute after Jiang Qin finished calling Ye Wushuang, the elevator coming up from the first floor slowly opened its door. Two figures, a man and a woman, walked out of the elevator. Who else could it be but Li Xiaohun and Maihu? How come you came so quickly? Lin Qingyue was a little stunned. Then she seemed to remember something. This morning, the company's bodyguards were beaten by Maihu. Most of the bodyguards were still lying in the hospital. How could anyone stop these two people? Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth and asked Jiang Qin, are you done with your call? After getting a positive answer, Lin Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. The king of Zhongyan was on the same side as her and would definitely not stand by and watch her die. All she had to do now was delay until someone arrived. Just when Lin Qingyue was thinking about how to delay, Li Xiaohun had already walked to the office door with Maihu. As soon as Li Xiaohun saw Lin Qingyue for the first time, his eyes lit up. Based on his experience of having seen countless women, the girl in front of him was definitely the top-notch one, the ultimate in quality who could make a man die of pleasure in bed. Li Xiaohun licked his lips and looked at Lin Qingyue unscrupulously. Not bad, she really looks the same as in the photos and videos. She is really a top-notch beauty. I like her, ha 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 ha. My beauty, I asked someone to give you a love patch this morning. Why did you refuse to accept it? Do you look down on me, Li, or do you look down on the Nanzhou pharmaceutical group under my control? Domineering, arrogant, and evil. This was the first impression Li Xiaohun gave to Lin Qingyue. This was definitely a madman who was difficult to deal with. I'm sorry, I don't know you and I'm not interested in getting to know you. This is my company. Please leave. You are not welcome here. Li Xiaohun laughed wildly, and his laughter was mixed with some true energy, which was deafening. Lin Qingyue couldn't help but take half a step back, her face turned pale, and the same happened to Xiao Tao beside her. Only Jiang Qin looked calm and stood still without moving. After Li Xiaohun finished laughing wildly, the expression on his face became more arrogant. He stared at Lin Qingyue intently. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. After today, you will be marked by me. By then, even if you want to forget me, you won't be able to do it. A beauty like you should surrender to me and ascend to the land of bliss with me. Chapter 66, Sister-in-law wants me to die. Fuck, this line is even more arrogant than the original plot. There is something seriously wrong with this world. Such an arrogant Karami character has survived until now and has not been beaten to death. Listening to Li Xiaohun's undisguised obscene words, as well as someone else's complaints in her mind, Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth and said word by word, I said, you are not welcome here, please leave now. I have just called His Excellency the King of Zhongyan. She will be here soon. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out now. Lin Qingyue spoke with great force, but it had no effect on Li Xiaohun. If he was worried about King Zhongyan, he wouldn't have come here today. Facing such a beautiful woman, he wouldn't worry so much. You don't have to worry about that. The distance from the Prince of Zhongyan's mansion to here will take more than half an hour even if there is no traffic jam. And now it is rush hour. It will take at least more than an hour for the Prince of Zhongyan to arrive. This amount of time is enough for me to do my job. After these words were spoken, Lin Qingyue's face turned paler again. Li Xiaohun took a step forward, his expression gradually calmed down, but the sneer at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Lin Qingyue is already in his pocket, no one can do anything to her. Let me ask you one last question. Do you want to practice with me willingly, or do you want me to do it myself? Don't worry, you will be very happy if you practice dual cultivation with me. I promise. I'm back, I'm all back, this is the taste. Although the plot was a little off, it finally got back on track. Li Xiaohun really didn't disappoint me. I like this kind of heavyweight player who can control a big head with a small head. It's just that the time of this plot was advanced a little bit, which is a bit strange, but my acting should have been successful. The plot has developed like this, and I was also there as a minor role, so it must have been a success. How delicious. How delicious. Jiang Qin completely relaxed, and his original dejection disappeared. Although he didn't know what was going on, it was enough for him that Li Xiaohun came here to perform such a scene. On the other hand, Lin Qingyue's face looked quite unhappy at the moment. The ultimatum that Li Xiaohun gave her did not give her much chance to delay. And the most important thing is that Lin Qingyue knew that what Li Xiaohun said was right. King Zhongyan simply couldn't get here in a short time. A lot of things could happen in an hour. As for Ye Junlin, Lin Qingyue didn't even consider him as a human being. Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth and ordered Jiang Qin directly, Jiang Qin, go ahead and beat him up. It's time for you to contribute. Jiang Qin almost pointed his finger at himself. Sister-in-law, why don't you let me kill Tang Seng and his disciples? In the original novel, you didn't have any hope for me at all. According to the strength I should have shown, I would have been a small fry who was killed in seconds. I am a bodyguard with a monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Do you think it is appropriate for me to deal with a strong man like Li Xiaohun who is in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm? Boss Lin, this guy is too strong. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Jiang Qin swallowed his saliva, trying to bring back some of Lin Qingyue's conscience. But Lin Qingyue raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, just delay for a while and wait for King Zhongyan to come. There is no need for you to fight with him. Hurry up, you've been slacking off for so long, it's time for you to get back to work. Sister-in-law, do you have any misunderstanding about the strength of Grandmasters? A small fry like me can easily defeat 100 of them. Could it be that I was too lazy and they deliberately let me go up and give me a head? What a vicious heart. Li Xiaohun, who was on the opposite side, heard the conversation between the two and was stunned at first. He glanced at Jiang Qin and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin, I think you should stop struggling. Don't you see that your bodyguards don't want to be my enemy? Lin Qingyue didn't say anything, but just kicked Jiang Qin's calf from behind. Jiang Qin took 2 steps forward reluctantly. Of course he is not afraid of Li Xiaohun, but that is not how the plot is played out. This opportunity to show off and get slapped in the face belongs to Ye Junlin, who is the protagonist. How could a supporting actor steal the main role? Lin Qingyue continued to fan the flames behind him. Li Xiaohun, if you know better, get out of here. Jiang Qin is my most powerful bodyguard. If he attacks you soon, it will be too late for you to leave even if you want to. A black line slowly appeared on Jiang Qin's forehead. Li Xiaohun's laughter also paused. He looked at Jiang Qin suspiciously, and then sneered again. It seems that Mr. Lin doesn't know much about the strength of warriors. How dare such a small fry call himself a master? Maihu, go ahead and show Boss Lin what kind of bodyguards she has. Maihu nodded gently, walked forward, and looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. Handsome boy, we meet again. You slapped my bear's mouth with great strength this morning. I like it very much. I just don't know if your fighting ability is as strong as your courage. Jiang Qin silently glanced at the woman's chest in front of him. He still remembered the amazing feeling of the pat he had given her in the morning. Well, I'm just an employee. How about you just let me go and I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Behind her, Lin Qingyue's big, Caroline-like eyes suddenly widened. Is this something a human can say? Fortunately, the fox was not moved by it, but instead chuckled a few times. I'm afraid that won't work. My boss said that he wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. I'm afraid I can't hold back even if I want to. Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death in a moment, handsome boy. Fuck, you're killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, so you think I'm the chicken, right? No, I can't reveal my strength. Once I reveal my strength, the plot will be irreparable. If I slap Li Xiaohun to death, my son will get suspicious and come to trouble me, right? But this woman doesn't even want to give me a chance to slack off. What can I do? Jiang Qin was a little embarrassed for a moment. But at this moment, Lin Qingyue gave a death order from behind. Jiang Qin, beat this slutty vixen and tie her bear. If you lose, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Jiang Qin, how much does sister-in-law want me to die? Just when Jiang Qin seemed dazed, the fox had already approached him. Her strength was at the initial stage of dark energy, so it was easy for her to deal with a small fry. But at the moment when the fox was about to approach, Jiang Qin moved. Chapter 67 I'm going to stop pretending and let's get real. Well, I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be treated with contempt. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards now. As Jiang Qin spoke, he roared and charged towards the fox with all his might. The next second, Jiang Qin was knocked flying and fell heavily against the wall. Everyone in the room was a little confused. Just after showing off, he got beaten. Wasn't this retribution coming a little too fast? Cough cough cough. Jiang Qin slowly stood up from the corner. You are very strong, I am no match for you, but for Mr. Lin, I will risk my life today no matter what I say. Maihu looked at Jiang Qin who stood up again and was a little confused. In the brief exchange just now, she had roughly judged that Jiang Qin's strength was about the middle stage of Mingjin. Such strength was good for an ordinary bodyguard, but it was definitely not enough for her, a master of Jin level. Come on, for Mr. Lin, and for the salary that Mr. Lin pays me, as long as I am still alive, I will never let you cross the line. Jiang Qin said this, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and started to fight again. As a small fry, I have done enough. Damn you idiot Ye Junlin, where the hell have you been? Why haven't you come over yet? My sister-in-law must be very happy to see me working so hard. She might even give me a raise later. It's a wonderful thought. In this world, having a higher income is not a bad thing. A strange look flashed across Lin Qingyue's face. Jiang Qin was so passionate just now that she almost believed it. Maihu was also moved by Jiang Qin's persistence. She sighed and said, I didn't expect there would be such a loyal bodyguard in this day and age. I underestimated you. Well, I will go all out and make sure you die a worthy death. As she spoke, Maihu attacked again, but at the moment she moved, she suddenly felt a strange itchy and tingling sensation on her legs, causing Maihu's body to stagger and she fell straight forward. Chance! Jiang Qin shouted loudly, and suddenly flew up and kneed the fox, making a fierce and intimate contact with his knee. A few teeth, along with blood, and the fox's body flew out instantly. Charming fox, fell to the street. Li Xiaohun's face twitched. Looking at the fox lying beside him, whose face was disfigured by Jiang Qin, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of disgust and disdain. What a loser. He can't even defeat an opponent at Mingjin level, and yet he wants me to do it myself. Well, if that's the case, then let me show you what the strength of a grandmaster is like. Li Xiaohun took a fierce step forward, and the powerful pressure of a grandmaster-level warrior was suddenly released, causing Jiang Qin's face to change instantly. But the next second, a relieved smile appeared on Jiang Qin's face. Oh my goodness, he's here. Ye Junlin is finally here. I don't have to act anymore. That's great. Today's performance should be just right. Even if the idiot knew, he would definitely not say anything. Feeling Ye Junlin's breath, Jiang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Ye Junlin doesn't come again, he will find a way to deal with Li Xiaohun. When did a mere grandmaster dare to call himself a strong man? Just when Li Xiaohun was about to make a move, an extremely pretentious voice came from outside. The voice arrives before the person arrives. There was no moment of mourning for Maihu, as the next person to appear was the King of Kings, Ye Junlin. Who is it? Li Xiaohun was instantly horrified and quickly turned around to look. How could someone be lurking so close to him and he didn't even notice? The office door that was originally blocked became unobstructed as Li Xiaohun retreated. A young man who was dressed very handsomely and had an evil and crazy smile on his face appeared in everyone's sight. Ye Junlin finally arrived. After receiving the news from Jiang Qin, Ye Junlin rushed over as quickly as possible. In order to ensure that he could flirt with Lin Qingyue at any time, Ye Junlin lived very close to Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group, only a dozen minutes walk away. With Ye Junlin's strength, 1 or 2 minutes would be enough for him to arrive. Qingyue, are you okay? Did they hurt you? Ye Junlin didn't even look at Li Xiaohun and ignored the other party's question. Instead, he looked at Lin Qingyue with a loving look. Lin Qingyue was a little dumbfounded. Ye Junlin is here. Then she immediately realized that it must be the work of Jiang Qin, the traitor. Li Xiaohun felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He looked at Ye Junlin, but he was somewhat unable to fathom the strength of this man. Ye Junlin didn't care at all. He looked Lin Qingyue up and down. Seeing that Lin Qingyue was fine, he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that I arrived just in time. Qingyue, don't worry. I'm here, and no one wants to hurt you. Lin Qingyue's mouth twitched slightly. If she didn't know the truth, she might have been really attracted by Ye Junlin's move. Jiang Qin and Ye Junlin exchanged glances, and the tacit understanding between the good brothers was undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. I've been slacking off for a while now. The plot is back on track. I'm finally free of my worries. No, there is still someone to deal with. Jiang Qin thought about it, exerted a little force on his feet, and a hidden force spread along the floor all the way to the head of the fox lying on the ground. The fox was about to struggle to get up from the ground, but was hit by this hidden force and fell unconscious instantly. Done, the only person who knew about the incident has been killed. There is nothing for a nobody like me to do from now on, just focus on watching the show. It feels so good to not have to do anything and just go through the motions. I'd better stand at the back to avoid the blood splattering on me. Jiang Qin frowned and retreated behind Lin Qingyue and Xiao Tao. Just as Jiang Qin was quietly retreating, he suddenly noticed that Lin Qingyue seemed to be looking at him. There was something strange in his eyes, as if he had seen something indescribable. Sister-in-law, why are you still looking at me now that the idiot has appeared? Could it be that I was too brave just now and made you see me? That's impossible. A trace of barely perceptible shame and anger flashed across the depths of Lin Qingyue's eyes. She turned her head to look at the confrontation between Ye Junlin and Li Xiaohun, and no longer looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lin Qingyue would focus her attention on him if she was fine. Chapter 68, Isn't this bastard too arrogant? Boy, I don't know where you come from, but if you don't want to die, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, if I get upset, you will die here today. Li Xiaohun looked at Ye Junlin. He was very unhappy with this guy who suddenly showed up and ruined his plans, but because he was unsure of Ye Junlin's strength, it was naturally more reliable to make harsh remarks first. Here it comes, the villain's usual stage of attracting hatred. The more you act now, the more badly you'll be beaten later. Tisk, 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 it's a pity there's no popcorn now, otherwise it would be quite exciting to watch. Jiang Qin relaxed and thought silently that it was really nice to not have to do any work himself. Ye Junlin sneered disdainfully, "Qingyue is my fiancé. If you dare to hit on her, you are going to die. If you commit suicide now, I can still leave you with an intact body later. Otherwise, when I take action later, you won't have this chance." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaohun flew into a rage and said, "Okay, 3 times in a row. Okay, since I became a master, you are the first one who dares to speak to me like this. Boy, you are very nice. I originally thought that you were very young and wanted to give you a chance to live, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude." Ye Junlin scratched his ears nonchalantly, his expression full of contempt. He didn't take Li Xiaohun seriously at all. Just a grandmaster. Not bad, this hatred is beautifully drawn. Yes, that's it. Ignore him, laugh at him, let the villain go crazy, and then kill him with lightning speed. It's all done in one go. Li Xiaohun is getting carried away, he's going to take action. Lin Qingyue couldn't help but have a few black lines on her forehead as she listened to the lame explanation in her mind. The atmosphere was originally quite serious and dignified, but when it came to Jiang Qin's mouth, it just became so stupid. As expected, after reading the script, you can't continue watching the TV series, right? Outside the office, Li Xiaohun suddenly attacked, and the first move was a killing move. Ye Junlin's contempt had completely infuriated him. With one move, the black tiger rid's his heart went straight for Ye Junlin's bare mouth. But Ye Junlin was not moved at all, instead he kicked out casually. The kick was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was unimaginable. Li Xiaohun had no time to react at all before Ye Junlin kicked him in the bear's mouth, and he flew back violently. With such strength, you still have the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself, Ye Junlin continued with a contemptuous smile. Li Xiaohun covered the bear's mouth with a look of horror on his face. The kick just now was actually not that heavy and was still within his tolerance. You are a master in the late Grandmaster realm. Impossible. When did a master in the late Grandmaster realm as young as you appear in Nanzhou? Why didn't I know about it? Ye Junlin did not reply, but just smiled evilly, as if everything was under his control. Fortunately, Li Xiaohun is not at the Mingjin stage, otherwise he would have thought that Ye Junlin was at the late Mingjin stage. He is just letting me win, just to show off. I can't even tell how he got to the Grandmaster level. This pretentious and then slapped in the face routine is so fucking blunt. The pretentious plots written by readers of tomato novels are better than this. Jiang Qin was complaining madly in his heart. This plot is really boring. The routines of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face are all standardized, I can even recite the whole process by heart. Forget it, I'm too lazy to watch it, let's just look at my sister-in-law. Although the atmosphere was extremely solemn and tense, Jiang Qin still couldn't muster any interest. Ye Junlin's fighting ability is just so-so, and as for the even weaker Li Xiaohun, there's no need to even bother watching him. It would be better to take this opportunity to visit your sister-in-law to feast your eyes. Lin Qingyue's body stiffened. To be honest, I was shocked by the ending of the plot collapse, and I didn't even have time to appreciate my sister-in-law's gorgeous beauty today. Look at this figure and this little face, it's really good. In this outfit, my sister-in-law didn't wear a small suit today, but a long skirt. Although I don't know what my sister-in-law was thinking, this kind of extremely close-fitting skirt shows the figure the most, and it is as seductive as tights. No wonder Li Xiaohun is so intoxicated today. With a sister-in-law like this, which man wouldn't be confused? Jiang Qin stood behind Lin Qingyue and had the deepest impression of Lin Qingyue's figure and beautiful profile. But Lin Qingyue didn't think so. When she heard the unscrupulous words of some people in their hearts, she felt something was wrong all over. This kind of situation where people secretly stared at her and commented on her was something she had never experienced before. This bastard is too arrogant. Jiang Qin's tone was completely different from Li Xiaohun's before. If Li Xiaohun's speech mainly focused on Yin Xie, then Jiang Qin's voice revealed more appreciation. After all, it is enough to admire a woman who is destined to be unattainable. Is it possible to be lustful towards her? Does not exist. Titanium alloy straight man Jiang said he couldn't do such a thing. It's really strange. Logically speaking, my sister-in-law, who works in an office for a long time, shouldn't have such a good figure, right? Could it be because he secretly exercises after work? And he focuses on exercising. Lin Qingyue's pretty face turned red. Jiang Qin was right. She actually did this after work. Otherwise, who can stand sitting in the office all day long? Lin Qingyue blushed and glanced back secretly with murderous intent in her eyes. Jiang Qin instantly looked at his nose and then his heart, looking calm and focused as he watched the battlefield. It's incredible. I can feel it just by secretly glancing at my sister-in-law. Women's sixth sense is really sharp. But the plot is almost over. Li Xiaohun is about to show off again, and then fail. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Qingyue's attention was instantly drawn to the battlefield. Sure enough, after Li Xiaohun was knocked back by Ye Junlin's attack, he instantly realized that Ye Junlin's strength was superior to his. However, through the force of this kick, Li Xiaohun felt that even if Ye Junlin was stronger than himself, he was not much stronger. Can fight. Okay, although I don't know where you came from, but now you really pissed me off. My group's laboratory happens to be in need of a guinea pig, and I've decided on you. Die. Li Xiaohun's movements this time were even faster than before. He has used all his strength. But it was all in vain. Ye Junlin is a grandmaster who can kill King Wu alone, so how could he, a mid-stage grandmaster, possibly mess with him? Li Xiaohun attacked twice in succession. Each move was ruthless and deadly, but was easily resolved by Ye Junlin. One move, each one is a move. Ye Junlin forced Li Xiaohun to retreat with one move each time. It's just like a cat playing with a mouse, a naked game. Chapter 69 The hero is so handsome, what is the heroine doing? Is this all you have? Still that contemptuous tone, still that indifferent attitude. Ye Junlin still looked like he didn't take his opponent seriously at all. Li Xiaohun's face twitched. He already felt the gap between him and Ye Junlin. But when he glanced at Lin Qingyue who was looking at him, he felt a little embarrassed. To be embarrassed in front of a beautiful woman is unforgivable for a sex-hungry man. Even though Li Xiaohun had originally wanted to back out, he couldn't care less at this moment. At least we can't let this kid in front of us pretend to be so perfect. Li Xiaohun got angry and said with a ferocious look on his face, "Great. I didn't expect there is a master like you in Zhongyan. I admit defeat this time. If you take my move, I will turn around and leave immediately and never set foot in Zhongyan again in my life." As he spoke, Li Xiaohun's aura suddenly surged. It soared all the way from the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, and only stopped when it was almost close to the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. This is his trump card, which he has never shown in front of anyone before. Moreover, he needs to recover for several months after using it once. It is a life-threatening move. If Ye Junlin hadn't put too much pressure on him, and if he hadn't lost face in front of the beauty, Li Xiaohun would never have used this trick. "Boy, are you ready?" Before he finished his words, Li Xiaohun attacked again. He pushed his foot hard, and even the floor was stepped on by the huge force, leaving a big hole. The employees of Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group nearby couldn't help but tremble when they saw this. Grandmaster, is this the strength of a Grandmaster-level warrior as rumored? How terrifying. With this explosive power and speed, can that guy catch it? It's so terrifying, I can actually see such strong people fighting in the company. This class is not at a loss. Come on, bro. Don't lose to him. The Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group employees who were watching were talking about it, and there was even a 200-pound female employee cheering for Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin showed some contempt and stretched out his hand without any warning. He caught Li Xiaohun's fist in his hand and then exerted force violently. There was a crack sound, and Li Xiaohun's hand bones were instantly shattered. Ah! Li Xiaohun screamed violently. But this was not the end. Ye Junlin withdrew his hand and punched Li Xiaohun heavily on the temple at a speed that no one could see. Li Xiaohun's eyes bulged out from the blow. He staggered a few times and fell heavily to the ground, his breath stopped. He was dead beyond death. Li Xiaohun failed. An ant-like thing is worthy of fighting with me. How ridiculous. Ye Junlin casually took out a tissue, wiped his hands, and then threw the tissue away, just covering Li Xiaohun's face that was still open. End of pretending. Ye Junlin turned and looked at Lin Qingyue in the office. Qingyue, I have already solved the problem. It's okay now. The tone was gentle, tender, and the concern was evident in his words. The main theme is affectionate. But Lin Qingyue seemed absent-minded at the moment and didn't react at all when she heard Ye Junlin's words. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little awkward. Ye Junlin. Jiang Qin. Onlookers. The male lead is so handsome, what is the female lead doing? Jiang Qin came back to his senses and instantly noticed that Lin Qingyue's ears had turned red. Oh my goodness, it turns out that the sister-in-law didn't have no reaction, but her reaction was so intense that she didn't know what to say. That's right, my sister-in-law is saved by a hero again, so she should be moved. Is this the plot finally returning to normal rhythm? Lin Qingyue turned around suddenly and glared at Jiang Qin fiercely. You big head, blockhead. And what kind of weird metaphor is that? Can't you use a metaphor from the human world? Lin Qingyue really wanted to curse out loud like that, but obviously, she couldn't. Jiang Qin was a little confused. No, sister-in-law, why are you looking at me? You should be looking at Ye Junlin at this time. The male and female protagonists are acting together, and the female protagonist is looking at me as a minor character. What's that? Fortunately, Lin Qingyue just glared at Jiang Qin and was pulled back by Ye Junlin's words. Qingyue, are you okay? Did they scare you just now? Don't worry, I've already dealt with the person. It's okay now. With me here, no one can hurt you. It was still the same cliched words of concern, so cliched that Lin Qingyue felt a little nauseous. I'm fine, and I'm doing very well. Lin Qingyue resisted the urge to kill Jiang Qin, turned her head and said coldly. I'm glad you're okay. You know, I was afraid I'd be too late. If anything happened to you, how would I explain to your family? After all, your old man told me to take good care of you. This is my phone number. If you have any trouble in the future, just feel free to contact me. Ye Junlin said, and took out a small card from his bag. He threw it casually, and the card landed lightly on the table in front of Lin Qingyue. He didn't mind Lin Qingyue's indifference at all, but instead found it interesting. Ye Junlin also saw the red roots of Lin Qingyue's ears just now, and he became more and more convinced that Lin Qingyue was actually moved, and her current behavior was just tsunere. There won't be any more trouble. I have just contacted the Zhongyan Palace. Even without you, nothing will happen to me today. On the contrary, there is one thing I want to ask you. How did you know that I was in trouble? Could it be that you have been monitoring me? As soon as Lin Qingyue said this, the atmosphere on the scene instantly turned cold. Jiang Qin's heart was in his throat. Oh my god, is the sister-in-law's IQ so outrageous that she can actually notice such details? Will my undercover identity be exposed? Fortunately, Ye Junlin was not stupid when it came to women. He just glanced at Jiang Qin nonchalantly and said casually, of course it's because I've been protecting you in secret. Otherwise, how could I have arrived in time? This is also what your grandfather meant. I hope Qingyue won't blame me. Lin Qingyue couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Always protecting in secret. Do you think I don't know about the little star in Zuoshandiao Villa, Chen Zhaozhao from the Chen family, and the matter of her running to Huichuntang? Hetui. How shameless must one be to say such words so calmly? Don't use my grandfather to pressure me. The decisions made by the older generation are their business. I don't recognize this engagement at all. Sooner or later, I will cancel this marriage. Don't waste your time. Ye Junlin was startled when he heard this, but then he suddenly thought of something and chuckled. So Qingyue, you are not satisfied with the arranged marriage. It doesn't matter. We can have a free love relationship. I have always believed that sincerity can move mountains and open up new horizons, and time will reveal a person's true character. Don't worry, Qingyue. I will definitely let you see my sincerity. Chapter 70. I'm afraid Jiang Qin misunderstood. To be honest, Urshizi's skills in picking up girls are pretty good. He is really thick-skinned. It is said that a strong woman is afraid of a clinging man. I don't know how long the sister-in-law can hold out under such an attack. Tisk. Jiang Qin watched the show silently and even wanted to eat a whole piece of the melon. Lin Qingyue sneered, her tone becoming increasingly cold. I've already told you that I already have a crush on someone, so please stay away from me. It would be bad if my man misunderstood me, Jiang Qin, don't you think so? As she spoke, Lin Qingyue actually grabbed Jiang Qin's arm, pulled him to her side, and hugged Jiang Qin's arm. Jiang Qin's face couldn't help but tremble. Ye Junlin was also full of surprise. But when he glanced at Jiang Qin and saw the confused look on Jiang Qin's face, he couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. It's really difficult for my brother. He is an undercover agent and is actually being pulled out to be a shield. Well, since Qingyue said so, I'll leave first. I'll show you my sincerity later. Goodbye. After saying these two words, Ye Junlin turned and left. If Lin Qingyue used other people as a shield, he might still care. But Jiang Qin, haha, how could he not know what kind of person his own brother is? Looking at Ye Junlin's receding back, Jiang Qin was completely numb. Boss Lin, I'm just a bodyguard, not your exclusive shield. If you do this, you will have to pay extra money. Besides, my sister-in-law is really trying to kill me. Although in the original novel, Ye Junlin also fell in love with my woman and found an opportunity to seize the opportunity, but sister-in-law, you can't try to bring this kind of plot forward. Besides, weren't you already blushing and distracted by Ye Junlin's domineering attitude? How could you still say such words and do such a thing? Don't worry, your salary and bonus will be doubled this month. Is that okay? It's just a play. It's not going to cost you your life. Lin Qingyue let go of Jiang Qin's arm and said nonchalantly, but the smile in the depths of her eyes could not be concealed, and the corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than AK. However, Ye Junlin, who had not yet had time to go downstairs, heard their conversation clearly, and the smile on his face became even wider. As expected, Lin Qingyue was just being arrogant and using a shield as an excuse. She is indeed the woman I like and she knows how to have fun. Even if the salary and bonus double, it still can't be, Jiang Qin said, gradually losing confidence. Forget it, accept your fate. Sister-in-law has already added money, what else is there to say? As long as my sister-in-law doesn't take away my innocence, everything else is fine. Lin Qingyue's eyes widened, and just as she was about to say something, a cell phone rang in the office. It's Xiaotao's cell phone. After the call was connected and hung up, Xiaotao showed joy on her face and quickly reported. Boss Lin, it's King Zhongyan who has brought his men. They're downstairs. Downstairs of Shizi Pharmaceutical Group. A group of well-trained Black Tiger guards have assembled. Everyone was wearing a black gown and carrying standard equipment, giving people the feeling that a dark cloud was looming over the city, ready to destroy it. At the front of the team, two shadow guards stood on either side behind Ye Wushuang. To be honest, the two shadow guards couldn't quite understand why Ye Wushuang took this matter so seriously. It would have been fine if he just dealt with Li Xiaohun personally, but he also brought so many elite soldiers with him. Could it be that the king of Zhongyan actually has a personal relationship with this Mr. Lin? Ye Wushuang stood at the front of the team, holding the bear in his arms. He had a tall figure and an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura. She brought so many people with her on purpose. As for the reason, there is naturally no need to tell it to the people under his command. Soon, Lin Qingyue caught Jiang Qin and Xiaotao coming down from upstairs. The three were shocked to see such a big scene. Oh my god, what is second sister-in-law doing? Is she showing off the power of the Zhongyan Palace? It's just Li Xiaohun, can't he just bring two shadow guards? Why is there such a big fuss? Jiang Qin looked at the many black tiger guards in front of him in confusion. Each of them had at least dark energy level strength. If they were paired with a military formation, even a half-step grandmaster would not be able to get away with it in front of such a group of guards. Meet His Excellency the King of Zhongyan. After the initial shock, Lin Qingyue walked up to Ye Wushuang and bowed politely. Stop talking nonsense. Where is Li Xiaohun? I have already warned him, but he still dared to come to Zhongyan to cause trouble. He is looking for death. Ye Wushuang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It looks like the second sister-in-law is here to establish her authority, no wonder she brought so many people with her. This makes sense. Li Xiaohun's move was clearly a provocation. As the king of Zhongyan, it would be a miracle if second sister-in-law could tolerate this. Jiang Qin watched coldly from the side, trying his best to play the role of the audience. Li Xiaohun is dead. Lin Qingyue hesitated for a moment and spoke. Dead? Ye Wushuang was slightly startled, but then nodded calmly. In that case, take me to the scene and tell me what happened. Yingshu and Yingyu, you and your men wait downstairs. I'll go up and take a look. Ye Wushuang gave orders to his men, and then followed Lin Qingyue and the other two upstairs. This is what happened. Li Xiaohun brought his secretary to threaten me. Jiang Qin took action to deal with the female secretary. Then Ye Junlin appeared out of nowhere and killed Li Xiaohun. Outside the president's office, Lin Qingyue pointed at Li Xiaohun's body and the unconscious Maihu and said this. It's a good thing for him to die so easily. Bring me the surveillance footage from your place. I can only listen to what you say, Mr. Lin. It's better for me to see the specific process myself. Ye Wushuang ordered casually. You can watch it on the computer in my office. Please come this way. Lin Qingyue sat down and made a, please, gesture. In the office, looking at the content on the surveillance camera, Ye Wushuang frowned. The strength displayed by Ye Junlin is truly amazing. Li Xiaohun, who was in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, was like a toy in his hands and had no power to resist at all. The strength of a Grandmaster at his peak could even kill a martial king alone. Ye Wushuang felt a little heavy-hearted when he thought of Jiang Qin's initial description of Ye Junlin. If she had some doubts about Ye Junlin's strength before, she is now convinced of it. He has such strength, but his values are so distorted. This guy is like a time bomb. He might explode any day. He is really troublesome. Chapter 71 Echo. Ye Wushuang thought silently and closed the computer in front of him. She glanced at Lin Qingyue, then at Jiang Qin who was keeping his head down beside her and saying nothing. She considered her words carefully before speaking. I have understood the matter clearly. This is entirely Li Xiaohun's own fault. I've heard about what Li Xiaohun did, but I didn't expect him to target CEO Lin. With something like this happening, the Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group is definitely involved. I will report to the God of War Lingfeng and ask Nanzhou or Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group to give Mr. Lin appropriate compensation. Lin Qingyue smiled slightly. Thank you very much, Your Excellency King of Zhongyan. To be honest, I am a little embarrassed to trouble you with my own affairs. Ye Wushuang waved his hand. It happened in Zhongyan. You are a citizen of Zhongyan City. It is not just your business. My Zhongyan Palace has the responsibility to protect the lives and safety of every Zhongyan citizen. No need to thank me. Next time there is a similar situation, just contact me directly. Not everyone is qualified to act wildly in Zhongyan City. The last sentence was obviously said by Ye Wushuang to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin blinked a few times, then nodded hesitantly. I will take Li Xiaohun's body and this woman away. Please also leave me a backup copy of the surveillance data. Ye Wushuang called over a few black tiger guards and started to clean the floor. Before leaving, he did not forget to say hello to Lin Qingyue and Jiang Qin, without putting on any airs of a superior. Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief only after Ye Wushuang left. It was not until now that he dared to be sure that the plot related to Li Xiaohun was over. It's really full of twists and turns, it's really annoying. From the results of the treatment by King Zhongyan, although there have been many changes in the plot, the main plot is still roughly correct. The opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty was taken away by Howdare, and the timing of his appearance was just right. Although the king of Zhongyan unexpectedly appeared in this plot, he was just a cameo and did not have any substantial impact. And after watching the surveillance video, according to the character of the king of Zhongyan, he would most likely be curious about Ye Junlin, a fierce dragon crossing the river. It just so happens that the next plot is related to her, so it can be considered a connection. After all, in the original novel, my second sister-in-law started to notice Ye Junlin because she was investigating the murder of Li Xiaohun, and the bond between her and Ye Junlin also started because of this. Jiang Qin counted on his fingers and it seemed that except for a slight deviation in the timeline, the plot was actually connected almost perfectly. It's pretty damn coherent, even the cause and effect relationship is correct. It seems that the direction of the plot is fixed. Even if there are some deviations, some force majeure will pull the plot back on track. I was scared to death. I thought this wave of plot was really going to collapse. Not bad, not bad. As long as the plot doesn't break down, I will definitely get my reward. After all, I have acted so hard. It would be too disappointing if I don't even get a reward. Oh yeah, not only has the second sister-in-law's storyline been completed, but the eldest sister-in-law's storyline has also been almost completed. Lin Qingyue's eyes moved slightly. Is her plot right? When did it happen? This time Ye Junlin is the hero who saves the beauty, and the sister-in-law's long-frozen heart seems to have been aroused. Although she still looks a little arrogant, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's a good start. Perhaps the sister-in-law will act less violently in the future. Hey, These days are really becoming more and more promising. Jiang Qin was satisfied, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze coming towards him. It's murderous. Jiang Qin was startled, and when he looked up, he found Lin Qingyue staring at him with her big, Kazilan eyes. It looked like a tigress about to eat someone. Why are you glaring at me again, sister-in-law? I didn't do anything. Boss Lin, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Jiang Qin was confused and simply asked directly. At this moment, Lin Qingyue felt even more unhappy. Don't you have an idea of what you did today? Jiang Qin was confused again. What did I do? I did contribute when Li Xiaohun came today. According to the original plot, it should be Ye Junlin's turn to deal with the charming fox. I am already worthy of the salary if I can help. No, that's definitely not the reason. I didn't show any signs of acting before. My sister-in-law shouldn't be able to tell that I was just slacking off. So why is that? Let me ask you, when Ye Junlin and Li Xiaohun were fighting just now, were you secretly watching me from behind? Lin Qingyue said with a sneer. Jiang Qin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, Boss Lin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. How could I have the guts to do that? You didn't look at me. Is that because you think I'm ugly? Lin Qingyue asked again. Jiang Qin was completely speechless. My goodness, how should he answer this? It's not right to watch it, and it's not right not to watch it. Another damn question like this, what should I do? Am I going to break another chair? My sister-in-law isn't even sitting down. You peeked at your superior during work hours. I'll deduct half of your salary for today. If it happens again, you'll have to go to the toilet. Seeing Jiang Qin in such an awkward situation, Lin Qingyue felt much better and decided not to embarrass this guy any further. Of course, she was definitely not afraid that Jiang Qin would break her chair again, nor was she afraid that Jiang Qin would go bad and turn evil and come to her house to attack her in the middle of the night. Oh, Jiang Qin said, oh, helplessly and lowered his head as if he had accepted his fate. Okay, it's almost time to get off work. Go do whatever you need to do and get out of here. Lin Qingyue waved her hand and sat back at her desk. She had been delayed by Li Xiaohun today and hadn't finished her work yet, so naturally she had to work overtime again. Seeing this, Jiang Qin and Xiao Dao had no choice but to walk out of the office together. Puff. As soon as she closed the office door, Xiao Dao couldn't help laughing out loud. Jiang Qin, you are really stupid. I told you that girls need to be coaxed. When Mr. Lin asked you just now, couldn't you just say a few nice words? Why are you so stubborn? Jiang Qin's mouth twitched. I'm a crude warrior with a dumb mouth. How can I say anything nice? Don't laugh at me. Are you still saying nice things to your sister-in-law? I haven't lived long enough, dear. If I succeed in seducing my sister-in-law so early, what will happen to my future acting rewards and the ultimate grand prize? What a joke. I can't give up the whole forest for a tree. Even if my sister-in-law is very tempting, I have to hold back. At least for the time being. Chapter 72. Could it be that Lin Qingyue has fallen in love with Jiang Qin? Seeing this, Xiao Dao could only shake her head helplessly. She didn't want to talk to Jiang Qin anymore. After she left, she murmured to herself, could it be that Mr. Lin likes this kind of rough and muscular man? After all, sports students have good bodies, which is reasonable. Jiang Qin's mouth twitched. Damn it, sports students, are the thoughts in the minds of young girls nowadays so wild? Not only is the sister-in-law acting strange today, but even the assistant around her is acting strangely. No matter how I think about it, it's all the sister-in-law's fault. Speaking of which, my sister-in-law was really abnormal today. The way she spoke and acted didn't look like a cold and aloof female CEO at all. Instead, she looked a bit like a little girl who was in a bad mood and had a little temper for no reason. Could it be that the sister-in-law really has her period today? In the original novel, the sister-in-law is supposed to be very calm and wise. I can't figure it out. Never mind. Anyway, the plot is over. Let's go out for a nice meal after get off work to celebrate. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Eat until you die of your stupid brain. In the office, Lin Qingyue, who was originally planning to concentrate on her work, was now gritting her teeth. She was so angry at someone that she couldn't work at all. Aren't you usually quite clever when acting? Why are you so dumb now? Can't you tell if I'm blushing because of Ye Junlin? You are such a fool. After being angry for a while, Lin Qingyue supported her head with one hand and tapped lightly on the table with the other hand, as if she was thinking about something. She has a habit of doing things. When something happens, Lin Qingyue will immediately think about the ins and outs of the matter, including the behavioral logic of the people involved. Actually, this matter can't really be blamed on Jiang Qin. First of all, this guy wanted to get some damn reward, so he chose to act like a traitor. He wasn't even interested in a beautiful woman like me who was beside him. Secondly, Jiang Qin's understanding of this world comes from the plots he has watched, so his thinking logic will definitely follow this. Moreover, he doesn't know that Ye Wushuang, Su Yuyan and I can hear his thoughts. According to this logic, since Ye Junlin saved me twice, it's normal for Jiang Qin to think that I would be moved. This is a problem. With preconceived notions, even if I say bad things about Ye Junlin in front of Jiang Qin, he will think that I will be taken down by Ye Junlin sooner or later. After figuring out the whole thing, Lin Qingyue couldn't help but feel a headache. She felt that Jiang Qin could not be blamed for this matter. Jiang Qin was just following the script, he shouldn't be blamed. It's all the fault of the original author and that bastard Ye Junlin. What kind of a ridiculous plot is this? They're persecuting me and saving me at the same time. Did I break some heavenly rule in my previous life? I have to cancel my engagement with Ye Junlin right away, otherwise troubles like this will continue to happen in the future. I just want to be a simple, independent and strong woman. Why is it so difficult? At the same time, Hui Chuntang, Su Yuyan, who was packing up to leave work, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Lin Qingyue is acting strangely, as emotional as a little girl. What the hell, isn't her character a cool and aloof female CEO? Why is this happening? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Su Yuyan felt that there must be something fishy about this matter. It's actually wrong for Jiang Qin to say that his character has collapsed. It is known that Lin Qingyue, King Zhongyan and I can hear his inner voice, so the performance of the three of us will definitely be different from the image that Jiang Qin has in mind. Then the question is, Lin Qingyue's abnormal behavior must be caused by Jiang Qin. She acted like this in front of Jiang Qin. Oh my god, could it be that Lin Qingyue has fallen in love with Jiang Qin? Only women understand women best. Through some clues revealed in Jiang Qin's inner voice, Su Yuyan quickly guessed the truth. Lin Qingyue's ears turned red after Jiang Qin commented on her in his heart. And he punched the bear in the mouth with his little fists, and got a little angry at Jiang Qin for no reason. My goodness, this definitely doesn't seem like she's attracted to Ye Junlin, but rather Jiang Qin. A big word, danger, suddenly appeared on Su Yuyan's mind. I was the first one to come here. Lin Qingyue, you have no moral principles. You don't need the dragon elephant body to help you practice, so why are you interested in Jiang Qin? Do you really want to play office play, or do you have to have a personal expert by your side as a beautiful CEO? Pa. Su Yuyan became anxious. Ever since she knew that Jiang Qin possessed the body of a dragon and an elephant, she had always had some indescribable thoughts about Jiang Qin. As a result, before she could make a move, other slutty girls came up with their ideas about the man she had reserved. This is simply unbearable. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. After all, Lin Qingyue is the #1 heroine in the original novel. Her figure and appearance are no worse than mine. If she intends to seduce Jiang Qin, as a man, he will definitely not be able to resist. Besides, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Jiang Qin is with Lin Qingyue every day, and there is no telling when something might go wrong. If these two are together, wouldn't I become a clown? Or will it be like the original novel, where I will go from being Ye Junlin's concubine to being Jiang Qin's concubine? No, absolutely not. Su Yuyan felt her scalp tingling when she thought about what would happen next. She suddenly realized a very serious problem, that is, in addition to the plot related to Ye Junlin, she also had to find a way to capture Jiang Qin first. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. I never thought that I, Su Yuyan, would actually take the initiative to find ways to pursue a man. The world is unpredictable. Well, it's just a way to catch a man. With my looks and figure, it should be easy for me to catch Jiang Qin. But before that, I need to figure out one thing first, which is to find a way to get more contact with it. If contact is a problem, then there's no point in playing. I'll just have to throw 15. There was a rare hint of fighting spirit in Su Yuyan's eyes. When it comes to her future path of cultivation, she definitely cannot let Jiang Qin go. Normally Jiang Qin and I wouldn't have any intersection, so if we want to get closer, we can only follow the original plot line. In the next plot, I must get involved no matter what, and it would be best if I could get enough scenes, so that I can have more opportunities to interact with Jiang Qin. Su Yuyan made up her mind and was full of fighting spirit. Chapter 73. I wonder how she will respond. Almost at the same time, at the Zhongyan Palace. Is Lin Qingyue attracted to Jiang Qin? Can this guy be so charming? Ye Wushuang frowned in some surprise. Her woman's sixth sense told her that this was very possible. This is not surprising. After all, these two people spend so much time together every day. In addition, Jiang Qin himself is powerful and mysterious enough. It is normal for Lin Qingyue to be curious about him and fall in love with him. If this is the case, there will be no chance that Lin Qingyue will be deceived by Ye Junlin in the future. This is a good choice. Ye Wushuang carefully considered the consequences of this matter. Of course, it is a good thing to see Ye Junlin being humiliated. But as he thought about it, Ye Wushuang felt a little uncomfortable for no reason. If Jiang Qin is seduced by Lin Qingyue, what will happen to the next plot? And Lin Qingyue isn't the only one who can hear Jiang Qin's inner thoughts. If these two are really together, do I have to listen to their live broadcast every day? When Ye Wushuang thought about the last time Jiang Qin and Su Yuyan got together and the erotic excitement of the live broadcast, he felt a bit of a headache. This was no longer just a nuisance to her, it was simply an attempt to kill her. No matter how strong her martial arts aspirations were, she couldn't help but have someone muttering unspeakable things in her head while she was practicing. Not only that, even after Lin Qingyue had feelings for Jiang Qin, Ye Wushuang inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable. I feel angry when I see others locking their shared bikes. Strange, I don't have any feelings towards Jiang Qin, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Could it be that you are possessive and want to make this special guy your own? Ye Wushuang shook his head, trying hard to put aside some random thoughts. Force yourself to calm down. Forget it, don't think about these things. These two are together, so what does it have to do with me? All I want is for Zhongyan City to develop stably and prosper. Let's figure out what the next plot will be like first. Jiang Qin said that the next plot is related to me, and I don't know how it will unfold. The three girls had different thoughts. At the same time, inside Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group, after Jiang Qin said goodbye to Xiao Dao, his brain quickly recalled the following plot. After all, Li Xiaohun was the knife that Wang Fengnian used to kill someone, and it was also a knife that Wang Fengnian was very confident in. This guy is now dead in Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group, and happened to be killed by Ye Junlin. The old guy must have received the news first. And with his scheming and caution, after learning that Li Xiaohun was killed by Ye Junlin, he would naturally understand how great a threat Ye Junlin's comeback posed. If nothing unexpected happens, after receiving the news of Li Xiaohun's death from Shizi Cosmetics Group, Wang Fengnian will immediately go to find the god of war Lingfeng. After all, God of War Ling Feng was the mastermind who gave him the order to arrange for someone to exterminate the entire Ye family. Now that Ye Junlin has reappeared in Zhongyan City and is acting so strong, the greatest savior Wang Fengnian can think of is the God of War Lingfeng. Jiang Qin's brain was working rapidly. He had no idea that when he recalled this, Ye Wushuang, Lin Qingyue and Su Yuyan all stopped what they were doing in 3 different places in Zhongyan City. Everyone looked surprised and shocked. After all, the amount of information contained in this voice is really too much. The mastermind behind the extermination of the Ye family, apart from the Wang family of Zhongyan City, was actually the god of war Ling Feng, the lord of Nanzhou. How could the mighty god of war Lingfeng do such a thing behind the scenes? What was so special about the Ye family that was destroyed in the past? The 3 girls were all waiting attentively to hear Jiang Qin's thoughts. In the original novel, the god of war Ling Feng was extremely arrogant. He had been in a high position for a long time and had the cultivation of a grand master. Naturally, he did not take the death of Li Xiaohun seriously. He even didn't take Ye Junlin, who was only in his early 20s, seriously at all, and only regarded him as a fledgling grandmaster warrior with good talent. After receiving Wang Fengnian's private report, he just contacted his 3rd sister-in-law to warn Ye Junlin and keep a close eye on him, but he stopped paying attention to him for the time being. And because of this incident, my 3rd sister-in-law, the king of Zhongyan, became more serious and secretly concerned about my good brother, and then slowly fell for him and became uncontrollable. Jiang Qin just continued to recall the plot of the original novel. When he thought of this, he sighed for King Jongnyan in his heart. It's a pity for the third sister-in-law. Her fame has been ruined because of this series of arrangements. In fact, it was not my third sister-in-law's job to criticize my good brother and keep an eye on him secretly. Although my good elder brother is not a good son in other matters, there is nothing wrong with killing Li Xiaohun. She can find a reason to refuse the god of war Lingfeng and not get involved. This is a non-official arrangement of the god of war Lingfeng. Not far away, in the president's office, Lin Qingyue, who had already stopped working, nodded repeatedly. Yes, Jiang Qin is right. Although Ye Junlin is a despised guy, Li Xiaohun tried to force me to have sex with him today, and he came to kill him. There is nothing wrong with this. It is not right for the god of war Lingfeng to use this incident to punish him. King Jongnyan can definitely refuse such an arrangement. In fact, if we follow normal logic, she should be able to realize that there is something wrong with this arrangement. When Ye Junlin was killing people in Zuoshandiao Villa and causing trouble downstairs of Shizi Cosmetics Group, the Lingfeng warriors didn't stop him, but they came out to stop him after he killed Li Xiaohun. There's obviously something wrong with this. If King Jongnyan's brain is still functioning normally, she should be able to smell something abnormal. Then, thinking of some of the information Jiang Qin had revealed in his mind before, Lin Qingyue was afraid again. Could it be that, as Jiang Qin said, it was the aura of Ye Junlin's intelligence reduction that caused the king of Jongnyan to ignore those anomalies and choose to accept the arrangement of the god of war Lingfeng? If that's the case, from an outsider's perspective, the original novel's plot is a little too deliberate. It suddenly made the charming female character, King of Jongnyan, lose a lot of luster. She leaned back in her boss chair and looked towards the direction of the King of Jongnyan's mansion. However, now that Jiang Qin has emerged as a variable, it is clear that the King of Jongnyan can hear his voice. I wonder how she will respond. Chapter 74. This guy doesn't look like a good person. On the other side, inside Huichen Hall, Su Yuyan, who was originally thinking about how to increase her chances of contact with Jiang Qin, couldn't help but move her eyes slightly. War god Lingfeng. From the information Jiang Qin revealed in his heart, he doesn't seem to be a good person. Could it be that Dad's previous feeling came true? A few years ago, God of War Ling Feng broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Coincidentally, his competitor encountered an accident. God of War Ling Feng was able to win the competition naturally and took the throne of the Lord of Nanzhou. At that time, Su Yuyan's father Su Yuanzhang had seen him from afar. According to Su Yuanzhang's description, he had indirectly dealt with the god of war Ling Feng several times a long time ago, and concluded that the god of war Ling Feng was not talented enough, did not work hard enough, and his cultivation method was also flawed. It was hopeless for him to enter the Grandmaster realm in this lifetime. Although god of war Ling Feng finally entered the Grandmaster realm, Su Yuanzhang felt that something was not right. Also, the timing of the incident involving his rival at the time, another martial arts genius from Nanzhou and a true Grandmaster, was somewhat ingenious. Su Yuanzhang was somewhat suspicious whether there was some inevitable connection between the two, and whether there was something dirty hidden behind it. However, since Su Yuanzhang never paid much attention to worldly affairs and he was not the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's business, even though he noticed those abnormalities, he did not investigate further. He just specifically reminded Su Yuyan when she finished her studies and was preparing to go out for training, asking her to be more careful with this person. He unexpectedly broke through to the Grandmaster realm. A genius who was originally above him in martial arts cultivation suddenly met with an accident, and the Yi family was wiped out. Su Yuyan connected these clues together in her mind, and suddenly felt that her guess might be close to the truth. Zuoshan Diao, that is definitely the evil man in Jongnyan. Wang Fengnian, this family is not a good family either. War god Lingfeng could secretly ask Wang Fengnian to exterminate the entire Yi family, and he was involved with this group of people. He also carries such a mystery. According to common sense, he is generally the biggest villain at this stage. She couldn't help but smile in her heart. It's quite interesting that the plot has developed to this point. In the cliched plot of pretending to be awesome and then getting slapped in the face, there are now more elements of suspense. I wonder if Jiang Qin will have a role in it, and if I will have a chance to appear in it. After all, in her opinion, Ye Junlin's revenge for the extermination of his family and the story behind the god of war Ling Feng were not as important as Jiang Qin. Now it seems that Lin Qingyue has also fallen in love with Jiang Qin, and she has tied Jiang Qin to her side. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, which is the biggest threat to her. After sitting in front of the counter for a while, seeing that Jiang Qin's words had ended and there was no follow-up, Su Yuyan felt a little annoyed for no reason. Why is it over now? This guy hasn't said anything about what's going on. Also, is there any chance for me to play? How about we find another opportunity to sneak into his house tonight and alert him? Su Yuyan pondered secretly. Inside the Zhongyan palace, a fierce aura suddenly burst out from the body of Ye Wushuang, the king of Zhongyan. The office chair he was sitting on seemed to have suddenly endured a tremendous weight and exploded with a loud bang. This caused a burst of hurried footsteps to be heard outside Ye Wushuang's office, and the door was quickly pushed open. Master, Yingshuan and Yingyu, the two shadow guard commanders, rushed in almost immediately and took up a guard posture. Nothing. King Zhongyan put away his fierce aura, stood up straight from his sitting position, and gently pushed the broken pieces of the chair with his feet. It's just that the office chair suddenly exploded. There's no need to make a fuss. I see. Yingshuan and Yingyu, the two shadow guard commanders, were immediately relieved and put away their alert posture. I was wondering how someone could sneak into your office without anyone noticing. It turned out to be the explosion of the chair. My lord, I'm glad you're okay. Yeah. King Zhongyan just nodded calmly. Have someone clean up this place and bring me a new chair. Yes, Yingshuan and Yingyu, the two shadow guard commanders, responded quickly and arranged people to deal with it on the spot. The king of Zhongyan gave up his seat, stood by the window with his hands behind his back, and looked far away in the direction of the main urban area of Nanzhou. Before she became the king of Zhongyan, she had heard the story of the god of war Ling Feng and his rival Chu Qing. I heard that when god of war Ling Feng was competing with Chu Qing for the position of lord of Nanzhou, Chu Qing had always had an absolute advantage. Chu Qing had long been a famous martial arts genius in Nanzhou. When the god of war Ling Feng was still stuck in the half-step Grandmaster realm, he had already entered the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, Chu Qing is a low-key and kind person, and has a very good popular base among the people of Nanzhou. Even many princes in Nanzhou recognized and admired him. But just 1 month before the official election for the Lord of Nanzhou began, Nanzhou suddenly suffered a serious enemy attack. The two great masters of the Japanese country were sandwiched in the Japanese team that came for academic exchanges. After entering the territory of Nanzhou, they suddenly started a killing spree, and specifically targeted the young martial arts talents in Nanzhou. In order to protect the young martial arts geniuses and the common people of Nanzhou, Chu Qing teamed up with the god of war Ling Feng to intercept and kill the two martial arts masters from the Japanese country without waiting for the support from his superiors in Long Kingdom. Afterwards, although the two Japanese martial arts masters were forced to retreat, the young generation of martial arts geniuses in Nanzhou were managed to be saved, but Chu Qing suffered very serious injuries, his 8 extraordinary meridians were almost severed, and his legs were completely disabled. Even though Longguo summoned famous doctors from all over the world to treat him afterwards, they were unable to recover from his injuries. He only survived and became a disabled person who had the cultivation level of a grandmaster but was confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. After that, Chu Qing retreated behind the scenes, and the god of war Ling Feng happened to break through to the Grandmaster realm, and naturally ascended to the position of the Lord of Nanzhou. When I heard these stories, I just felt sorry for Chu Qing. Now it seems that there was something fishy going on in the battle between Chu Qing and the god of war Ling Feng to intercept the two great masters of the Japanese country. Even Chu Qing's serious injuries may not be entirely accidental. Ye Wushuang's thoughts were flying. Behind her, her subordinates quickly and skillfully cleaned up the fragments of the shattered chair and traces in the office, and replaced a new office chair for her. After doing all this, I was ready to leave quickly and quietly. Wait. It was at this time that Ye Wushuang turned around and looked at Yingshuan. Yingshuan, please stay for a moment. I have something to tell you alone. Chapter 75, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Ye Wushuang shows off his skills. Yes. Yingshuan immediately took the order and stopped where he was. The others bowed silently, then quickly left Ye Wushuang's office, closing the door for her. I wonder what the master's instructions are. It was at this time that Yingshuan asked. Do you still remember god of war Chu Qing? Ye Wushuang went straight to the point. Yingxuan was slightly stunned, then quickly replied, I remember him. He was the most dazzling martial arts genius in our Nanzhou in the past. There were rumors before that after the battle to intercept the Japanese Grand Master, he retired to the countryside of Nanzhou. Almost no one knows his exact location. Thus, the curtain fell on a generation of genius. Ye Wushuang nodded, yes, the end of this genius is indeed regrettable. Besides, if he were to retire completely like this, it would be a waste of talent. I want you to find his residence privately and then tell him in advance. I want to visit him. I see. Yingxuan did not ask any more questions. After all, war god Chu Qing was a prominent figure in the past. Even if he has retired, it should not be too difficult to find him. My lord, please give me 3 days. That should be enough. Then I'll give you 3 days. Ye Wushuang nodded slightly, indicating that she could start taking action right away. When carrying out a mission, remember to keep it confidential and don't let anyone recognize you. Understood, Yingxuan said without further ado, I will disguise myself before going there, and make sure that my relationship with the Zhongyan Palace is not exposed. After she finished speaking, she bowed and quickly left the office. Ye Wushuang uttered a, neither lightly nor heavily. Only after Yingxuan left the office did he fall into deep thought again. After all, war god Chu Qing was a genius who dominated the entire Nanzhou martial arts world. Even though he is disabled now, his understanding and experience of martial arts are incomparable to that of an ordinary grandmaster. If I can gain his friendship, it will definitely be of great benefit to my own practice and other aspects. And if there was a problem with the battle when he intercepted the grandmaster of the Japanese country, and there was also a problem with the god of war Lingfeng, then it would be a great opportunity for me to gain his friendship. Now that Jiang Qin's inner thoughts have been revealed, she will naturally not be affected by Ye Junlin's aura of lowered intelligence. Not only will he not be affected by the aura of reduced intelligence, Ye Wushuang can also quickly think of a response plan based on the information behind this voice. She would never agree to anything like accepting war god Lingfeng's instructions, warning Ye Junlin, or keeping an eye on Ye Junlin for war god Lingfeng. Moreover, in addition to this, she also planned to take advantage of this favorable situation to try to gain some bargaining chips for herself, and it would be best if she could establish friendship with the god of war Chu Qing. It is rumored that when war god Chu Qing entered the Grandmaster realm, he was less than 35 years old. Extremely gifted, and has encountered many adventures. If he is willing to teach me a thing or two, perhaps it won't take long for me to be able to make further progress in martial arts. Ye Wushuang thought about this and subconsciously closed his eyes to look inward at his own condition. She is actually a 1 in a million martial arts genius. However, she didn't know whether it was because her technique was not suitable or if there was something missing. After she reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, she did not make any progress for a long time. No matter how hard she practiced, it was of no avail. She really wanted to find someone to ask for advice and help her figure out what the problem was. At the same time that Ye Wushuang was thinking about how to deal with the next thing and how to take advantage of the fire. At the Wang family in Zhongyan City, Wang Fengnian, who was playing the game of guessing people behind a cloth with the women in the family, was also ruined by a confidant who suddenly and rashly broke in. Wang Fengnian was extremely annoyed and started cursing at his confidant. But after the confidant came close to his ear and whispered a few words to him, he immediately put away his anger, turned his gaze to the people who were holding the white cloth for him and the graceful women behind the white cloth, and let them go first. Only after all the women had left and only Wang Fengnian and his personal bodyguard were left in the yard did he look at his confidant again. What did you just say? Li Xiaohun is dead. What on earth is going on? How could he suddenly die out of nowhere? His personal bodyguard was the same, with a hint of surprise on his face. Upon hearing this, the confidant immediately maintained a humble attitude and described the situation honestly. It seems that after Grandmaster Li sent someone to give Lin Qingyue the heroine sticker, Lin Qingyue sought the protection of King Zhongyan, and King Zhongyan sent someone to warn Grandmaster Li. Then, Grandmaster Li tried to take advantage of the time difference and came to Zhongyan City ahead of time. As a result, Ye Junlin got wind of the news and rushed to Shizi Cosmeceutical Group at the critical moment and killed him in one fell swoop. Li Xiaohun is a powerful mid-stage grandmaster. How could he be killed by Ye Junlin? A strange look flashed in Wang Fengnian's eyes, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at his personal bodyguard. That bodyguard was a powerful man in the early stage of Grandmaster realm. After he worked for the god of war Lingfeng and received huge benefits, he specially spent a large sum of money to hire him to protect him closely and protect the Wang family at the same time. Although he is called a bodyguard, his status is actually similar to that of a servant of the Wang family. The bodyguard's face also flashed a little strangely at this moment, and he immediately asked, "Do you know the details of the fight between Master Li and Ye Junlin? How did Ye Junlin kill Master Li?" "We don't know the details." The confidant shook his head and bowed. "Our people only heard that Grandmaster Li was killed by Ye Junlin. In addition, after killing Grandmaster Li, Ye Junlin was still unharmed." The bodyguard heard the voice and asked for some more details. After waiting for his confidants to answer and send them away, he looked at Wang Fengnian and said, "Master Wang, I'm afraid neither you nor I can handle this person. Normally, even if a mid-stage Grandmaster faces a late-stage Grandmaster, he will not be completely powerless to protect himself. In a life-and-death fight, even if it doesn't pose much of a threat to a late-stage Grandmaster, at least it won't leave him unscathed." Ye Junlin was able to remain unscathed after killing Grandmaster Li. This can only mean one thing, that is, his strength is at least stronger than that of an average late-stage Grandmaster. If such a person knew that Li Xiaohun was the knife you used to kill someone, the Wang family would be in trouble. Wang Fengnian's eyes also moved slightly. In just less than 10 years, this guy has grown to such a height. It seems that I really can't bear this matter anymore. Get ready, we will rush to Nanzhou and seek an audience with war god Lingfeng together. Chapter 76. Is this really okay? That evening, Ye Wushuang was leading her men at the Nanzhou Medical Beauty Group to deal with the issue of Li Xiaohun not listening to advice, and was taking the opportunity to strengthen her prestige as the king of Zhongyan. At that moment, a call came directly to her private cell phone. After glancing at the caller ID, she immediately stopped her work, and answered the call with a look of respect. "War god Lingfeng, what do you want me to do so late at night?" As expected, after hearing her greeting, a slightly arrogant but full-hearted voice came from the other end of the phone. "I heard that a guy named Ye Junlin appeared in your Zhongyan city recently." To reply to the god of war Lingfeng, "Yes." Ye Wushuang still appeared respectful on the surface. At the side, her subordinates, including Yingyu, one of the chief commanders of the Shadow Guards, all looked as if they dared not even breathe. After all, the one who was talking to Ye Wushuang was the god of war Ling Feng, the lord of Nanzhou, a real grandmaster. They were not at all surprised that Ye Wushuang showed such respect. The god of war Ling Feng was obviously used to Ye Wushuang's attitude. Hearing the voice, he immediately said casually, "This guy seems a little restless. Some rumors have begun to reach me. You know, I don't like this." Although he didn't say it clearly, almost everyone present could hear that god of war Lingfeng wanted Ye Wushuang to teach Ye Junlin a lesson. When Yingyu and his group heard this, they subconsciously secretly observed Ye Wushuang's reaction. They all knew that Ye Wushuang had always been a person who accepted orders from his superiors unconditionally, but this time, Ye Junlin was very difficult to deal with, so much so that they were a little unsure about how Ye Wushuang would answer this time. On the other side of the phone, God of War Ling Feng continued, in addition to restraining this guy and making him behave himself, this guy's background seems to be a bit questionable. I need you to keep an eye on him for me. Having said that, he was about to hang up the phone. But at this moment, Ye Wushuang spoke up, "War God Lingfeng, you don't know that Ye Junlin is not an ordinary person. I've dealt with him more than once before." Oh, on the other side of the phone, God of War Ling Feng sounded a little surprised. I don't know whether it was because of the amount of information in Ye Wushuang's words or because he was surprised that she didn't directly accept his instructions. Ye Wushuang seemed not to have heard the surprised voice of War God Lingfeng, and continued to speak calmly, just as War God Lingfeng said, "Ye Junlin is indeed not very peaceful, but from the situation we have now, this guy has a legitimate reason every time he takes action. For example, the first time he went on a killing spree, it was because a group of local tyrants wanted to demolish his ancestral home, and after he tried to stop them, they wanted to kill him. Another example is the second time he attacked Zhuo Shendiao's villa, it was because Zhuo Shendiao had a grudge against him for killing his father. And today he killed Li Xiaohun because Li Xiaohun intended to abduct his fiancée Lin Qingyue. As the leader of Zhongyan City, I have already reminded him not to cross the line. If I were to give him another warning, it would be somewhat inappropriate. God of War Ling Feng did not comment. Besides, Ye Wushuang still gave his reasons slowly. Based on my several encounters with him, this guy is very powerful. At least I'm not completely sure that I can subdue him. Plus, he is arrogant by nature. If he encounters something that doesn't go his way, he will probably fight. If I go and beat him up, and he gets angry, and ends up suppressing me, then my reputation in Zhongyan City that I have built up over the years will be ruined, and it will be even more difficult to maintain the stability and prosperity of Zhongyan City. I am able to rule Zhongyan City because of my undefeated reputation. You know this as well. That's true. The war god Ling Feng's tone softened a little. If that's the case, then you don't need to do anything. I can just send one of my generals to go. Thank you, God of War Ling Feng, for your understanding. Ye Wushuang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. But when God of War Ling Feng hung up the phone, he snorted coldly in his heart. You want me to help you with your personal affairs, and to establish a long-term relationship with that Ye Junlin. What a pipe dream. Before I knew the true face of the war god Ling Feng, I thought his arrogant attitude was normal and that it was what a strong person and a person in a high position should be like. But now that I know what he might have done in the past, I suddenly find it disgusting to hear him speak like this. Especially the subtle changes in his tone when I was unwilling to help him with his personal affairs just now, which made me think too much and feel uncomfortable. My lord. At this moment, Qingyue, who had not dared to breathe, could not help but ask, is it really okay for you to reject the war god Ling Feng like this? Ye Wushuang did not answer. Qingyue continued, the entire Nanzhou knows that God of War Ling Feng is a very domineering person with a strong desire for control. And you, my lord, are famous for obeying orders. You unexpectedly disobeyed orders this time and rejected the orders of the war god Ling Feng. Will you get into any trouble? Ye Wushuang also knew that what his confidant said was right. However, she couldn't explain to him that Ling Feng, the god of war, would probably die soon and wouldn't have much chance to retaliate against her. She could only say, even if Ling Feng, the god of war, has some opinions about me, it won't cause me too much trouble. If I really listen to him and beat Ye Junlin, that would cause a big mess. That guy may not even be able to control me. Once he starts a fight with me, the prosperity and stability that Zhongyan City has painstakingly built over the years will be destroyed. That's true. Qingyue seemed to understand something, and then showed a little admiration and pity. My lord is really thoughtful. I just don't know if war god Ling Feng will really understand this. Please don't make it too difficult for my lord. Otherwise, if he only accepts the master's reasons on the surface but still harbors resentment behind his back, it will be very difficult for the master to do his job. Once you enter the world of martial arts, you have no choice. Ye Wushuang didn't say much. He added half jokingly and half seriously, and said no more. On the other side of the phone, in a study room in the residence of the god of war in Nanzhou. After finishing his call with Ye Wushuang, the god of war Ling Feng casually called over a beautiful woman wearing a leather jacket, who was full of strength and athletic beauty, and said, Huizi, it's not convenient for Ye Wushuang to come forward for this matter, so why don't you go to Zhongyan on my behalf and give Ye Junlin a beating? The beauty half knelt on the ground, with a slightly flattering and charming smile on her face. Upon hearing the voice, she immediately clasped her fists and said, I obey the order of the god of war. In that case, I will set off now to meet Ye Junlin. Chapter 77 The last person who was so arrogant, the grass on his grave is already 3 feet high. More than an hour later. Zhongyan City, the backyard of the Ye family's ancestral home. Jiang Qin was originally following instructions and reporting to Ye Junlin about the latest situation in Zhongyan City. Suddenly, Ye Junlin's ears moved slightly and he abruptly raised his hand. What's wrong, big brother? Jiang Qin actually knew the answer well, but he still pretended to be confused and asked. Someone is coming. Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes slightly, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. It should be heading towards the Ye family's ancestral home. What? Jiang Qin acted out his shocked expression perfectly, a master at the peak of his powers. In the entire Zhongyan City, it seems that the only one who can reach this level of cultivation is the king of Zhongyan. It's not Ye Wushuang. Ye Junlin's face was calm, you hide first. It's not appropriate for a third party to see our relationship. I'm here to have a conversation with that guy. Yes. Jiang Qin pretended to be obedient, bowed respectfully, and then hid in the Ye family's ancestral home. Ye Junlin stayed where he was, pretending to practice martial arts. After a short while, accompanied by a charming fragrance, a beautiful woman wearing leather clothes, full of power and athletic beauty, appeared on the wall of Ye's courtyard. The beauty was obviously very confident. Not only did she appear so blatantly, she also stood firmly on the wall of the Ye family courtyard, looking down at Ye Junlin. "Are you Ye Junlin?" When Ye Junlin saw this, a sharp look flashed in his eyes. He hated this condescending attitude of others. The last person who dared to speak to him in this manner had grass over 3 feet tall on his grave. However, after squinting his eyes to see the woman's appearance and figure, especially the unique charm on her body, his frown instantly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth even curled up into a slightly playful smile. Japanese. "I just want to ask you, are you Ye Junlin?" The beautiful Grandmaster seemed to be irritated by his frivolous attitude. An anger immediately emerged on her pretty face, and the aura of a martial artist at the peak of the Grandmaster realm also directly locked onto Ye Junlin. Generally speaking, ordinary people who are locked by the aura of a strong person will feel like they are being watched with a thorn in their back or even as if they are falling into an icy cave. Being locked by a strong person at the peak of the Grandmaster level will feel like being stared at by an ancient giant beast. But Ye Junlin was as calm as a spring breeze. Even when he saw the beautiful master getting angry, he still had a frivolous smile on his face. "It's me. I don't know what it means for a beautiful girl to come to me in the middle of the night without sleeping. It's been a long night and I can't sleep. Do you need someone to sleep with me? If that's the case, I don't mind sacrificing 1 or 2. You lecher, you are just as the rumors say, evil and arrogant by nature." Upon hearing this, the beautiful master could no longer bear it and jumped down from the wall. With 5 fingers together and claws, like a vermilion bird catching food, it crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters in a flash and went straight for Ye Junlin's throat. "If I don't teach you a lesson tonight, I don't think you will ever speak properly." When the beautiful master's 5 claws were about to approach Ye Junlin's throat, there was a flash of sharpness in her eyes. But the next moment, as a huge force suddenly fell on her wrist, her eyes froze. Especially when she realized that Ye Junlin's hand had grabbed her wrist at some point, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. A look of panic flashed across her face. "Let me go." The beautiful master panicked and kneed Ye Junlin in the chest with a terrifying explosion sound. However, Ye Junlin seemed to have magic. He just dodged her knee attack that was as strong as a locomotive with a slight move, and even hooked one hand around her knee bend before she could retract it after relieving the force. Then, he gently pulled with both hands, and the beautiful master held his shoulder with one hand, raised one thigh and fell into his arms. The whole person was in a very shameful posture, completely sticking to Ye Junlin. The beautiful master was both ashamed and angry, and she was about to attack Ye Junlin's armpit with her other hand. But Ye Junlin cleverly dodged her sneak attack and allowed her fist to absorb the force, and then he hugged his back. With one hand on Ye Junlin's shoulder and the other hand hugging Ye Junlin's back, her body pressed against Ye Junlin, and one leg raised high, the beautiful master seemed to be actively pestering Ye Junlin for sex. Seeing this, Ye Junlin's evil smile deepened. "Beauty, you are too impatient. Although I agree to sleep with you, you should at least introduce yourself so that we can get to know each other better before moving on to the next step. If I were to go straight to the point, I'd feel a little uncomfortable, wouldn't you? You scoundrel. Let me go. I am a subordinate of the god of war Lingfeng." At this time, the beautiful master obviously realized that she was no match for Ye Junlin. She was ashamed and angry and hurriedly brought up the name of the god of war Lingfeng. However, Ye Junlin did not let go. Instead, he took the opportunity to move again, and asked with a wicked smile, "The subordinates of the god of war Lingfeng. I have no grudge against the war god Lingfeng. Why did he ask you to come to me in the middle of the night? War god Lingfeng received news that you were acting lawless in Zhongyan City and might bring trouble to Zhongyan City and even Nanzhou, so he sent me here to remind you." The beautiful Grandmaster sensed Ye Junlin's dishonesty and felt even more ashamed and angry, but she couldn't break free and her face turned red. "Let me go quickly. I am one of the 4 great warriors under the command of Ling Feng, the god of war. If Ling Feng hears about this, he will definitely not let you go." Ye Junlin still didn't let go, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. "You won't let me go. If I run into him someday, I might not let him go. Before sending someone to knock me down, didn't he know to investigate the situation first? I'm restless. The first time I took action, someone demolished my ancestral home and wanted to kill me. The second time I took action, it was because the other party had killed my father. For a person like this, even if he is the ruler of Nanzhou, he will probably be nothing but a dog coffin. You, the beautiful Grand Master, was shocked. She never expected that he would dare to insult the god of war Lingfeng. Get lost. At this time, Ye Junlin let go of her and pushed her several steps away. This time, considering that you are a first-time offender and are innocent, I will forgive you this time. If you speak rudely to me again without knowing the truth, don't blame me for being rude. The beautiful master was stunned for a moment, but seeing that Ye Junlin did not seem to be joking, she looked at him deeply again and then left quickly. Chapter 78 Sister-in-law, something's wrong with you. Frog Fun, what's going on? What's going on? At the same time, inside the Ye family's ancestral home, Jiang Qin felt a little numb again. Mikami Keiko, a beautiful supporting character who served under the command of the god of war Lingfeng in the original novel and later defected to Ye Junlin. Why did she become the one responsible for beating up Ye Junlin today? According to the normal plot, shouldn't it be that after receiving the news from Wang Fengnian, the god of war Ling Feng called my good second sister-in-law, and then the second sister-in-law came to warn Ye Junlin, and then secretly paid attention to this person and finally went down a path of no return. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Why didn't my second sister-in-law come, and it was Mikami Keiko who came? The direction of the plot is completely different from what he expected. Could it be that my second sister-in-law is not right again and is not playing by the rules? The one who came to beat him up became Mikami Keiko. The plot development just now was a bit like the relationship between Mikami Keiko and Ye Junlin when they first met. When Mikami Keiko first met Ye Junlin, she was noticed by Ye Junlin, who took advantage of Mikami Keiko's attack on him to tease her again and again and even deliberately create physical contact. After that, Mikami Keiko was hurt by Ye Junlin's words and began to be curious about this person and secretly pay attention to him. Finally, by chance, she was taken down by Ye Junlin and became a surprise weapon for Ye Junlin to deal with the god of war Ling Feng. The plot of these two people has not changed at all, but my good second sister-in-law has been completely removed. Jiang Qin's brain was working rapidly. According to the plot of the original novel, Mikami Keiko should not have appeared so soon, and Ye Wushuang should have appeared here as well. But now, all hell broke loose. At first glance it may seem a bit cumbersome. But after just a moment of thought, he relaxed again. Because when he thought about it carefully, he found that the direction of the plot had not changed much. Ye Junlin still had a bad first impression of the god of war Lingfeng. Although Ye Wushuang is temporarily absent, the main plot of Ye Junlin's revenge is still progressing normally. It has little to do with Mr. Jiang. What he should really care about is the incident that will happen when he goes out for a midnight snack after reporting the situation to Ye Junlin. That was what made him so upset. This is the place where the gears of fate turn for him, the protagonist follower. I should think about how to write my next fucking plot. On the other side, almost at the moment when Jiang Qin was in pain, in Villa number 018 of Zhongyan Garden, Lin Qingyue, who was reading and studying in the study, couldn't help but show a trace of disgust on her face. Flirting with women again, can't this Ye Junlin have something else in his mind? When he sees a beautiful woman, he wants to possess her. When he sees a beautiful woman, he wants to take her down. In his world, there is only this, except for killing, right? My family is forcing me to get married with such a bad girl. Although Jiang Qin's thoughts did not specifically describe how Ye Junlin teased Mikami Keiko, based on what she had seen in Zuo Shandiao's villa, Lin Qingyue could roughly imagine the specific scene. Considering Ye Junlin's appearance, there is a high probability that he will seize every opportunity to get rich. It is absolutely unparalleled. Now I suddenly feel that being liked by such a person is a very disgusting thing. It's like being stared at by something dirty. When thinking about this, Lin Qingyue even felt goosebumps all over her body. I must hurry up and seize every opportunity to quickly cut off ties with this guy. Otherwise, if my family gets crazy one day and urges me to complete the engagement with him as soon as possible, I will be in big trouble. At a time-honored barbecue stall in Zhonghai City, Su Yuyan, who had just given up the idea of going to Jiang Qin's house and was eating skewers and drinking here with nothing to do, also couldn't help but spit when she spit out the chicken bones. What the hell is that? I actually let this kind of bastard be the protagonist, and even made him my bond. Isn't this a naked humiliation to me, Su Yuyan? After spitting out the chicken bones, Su Yuyan bit the chicken claw viciously and took a sip of beer. With such a person, let alone Jiang Qin, he is not even as good as any ordinary person on the street, okay? He would do anything to get a woman, and he would let his little head control his big head anytime and anywhere. To put it nicely, he has no taboos. To put it bluntly, he has no bottom line and his mind is full of lust. I can't beat this kind of person now. If I can, I will definitely make him understand what it means to die if I hear the way to his house in the morning. If I know the way to his house in the morning, I will make him die in the evening. However, at this time, Su Yuyan threw the chicken feet in her hand into the baking tray again. Hey, what bad luck. I was already annoyed because there was no fun tonight, and then I heard such a disgusting plot. It made eating barbecue and drinking beer taste like chewing wax. Check your phone, find something else to do, and wait a while before eating. She had no mood to continue eating. After putting her phone down, she simply took out her phone and started playing. Her social attitude scared the hooligans who were secretly watching her so much that they dared not act rashly. Instead, they began to cast their eyes on the innocent girl who was waiting for the barbecue to be served at a table not far away at the edge of the barbecue stall. Keiko Mikami, one of the four Vajras beside the god of war Lingfeng, is she from Japan? On the other side, in the training room of the Zhongyan Palace, Ye Wushuang's eyes fluctuated. Damn it, among the four great warriors around god of war Lingfeng, isn't the only beauty called Yunwei. Is she the Mikami Keiko that Jiang Qin mentioned? What on earth does the god of war Lingfeng want to do, to let a Japanese person occupy a high position? The Dragon Kingdom's laws have strict regulations that prohibit any Japanese from entering the Dragon Kingdom's management system in any form. Is this guy colluding with the Japanese? When thinking about this, a terrible idea even popped up in Ye Wushuang's mind. The reason why God of War Chu Qing got into trouble was because the Grand Master of Japan was causing trouble. Now a Japanese person has appeared beside God of War Lingfeng, and God of War Lingfeng has specially helped her to forge an identity so that she can hold a high position. No matter how you look at this situation, it seems like the God of War Lingfeng has some secret connection with the Kingdom of Japan. It is even possible that the accident that happened to God of War Chu Qing was the result of the joint efforts of God of War Lingfeng and the Kingdom of Japan. And if this is really the case, then the dark side behind this matter is terrifying to think about. Pay more attention to Jiang Qin, this guy is really a brilliant move. This guy knows too many inside stories. Ye Wushuang's mind was as fast as lightning. Then, she suddenly thought of the last sentence in Jiang Qin's mind. What a fucked up plot. What kind of plot will he encounter that would warrant him using such foul language? King Zhongyan finished his practice and waited silently for Jiang Qin's next words. Chapter 79 The gears of fate begin to turn. Inside the Ye family's ancestral home, Jiang Qin first walked out of the home, flattered Ye Junlin a bit, then reported to him the situation in Zhongyan City, and then left quietly. When leaving the Ye family's ancestral home, he and Ye Junlin split up and went to a famous old barbecue stall in Zhongyan City. As for why they did this, it was naturally to avoid suspicion and create the illusion that the two were not familiar with each other. System, can I ask you something? When Jiang Qin went to the time-honored barbecue stall, Laowang Barbecue, he communicated with the system as soon as possible. Host, please ask. The system's answer was very mechanical. I have always had a question, how can I complete all the role-playing? Jiang Qin first asked a less sensitive question. Or in other words, how can I get the final prize of the system? According to the system's criteria, if the host meets two conditions, he can get the system's ultimate prize. The system's reply was still mechanical. Condition 1. Let the main storyline progress normally to the point where Ye Junlin wants to kill the host and arranges for the host to carry out a mission that will lead to his death. The host obeys and carries out the mission. Condition 2. The host's average score for all the plots in which the host has a role is higher than 60. Jiang Qin's eyes immediately lit up. The average score for his current performances is close to 85 points. In other words, even if some of the plots do not follow the original novel, there is no need to worry about the final grand prize. As long as he can ensure that the direction of the main storyline remains unchanged, it will be fine if Ye Junlin normally wants to kill him at a certain stage in the original novel. System, there are 3 plots between Tan Zhu and I, including our first meeting, ambiguity, and the final formal confirmation of our relationship. If I change the direction directly but still keep the main plot unchanged, it will definitely not affect the final grand prize, right? Jiang Qin finally revealed his true intentions and checked with the system. His future girlfriend Tan Zhu was just a very small supporting role in the original novel, a minor character that Ye Junlin would only bring out when he was bored. If the plot related to this female character is removed, Jiang Qin is fully confident that it will not affect the main plot of the original work. The system has only 2 criteria for evaluating the host's chance to win the final prize. 1. Let the main storyline progress normally to the point where Ye Junlin wants to kill the host and arranges for the host to carry out a mission that will lead to his death, and the host obeys and carries out the mission. The system's answer is still mechanical. But Jiang Qin's mood brightened up completely. Obviously, he really doesn't need to play the Minotaur plot. As long as he doesn't care about the rewards for playing individual plots. Moreover, after the drama is over, he can do whatever he wants and completely ignore that idiot Ye Junlin. Completely liberated. When driving to Lao Wang Barbecue, Jiang Qin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He rolled down the window and looked out. I don't have to play the role of Fei Yangyang, and I don't have to support a gold digger. This is simply the best news I have received today. Looking out the window, the story between him and Tan Zhu flashed through his mind. According to the plot of the original novel, tonight is the first time I met Tan Zhu, and it is the starting point of my life becoming unfortunate. Tan Zhu was harassed by a few hooligans at Lao Wang Barbecue. When I ran into them, I beat them up, and then it was natural for me to get acquainted with her. Later, I was bewitched by her beauty and became her liquor. I tried my best to get her, but I didn't know that this woman treated me as a cash machine and a provider. Tonight, in addition to asking for my contact information, she also secretly asked for the contact information of my good brother Ye Junlin. While I was licking her, she was also secretly licking my good brother Ye Junlin. In other words, this gold digger had extremely bad character from the beginning. Her pretty skin, which looks pure and innocent, is just a disguise. Jiang Qin remembered very clearly that in the original novel, although Tan Zhu was rescued by herself tonight, she paid more attention to Ye Junlin, who appeared later and showed stronger energy. This woman is a typical example of someone who hates the poor and loves the rich. Although Jiang Qin saved her and had always taken good care of her, she always felt that Ye Junlin, who had taken over the Tiger Gang, was her Prince Charming. Even if Ye Junlin ignored her and called her to come and dismiss her at will, she thought it was handsome and natural. As for a lousy bodyguard like Jiang Qin, he was somewhat charming only when he was transferring money to her. Otherwise, he was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. She was too lazy to even reply to the message. This time, since I don't have to play the role of a green-haired turtle's supporter anymore, I have to think carefully about how to punish this woman. In addition to getting the reward for the first plot of our acquaintance, I also have to make this woman who betrayed me in the original novel and even caused me to lose completely pay a price. Thinking about some of Tan Zhu's performances in the original plot, Jiang Qin quickly came up with an idea in his mind. You are unkind and I am unjust. Since you don't treat me as a human being, then there's no need for me to treat you as a human being anymore. When the taxi arrived at Lao Wang Barbecue, he glanced around and saw that, as expected, at the Lao Wang Barbecue stall, several gangsters with bulging bodies were secretly eyeing a pure little white flower on the edge of the stall. And at the barbecue stall, another place where many people were looking sideways, there was a figure he was very familiar with, holding a mobile phone, looking absent-minded. The figure looked to be in her early 20s, with a face that was almost beautiful to the extreme, and a youthful and lively aura all over her body. A white shirt, paired with an exquisite JK short skirt, plus well-proportioned beautiful legs, smooth white silk, and a pair of beautiful little leather shoes. Add to that her amazing figure, who else could it be but her third sister-in-law Su Yuyan. In the original novel, this is another factor that makes Tan Zhu pay special attention to Ye Junlin. Jiang Qin remembered it very clearly. It was because Su Yuyan, such a stunningly beautiful woman, took the initiative to greet Ye Junlin after he arrived and showed interest in him that Tan Zhu noticed Ye Junlin at that time and became curious about him. But this time, after Jiang Qin's gaze swept over, Su Yuyan seemed to have noticed something and immediately looked in his direction. After realizing it was him, Su Yuyan immediately stood up and took the initiative to greet him. Jiang Qin, this way. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Chapter 80. Things are getting interesting again. A woman is a man's business card. Following Su Yuyan's call, as expected, many people at the barbecue stall looked over. And most of the looks were filled with envy, jealousy, hatred and curiosity. Among them is Tan Zhu. Although Jiang Qin didn't look around, his powerful five senses made him clearly aware of the reactions of everyone present. He also pretended to be a little surprised. Third, Su Yuyan. When Su Yuyan heard the first three words before he spoke, she obviously knew that he almost called out, third sister-in-law. Her eyes fluctuated slightly before returning to normal. Last time, after you saved me in that place, I kept saying that I would treat you to a meal. We just happened to meet today, shall I treat you? Jiang Qin knew she was talking about the time in Kameng Bar when she pretended to be weak and approached him and asked for help. He didn't point it out, but smiled and asked, is it convenient? Of course it's convenient, Su Yuyan said without hesitation, and deliberately took the opportunity to grab Jiang Qin's hand and led him to her table. I happen to be eating barbecue alone. I don't know how boring it is. With you by my side, at least I can relieve my boredom. When she held his hand, Jiang Qin didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that she seemed a little nervous and excited. Not only were her soft little hands tense, but her pulse and breathing were also a little disordered. It's the same reaction most people have when they're doing something shady on the sly. Is third sister-in-law deliberately taking the opportunity to touch my hand? Shouldn't it be? Although my dragon elephant body is indeed very attractive to Jade Maiden Heart Sutra practitioners, and third sister-in-law's reaction at this moment does seem like she is sneaking around and taking advantage of the opportunity, she shouldn't be such a nympho, right? Jiang Qin's heart was in turmoil. He didn't notice at all that as he muttered to himself, Su Yuyan's ears suddenly turned pink. Afterwards, she quickly let go of Jiang Qin's hand, pretending to let it go naturally. When she let go of Jiang Qin's hand and asked him to sit down, Su Yuyan deliberately handed him the menu to divert his attention. Come, let's see what you want to eat. I was the only one here before, and I didn't order much, just some pork skewers, pork tendons, palm treasures, chicken feet, beef skewers, lamb skewers, and potato chips. Please order more. Also, the big wusu here is pretty good. If you like, you can try some first. Okay. Jiang Qin didn't notice anything unusual at all. After taking the menu, he looked at it carefully. Just at this time, the few socialites not far away probably got drunk. The leader, a bald man with a scary centipede tattoo on his neck, staggered towards Tan Zhu carrying a bottle of Daowusu. When he walked over and sat directly opposite Tan Zhu, he showed a very lewd, obscene and greasy smile. Little sister, are you alone? I'm alone too, how about I drink with you? Go away. Tan Zhu obviously disliked this kind of social person and directly gave him a stern look. Hey, don't be angry, little sister. The greasy bald man still had that obscene and lascivious smile on his face. Brother doesn't mean anything else, I just see that you're lonely. Brother is kind-hearted too. I told you to go away, did you hear me? Tan Zhu's face was filled with anger, and he slammed the table as he spoke. You little sister are quite exciting. I like you. The greasy bald man looked Tan Zhu up and down with naked eyes, and while speaking, he pretended to touch her face directly. What are you doing? Tan Zhu was naturally panicked and quickly dodged. After dodging, she immediately stood up, looking as if she was ready to leave this place of trouble. What's the matter? Don't you give me face. The greasy bald man was obviously unhappy when he saw this. He took a step forward and blocked Tan Zhu's way. When his brothers saw this, they all dropped their chopsticks and sticks, slammed the table, stood up, and quickly surrounded him. If you don't accept my toast, I'll have to drink the wine for punishment, right? Don't you even recognize our brother Kai? Brother Kai is the leader of the Black Snake gang who is in charge of this area. He is willing to drink with you because he is giving you face. Is this how you throw his face to the ground? Tan Zhu's face turned ugly, and for the first time, a look of panic appeared on his face. At the barbecue stall, many people were shocked when they saw their appearance. Some people who were afraid of being affected by the fish pond simply dropped their chopsticks and skewers and left. After all, anyone who is familiar with this area knows what the three words, Black Snake Society, mean. They have no scruples about what they are going to do. Although they only targeted Tanzu tonight, once these people went crazy, who knows if Yuchi would be affected. Su Yuyan frowned when she saw this. If a hooligan bullies a little girl, according to her style, she will definitely stand up against injustice when she sees it. But after hearing Jiang Qin's thoughts and learning about Tanju's true face, she felt a little disgusted and didn't want to get involved in this kind of gold digger business anymore. Even when she thought about the harm that Tanju's actions had brought to Jiang Qin, she rarely had some dark thoughts, hoping that Tanzu would not die a good death. Frowning at the bald man and his group, as well as Tanzu who was surrounded in the middle, Su Yuyan's brain was racing when suddenly she heard a familiar roar. What are you guys doing? So many big men bullying a weak woman, is that interesting? Following the sound, I saw Jiang Qin standing up and walking over there. As he walked over, he rolled up his sleeves, looking ready for a fight. This guy, what is he doing? Su Yuyan was stunned. Judging from Jiang Qin's previous thoughts, he should have hated Tanzu, the gold digger, right? But why would he rush out now to save Tanzu from danger? Could it be that this guy is planning something bad behind the scenes? Thinking of Jiang Qin's previous thoughts and the weird things this guy did from time to time, Su Yuyan was stunned for a short while before her eyes gradually brightened up. This guy has a lot of crooked ideas, his brain circuits are very complicated, and his routines are endless. He obviously hates Tanzu, but he still rushed to save her at this time. I'm afraid he has at least a lot of pubic hair hidden behind him. In this case, things seem to be getting interesting again. Su Yuyan stared at that place with a hint of curiosity and inquiry. But at this moment, a voice with a hint of surprise suddenly came from the side of the road. Dr. Su, what a coincidence. A cool and awesome figure, with a wicked smile on his face, slowly walked towards her. Ye Junlin. Chapter 81, You can't hide your desire to stab someone. This guy is exactly the same as what Jiang Qin described in his heart, and he really appeared at this time. Su Yuyan sighed in her heart. Temporarily withdraw the attention from Jiang Qin. At the same time, Jiang Qin also noticed that Ye Junlin had arrived. However, he pretended to be unaware and just squinted his eyes to stare at the greasy bald man and his group. I see this beautiful lady didn't provoke you. It's inappropriate for so many of you to block her like this, right? When the greasy bald man's men heard this, a hint of anger appeared on their faces. Where did you come from, you little bastard? Didn't you hear that we are from the Black Snake Society? Black Snake knows how to do things. If you don't want to die, get out of here right now, you hear me? When scolding Jiang Qin, one of the guys who was closer to Jiang Qin poked Jiang Qin viciously with his finger, get out of here. Jiang Qin also followed the original book's performance, deliberately showing a little anger on his face, straightened his body and pushed forward, what do you mean? From what you said, if I want to speak up for justice, you will punish me as well. Is this Zhongyan city owned by your Black Snake Club? Why are you so overbearing? Fuck it, you're shameless, aren't you? The other subordinates of the greasy bald man hadn't reacted yet. The one who poked Jiang Qin with his finger seemed to feel embarrassed by being contradicted, and slapped Jiang Qin directly. I'm going to kill you right now. This guy was obviously furious, and his slap was filled with hatred, and the momentum was particularly scary. The people around were so frightened when they saw it. But just as the slap was about to fall, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed it firmly in midair. Then, with a sudden twist, there was a cracking sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, and a scream followed. Ah, my hand, my hand. It turned out to be Jiang Qin, who arrived first and grabbed his hand that was about to hit someone, and twisted his arm cleanly. My hand is broken. Seeing the gangster covering his broken arm and squatting down in pain, everyone, including Tanzu, was stunned. But the bald greasy man and the others, after a brief moment of shock, quickly picked up their weapons and said, damn, are you tired of living? It's fine if you're meddling in my business, but you dare to hurt my brothers in front of me. Brothers, come on, beat him hard, beat him to death. Except for the bald, greasy man himself, the remaining 5 or 6 social people were almost all holding beer bottles and folding stools, and rushed towards Jiang Qin in unison. Moreover, these people were obviously here to kill. Beer bottles and folding stools were used to smash Jiang Qin's vital parts. The bald, greasy man also shouted from the back, it doesn't matter if we kill this kind of bastard right away. Don't worry about anything, just kill them all. It will also prevent any ignorant people from meddling in my business in the future. But Jiang Qin snorted coldly. Then, he dodged the attacks of those hooligans easily as if by magic, and in just a few moves, he beat them so hard that they couldn't get up. Accompanied by a series of blows and screams, in just 3 or 2 minutes, all the thugs lost the ability to attack again. Only then did Jiang Qin look directly at the greasy bald man and strode up to him. "Can you talk properly now?" The bald, greasy man was obviously very shocked and angry. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly pulled out a butterfly knife from somewhere and stabbed Jiang Qin fiercely. "I'm talking to you. If you dare to ruin my good deeds, you won't be able to leave today. Go to hell." Jiang Qin's face immediately turned cold. Almost at the moment when the bald and greasy man stabbed with the black knife, a palm knife slapped down quickly. With a snap, the butterfly knife was knocked away. Immediately afterwards, he flew up and hit the bald, greasy man with a knee. Ah! As 2 bloody teeth and a cloud of blood foam flew high up, the bald and greasy man's figure also flew up. Then, clang clang. As the tables and chairs at the barbecue stall were knocked over, the bald, greasy man fell heavily to the ground. "Brother Kai! Brother Kai! How are you, Kai?" Several of the bald, greasy man's men quickly struggled to get up, surrounded him, and hurriedly helped him up. The bald, greasy man, Chen Kai, had blood on his mouth and a ferocious look in his eyes. "I'm going to kill this bastard. I'm going to kill this bastard. Damn it, he ruined my good deeds, beat up my brothers, and hurt me. I must kill him today." Upon hearing this, his men all looked towards Jiang Qin and said, "This guy seems to be a warrior." "So what if he's a warrior?" Chen Kai looked crazy. "It's not like we don't have warriors in the Black Snake Society. This guy is causing trouble on our territory, he deserves to be put to death. Shake someone. Send the warriors from the Black Snake Society here immediately." Upon hearing the voice, his men immediately took out their cell phones and pretended to make a call. When the people around heard the sound, they were obviously a little scared again, and many of them packed up their things and left. Some of the braver and kinder ones also secretly signaled to Jiang Qin to leave quickly. Jiang Qin naturally knew what these people were up to. But at this moment, he still pretended to know nothing, staring at Chen Kai coldly and said, "I'm not afraid even if you call someone. You think you can do whatever you want just because you're a warrior, right?" Chen Kai naturally started shouting again. "Let me tell you, the Black Snake Society also has warriors in charge, and they are warriors in the dark power stage. If you offend us, you will die." As he spoke, he urged his men to hurry up and make the phone call. Seeing this, Jiang Qin naturally followed the rhythm of the original novel and pretended to continue slapping him in the face. As expected, at this moment, a slightly arrogant voice suddenly came over. "Is that enough?" Following the sound, I saw Ye Junlin appearing in a super cool and handsome manner. As soon as he appeared, he started to meddle in Chen Kai's affairs, which obviously made Chen Kai and his group very unhappy. Chen Kai and his group immediately started shouting at Ye Junlin, and even called for the people from the Black Snake Society to deal with him as well. But then, when Ye Junlin slapped the loudest guy's head off and revealed his identity as the new boss of the Tiger Gang, Chen Kai and his gang immediately became obedient. Not only did they behave themselves, but Chen Kai and his team even acted like lapdogs, actively apologizing to Tan Zhu and offering to compensate her for her mental damage. For a moment, not only were everyone at the scene shocked, but even the look in Tan Zhu's eyes when he looked at him changed a little. Except for Su Yuyan, no one noticed that when Jiang Qin noticed the change in Tan Zhu's micro-expression, a hint of coldness quickly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 82. She is so good. Although the chill was fleeting, Su Yuyan, who had been paying attention to Jiang Qin, still noticed it clearly. She didn't show anything, just sat there and ate the barbecue like a spectator. Soon, after Jiang Qin came to her and chatted with her again, Tan Zhu, just like the plot of the original novel, added Jiang Qin's contact information and behaved particularly shyly and charmingly. At first glance, she does seem like a young girl who has just begun to fall in love, and she is extremely attractive to those pure love warriors. Jiang Qin also looked excited and confirmed his relationship with Tan Zhu on the spot. The two even held hands on the spot. Everything seemed perfectly normal. However, after Ye Junlin finished his barbecue and left, things started to become interesting. First, Tan Zhu found an excuse to leave, then found a place that could not be seen from Lao Wang Barbecue, took the initiative to catch up with Ye Junlin, thank him, and asked for his contact information. Afterwards, Tanzu was so happy that she didn't notice at all that Jiang Qin was squinting his eyes and following her closely behind her all the way to the downstairs of her house. Su Yuyan practiced her family's secret breath-concealing technique throughout the entire process, following Jiang Qin from a distance as a spectator. She clearly saw Jiang Qin's expression change from normal to gloomy, and finally to dark clouds. Especially when he followed Tanzu to the downstairs of her house and saw Tanzu still picking up her phone to type messages to someone, Jiang Qin's face showed a murderous intent that Su Yuyan had never seen before. She couldn't help but feel sympathy and mourn for Jiang Qin. The plot setting of this guy's original novel is a little too tragic. Looking at Tanzu's actions just now, it's very likely that he has been sending messages to Ye Junlin. Just now at Lao Wang barbecue, it was Jiang Qin who rescued her. She also saw that Jiang Qin was interested in her and showed an attitude of accepting Jiang Qin's kindness. But she turned around and ran to flirt with Ye Junlin. It took more than 10 minutes to get from Lao Wang's BBQ to her home. She sent out at least a dozen messages, but the screen only lit up 3 times. It was obvious that she was the one who took the initiative, and Ye Junlin was indifferent. She was even licking Ye Junlin. But from beginning to end, she never thought of sending a message to Jiang Qin. And Ye Junlin, as Jiang Qin's elder brother, obviously saw that Jiang Qin was interested in Tanzu. Now that he was being seduced by Tanzu, he didn't even remind Jiang Qin. So in their eyes, Jiang Qin is just a part of their play. While feeling sympathy and mourning for Jiang Qin, Su Yuyan was also somewhat curious. Judging from Jiang Qin's reaction, he probably also knew that Tanzu had been licking Ye Junlin the whole way. This guy has shown a rare killing intent. I'm afraid there will be a bloody storm soon. I just don't know what he will do. After seeing Tanzu going upstairs, Jiang Qin also took out his mobile phone, edited a message and sent it out. After a long while, there was no response from the phone, as if the message had fallen on deaf ears. He then put away his phone with a sullen face and went straight upstairs. Su Yuyan also held her breath again and continued to follow him silently. On the other side, Tanzu returned to the messy living room, which was totally inconsistent with her clean and tidy appearance. She kicked off her shoes, took out her mobile phone, and collapsed on the sofa while looking at it. "Xiao Zhu, did you get home safely?" Seeing the greeting message from Jiang Qin, she just glanced at it and then crossed it out. Then, she switched to the chat room with Ye Junlin and started typing quickly. "Brother Yi, are you home yet? I just got home, I'm exhausted, and I'm slumped on the sofa in a completely ungraceful manner. I'm going to lie down and rest for a while, then go to the bathroom to take a nice bubble bath, and wash my body from top to bottom to get rid of the bad luck. Hehe, speaking of bathing, I bought a really great bath essence some time ago. After taking a bath, my whole body smells really good, and my skin becomes as white, tender and smooth as milk. Even I can't help but look in the mirror and admire myself for a while after taking a bath." Although Ye Junlin only replied with 3 simple sentences in the chat box, and most of the other topics were initiated by her, Tanzu was still very enthusiastic and proactive. When she approached Ye Junlin to talk again, she even used some tricks and deliberately found a topic that was a bit ambiguous and tempting. As for Jiang Qin, including Jiang Qin's greetings, she completely forgot about them. And this time, her little trick obviously worked, and Ye Junlin replied immediately. And his reply was not the previous, "Oh," or "yeah," but a serious sentence, "No picture, no truth." It only took a moment, but Tanzu couldn't help but excitedly sit up from the sofa and quickly started typing again. "Brother Yi, do you want to see it?" However, right after she finished typing this, she probably felt that it was inappropriate, so she quickly deleted it, then changed it to "ah," and sent it. After sending the message, she waited for a long time and saw that Ye Junlin did not reply again, so she quickly added, "I have never taken such a photo before. I have never mentioned these things to the opposite sex. I was so happy chatting with Brother Yi just now that I couldn't help but talk about this." Yeah, Ye Junlin did reply this time, but his attitude was still cold. Seeing this, Tanzu quickly backed off and sent a shy emoticon before asking, "Brother Yi, do you want to see it? If you want to see it, I can make an exception and take a few pictures. But let me make it clear first, this is my first time taking this kind of photo, and I'm sending it to the opposite sex, so it's definitely not going to be very explicit. Also, I hope that big brother Ye will only read this by himself and not spread it to others. Pictures here. Although Ye Junlin only had 2 words this time, it was a rare instant reply. Tanzu only glanced at the message and immediately became excited. He quickly typed, "Brother Ye, wait a moment. I'm going to take a bath first. When I'm done and have taken some photos, I'll pick a few and send them to you." Seeing that Ye Junlin just replied with a faint, in the end, she didn't care. She happily held the phone and pretended to stand up. "Why didn't I realize that you have such a proactive side before?" But at this moment, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind his head. Tanzu was immediately startled and almost jumped up from the sofa. But before she could react, her phone, with the screen still on, was snatched away. After taking a closer look, it turned out to be Jiang Qin. He didn't know when he stood behind the sofa. At this moment, he was holding Tanju's cell phone and sneering. Chapter 83 Awakening, Time to Hunt. I was shocked to find that some readers read quickly and missed some information. I modified some details in the previous chapter and made the expression clearer. It should also be emphasized here that after Tanzu confirmed her relationship with Jiang Qin, she still went to flirt with Ye Junlin and took the initiative to flirt with Ye Junlin, and was caught by Jiang Qin. Over. Jiang Qin, Tanzu was shocked. "When did you come?" She had clearly seen Jiang Qin's message just now but turned a blind eye to it. Instead, she went to flirt with Ye Junlin. Could it be that Jiang Qin saw all of this? If he saw it, it would be troublesome. "Probably, it started when you came into the room and saw my message but swiped away," Jiang Qin said in a cold tone. Tanju's expression suddenly changed. It seemed that the worst had happened. Got to get the rhythm back. After her eyes moved slightly, she quickly caught a loophole in Jiang Qin's words and deliberately said with an unhappy look, "Then when did you come in? Where did you come from? Why didn't you even say hello to me? I remember locking the door the first time I came in. How could you sneak up behind me without anyone noticing?" Jiang Qin glanced in the direction of the balcony. "You," Tanju's face suddenly became even angrier. "You actually sneaked into my house. What's the difference between you and those perverts and thieves? I saw you helping me when I was in danger, and I thought you were a kind-hearted and chivalrous man. I didn't expect that. Get out of here right now, I don't want to see you again." She took the opportunity to turn the tables. Because she had noticed before that Jiang Qin seemed to like her quite a bit. Such a person will definitely become anxious and worried if she shows the slightest sign of unhappiness. Now that she has the upper hand over Jiang Qin, if she attacks him hard, Jiang Qin will surely be thrown into disarray. But to Tanju's surprise, Jiang Qin's expression did not change at all. Not only did he not change, he even sneered. What a poor way to change the subject. Tanzu frowned again. What do you mean by changing the subject? Haven't you realized the seriousness of the problem yet? You are breaking into someone else's home without permission, which only makes me hate you and feel terrible. Get out of my sight right now, and never show up in front of me again. What did you say? Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm saying, get out of here right now. Tanzu raised his voice and didn't take Jiang Qin seriously at all. Since you saved me once before, I can forgive you for trespassing into my house. But, this is only this time. After this time, we owe each other nothing. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Jiang Qin slapped him in the face. Did I treat you too well just now and spoil you? Although he controlled the strength of the slap so as not to turn the man into a bloody mist, it still caused Tanju's head to spin suddenly. Not only did the slap turn Tanju's cheeks red, but it also made Tanzu dazed. She tilted her head in a daze for a long while before turning it around. She looked at Jiang Qin with disbelief on her face. How dare you hit me? Jiang Qin didn't explain too much to her, but proved himself with his actions, and slapped her again. Are you more awake now? Are you crazy? Tanzu still couldn't believe it. How dare you? Don't you know that girls like us hate violent men the most? Violence, Jiang Qin sneered again, grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Have you not figured out the situation yet, gold digger? What are you going to do? Tanju's face turned red and he struggled. Let me go, you hear me? You're making me uncomfortable. But her small arms and legs, and the strength of her struggle, were nothing compared to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin continued to pinch her like this. To tell you the truth, I knew something was wrong when you secretly made an excuse to slip away just now. Later, you went to flirt with Ye Junlin and took the initiative to ask for his contact information. I saw it all. Tanju's pupils immediately trembled, and the strength of his struggle became much weaker. Her originally tough tone turned into a pleading tone. Hey, Jiang Qin, can you let me go first? Those aren't what you think, I can explain. Jiang Qin remained unmoved. Seeing this, Tanzu also quickly spoke up. I just felt that Ye Junlin also helped a lot, and I wanted to thank him. My family taught me since I was young that I must repay the kindness of others. This is the most basic principle of being a human being. I went to see him privately because I was afraid you would misunderstand me. Jiang Qin almost laughed at this bastard. Oh. Then explain again why you didn't reply to my message just now, but instead took the initiative to seduce him with your bathing photos. That, Tanju's eyes rolled around. You may not believe it, but I have been weak since I was a child. Every time I get frightened, I become mentally ill for a while. Those were just stupid things I did when I was mentally ill. They have nothing to do with me when I'm normal. Very good. Jiang Qin had a deep understanding of this woman's character. It seems that you are not only a swindler and don't have a clear understanding of yourself, but you are also full of lies. There is no need for me to be so polite to you anymore. He took out a poisonous insect that he had just received as a reward for playing out the scene at Lao Wang's barbecue stall, and handed it to Tanzu with a sneer. Jiang Qin, what are you going to do? The poisonous insect was completely black, like a small snake covered with tentacles, and it gave off an evil and frightening aura. At this moment, it was in Jiang Qin's hand, twisting its body wildly while staring at Tanzu. Tanzu felt creepy when he was looked at by that thing. She kept saying nonsense, everything I just said is true. I have been weak since I was a child, and I tend to become mentally ill once I am frightened. It's a bit late now. How about I ask 2 of my childhood playmates to come over and help me prove it tomorrow? Don't be impulsive. Open your mouth. Jiang Qin ignored her explanation and interrupted her coldly before she could finish. Tanzu quickly closed his mouth and shook his head. I said, open your mouth. Jiang Qin raised his voice. Tanzu kept shaking his head, a look of panic on his face. You don't want to open your mouth, right? Jiang Qin didn't waste any more words with her. The hand that was pinching her neck suddenly moved up, grabbed her face and forcibly pried open her mouth, then quickly stuffed the poisonous insect in his hand into her mouth. The poisonous insect entered the hole, and with just a few sucks, it slid directly into Tanju's body through the mouth. Tanzu first dry retched madly and tried hard to dig his throat to spit it out. Then, as if he realized something, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly covered his stomach with a look of extreme pain. Chapter 84. This is just the beginning. Jiang Qin let go of her face. However, Tanzu was still holding his stomach, his whole body bent like a shrimp. He kept holding his throat and retching, looking extremely painful. While retching, she looked at Jiang Qin with a pale face. What did you give me to eat? Why do I feel so uncomfortable and painful right now, as if the sea is boiling inside me? This is just the beginning. Jiang Qin smiled coldly. The reward from the system this time is called Love Flower Gu. The effect is very simple. After the poison is planted, the person who is infected must be kind to the person who practices the poison with all his heart. Once he has even the slightest disloyalty towards the person, he will suffer the pain of the poison piercing his heart. When this kind of poisonous insect is first planted, it is just adapting to the physical condition of the person it is planted in. It's not painful yet. After a while, it probably adapted to Tanju's body, and the insect began to completely integrate into Tanju's body. That was the moment when his internal organs began to suffer. You are crazy, you are really crazy, get it out of my body. Tanzu tried to pick his throat several times, but no matter how hard he retched, he couldn't spit out the little bug. What was even more terrifying was that she actually began to vaguely feel that thing making holes in her body. As that thing moved, a real pain that felt like it was piercing through my heart and tearing my lungs apart began to appear. When the pain started, not only could Tanzu no longer scratch his throat, he even fell to his knees in agony, and then rolled on the ground uncontrollably. It was also at this time that Jiang Qin began to perform rituals according to the method given by the system. He made hand seals with both hands and circulated the internal qi in a unique way. After a short while, he established a connection with the insect and was officially and completely inoculated. At this time, Tanzu was in so much pain that he felt like he was dead. It twisted and rolled on the ground for who knows how many times. There was no more arrogance on her face. Instead, there was only pleading and fear. Please, Jiang Qin, please let that thing come out of my body. If this continues, I really think I'm going to die. I know I was wrong. I apologize to you and confess to you. Is that okay? Apologize. Does a small apology seem to reveal all the disgusting things you have done? Jiang Qin sneered again. At this time, he also discovered one thing, that is, through the mysterious connection between him and the insect, he could actually vaguely glimpse some of the true thoughts of the person who was infected with the insect. For example, looking at Tanzu now, he could vaguely feel that this woman did not really admit her mistakes or regret it at all, but was thinking about how to deal with Jiang Qin first, and then deal with the problem of the poisonous insect in her body. To tell you the truth, once this thing is planted, there will be no possibility of taking it out. He deliberately cut off Tanzu's thoughts. How is this possible? As expected, Tanzu, who had been lying on the ground as if he had been fished out of the water and looked like he had died, immediately sat up again after hearing the sound. It's just a little bug. Since you can get it into my body, there must be a way to get it out, right? If things get worse, we can still go to the hospital. Medical standards are so advanced now. We have MRI, X-ray, court. There must be a way to find its location and take it out. Jiang Qin continued to criticize, this thing is called love flower GU. Once implanted, it will merge with your heart and brain. Unless you remove your heart and brain, there is no way to remove it. Moreover, after it is planted, it will be completely integrated into your body. As long as I don't let it move, let alone modern medicine, even a GU master with a cultivation level below the Martial King level will be 100% unable to find it. I don't believe it. Tanzu naturally didn't believe it. Then you can try it. Jiang Qin didn't care. How to try? Asked Tanzu. Go to the hospital for an MRI, X-ray, and CT scan. Jiang Qin didn't care. Tanzu's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately stood up and pretended to leave. That's right. But at this time, Jiang Qin added another sentence. There are two more things I forgot to tell you. What? Tanzu stopped. Jiang Qin looked at her with a hint of joking, this thing is called love flower GU. As the name suggests, it is a kind of poison that will force you to be 100% devoted to me and treat me well after you plant it. If you have any other intentions, you will once again feel the pain of having your heart pierced and torn apart 10 or 8 times more painful than before. Tanzu was stunned. Jiang Qin continued, also, after planting this insect, I can actually use it to spy on part of your thoughts. I know you are going to ask for help or kill me as soon as you leave here. I suggest you put aside such thoughts for now. Otherwise. Tanzu looked at him and was about to ask something else when he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his body, as if he was being bitten by thousands of insects. Ah! She couldn't help but let out another howl, and she slowly squatted down while holding her stomach. Then, she fell down with her body twisted, and once again rolled on the ground like a maggot, screaming and holding her stomach. Jiang Qin just looked at her coldly. It was not until she was almost fainted from the pain that he stopped urging the insect. Since this is your first offense, I will let you taste 1/10 of the power of the insect first. Next time, I will let you experience half of the goose strength, and let you feel what it means to be in excruciating pain and to be worse off than death. At this time, Tanzu was panting and sweating all over, as if he had been fished out of sweat. She collapsed on the ground with a look of fear in her eyes. Can you really hear my thoughts? Jiang Qin looked at her calmly. When I planted the poisonous insect in you just now, your admission of fault was not sincere at all. You just wanted to fool me first and then find a solution. Tanju's body trembled, and the look in his eyes when he looked at him became more fearful. Now you are starting to get really scared. Jiang Qin continued to reveal her thoughts. Tanzu suppressed the fluctuating expression on his face. Jiang Qin continued, now you are even more frightened. What do you want to do? It was also at this time that Tanzu could no longer control the expression on her face and she looked terrified. Looking at Jiang Qin again, his gaze was no longer condescending, but instead was filled with complete fear and panic. What do I want to do? Jiang Qin smiled for the first time since he entered Tanju's house. After laughing, he met Tanju's gaze and said slowly, my thoughts are very simple. I just want justice for myself. But you, are you ready to accept the judgment of fate? Chapter 85. Is this necessary? Fates, judgment. Jiang Qin was obviously smiling, but for some reason, Tan Zhu felt like he was facing a devil. She was a little horrified. Jiang Qin, what on earth do you want to do? Nothing. Jiang Qin still had a smile on his face. It's nothing more than giving someone a taste of their own medicine. By the way, I'll help you double your money. So, what exactly are you going to do? Tan Zhu became increasingly uneasy, his body and voice shaking uncontrollably. I want you to fall in love with only me and lick me forever like a pug. Jiang Qin still had a smile on his face. Tan Zhu was stunned for a moment, then asked madly, do you really need to do this? You can tell me what you want. Is it necessary to torture me like this? No, you're wrong. Jiang Qin interrupted her again, I don't want to get you. I find it disgusting. I just want you to fall in love with me and lick me forever until the moment your life ends. What do you mean? Tan Zhu was a little confused. Jiang Qin's smile grew even wider. What I mean is, I want you to lick me like a pug forever, and I will never even look at you. You, Tan Zhu's pupils shrank, and then his body began to tremble uncontrollably again. She had no choice but to lick Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin would never even look at her. Wouldn't that mean her body and mind would suffer forever, which would be like going to hell? Jiang Qin remained calm. Do you understand what I mean? I was wrong. Tan Zhu was truly frightened and quickly crawled in front of Jiang Qin like a dog. I really know I was wrong. I'll obey you and do whatever you say. Can you forgive me this time? I promise I won't do it again. Jiang Qin, don't be like this. Jiang Qin was unmoved. Is that how a licker should talk to his idol? Jiang Qin. Tan Zhu hugged Jiang Qin's thighs and begged. Jiang Qin immediately had an idea. The love flower poison attacks again. Ah! With another scream, Tan Zhu, who had just hugged his thighs, immediately let go. Instead, he covered his stomach and collapsed in sweat, turning into a painful, twisted and struggling maggot again. If you are a dog, you must have the awareness of being a dog. You must know what you should and shouldn't do. After punishing her for a while, Jiang Qin stopped urging the insect and scolded her. At this time, Tan Zhu had probably lost his temper completely. He collapsed to the ground sweating profusely, his eyes were empty, and he answered with a weak breath, yes. I know now. Jiang Qin looked at her coldly and was about to continue typing when Tan Zhu's phone in his hand suddenly vibrated. It turned out that Ye Junlin sent a message after seeing that she hadn't made any movement for a long time. Quote? Where's the picture? Jiang Qin couldn't help but sneer again and showed the phone screen to Tan Zhu. Do you know what to say? Tan Zhu shook his head, then as if he had thought of something, he took the phone and typed quickly, Tunima, what a pervert. After sending the message, he directly blocked Ye Junlin's friends and then deleted them. Then, he obediently opened the chat box with Jiang Qin and quickly added, I'm sorry, I was distracted and didn't reply to you just now. I'm home now. Jiang Qin, what about you? Jiang Qin also felt the phone in his pocket vibrate, but he was too lazy to even take it out to look at it. Seeing that Tan Zhu was trying to please him honestly, he just smiled again. Didn't you say you bought a great bath fragrance? Yes. Tan Zhu seemed to understand something immediately and quickly got up from the ground. I'll go get ready for a bath and take some pictures for you after I'm done. Oh no, there's no need to take a photo. I'll show it to you right after we're done soaking. Jiang Qin, if you don't mind, you can go bathing with me. Let's go bathing together. Jiang Qin put away the smile on his face. What do you want to do? Seduce me? Don't forget who you are. You're just a licking dog. Yes. This time, Tan Zhu probably really understood Jiang Qin's meaning. His face turned pale again. He bit his lips for a moment, then found his clothes and went into the bathroom alone. Then, like a humble lapdog, after taking a bath, he took some borderline photos in front of the bathroom mirror and sent them to Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang Qin, this is the first time I've taken these kinds of photos. You can only watch it yourself, don't leak it to others. Is your skin super fair and tender? Hee, after washing my whole body with this bath essence, it still smells super good. It smells so good that I even want to take a few bites of it. As for Jiang Qin, he naturally also focused on continuing the torture to the end. When he saw the message she sent, he simply replied with a simple, average, and then directly set her chat box to, message do not disturb. After that, he left without paying attention to the messages that Tan Zhu sent him one after another. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. This way, I can vent my anger. Next, let Tanzu forever endure the torture of having to be my licking dog and not being able to lick him, and directly withdraw from the plot, and I don't have to play any licking dog scenes anymore. I don't have to worry about any of the main plot being affected by this, it's comfortable. Now I can think carefully about the road ahead. It seems that after Ye Junlin pretended to be awesome and slapped Chen Kai and his gang tonight, he finally aroused the dissatisfaction of the Black Snake Society. After all, although the Tiger Gang is the leader of the underground society in Zhongyan City, the area of Laowang Barbecue is the territory of the Black Snake Society. Ye Junlin slapped Chen Kai and his gang there today, which is a clear violation of the line. The Black Snake Society will definitely not sit idly by. As soon as the Black Snake Society made a move, Ye Junlin had a legitimate reason to do so, and then it was natural for him to attack the Black Snake Society headquarters, and then, there was an unexpected connection with my second sister-in-law. In this long plot, apart from Ye Junlin asking me for some clues about the Black Snake Society headquarters, there is almost nothing for me to do. I can fish well again. When he left, Jiang Qin's brain was working so fast that he didn't realize that there was a figure on the balcony of Tanzu's house who witnessed almost everything he did to Tanzu. Moreover, after he left, the other party secretly observed Tanzu for a while, and only left after confirming that Tanzu was really behaving himself. It was Su Yuyan. This guy is quite sensible and principled in his actions. When leaving Tanju's house, Su Yuyan looked at Jiang Qin's back from afar, with a smile from the bottom of her heart on her face. Chapter 86 Three Sisters-in-Law, Favorability Soars. When Su Yuyan first learned about the story between Tanzu and Jiang Qin, and knew how shameless this gold digger Tanzu was, she thought Jiang Qin might take extreme measures against her. Especially when she followed Jiang Qin and Tanzu all the way, and saw that Tanzu and Jiang Qin were together and then secretly hooked up with Ye Junlin, and even took the initiative to lick Ye Junlin and ignored Jiang Qin all the way. Su Yuyan felt that it would not be excessive even if Jiang Qin killed Tanzu on the spot. But what no one expected was that Jiang Qin took a more rational but also more cruel approach to revenge. He just let Tanzu plant the love flower poison, and then personally performed the dog-licking script that Jiang Qin had played in the original novel again in front of Jiang Qin. Even when Tanzu later gave in and offered to sacrifice himself, he did not waver at all. This guy must be feeling quite complicated right now, right? Su Yuyan's eyes secretly stared at Jiang Qin, who was standing alone in the distance, and her brain was working rapidly. Although I have avenged myself and made Tanzu, the gold digger, forever be his bootlicker, but just having encountered such a gold digger will still affect my mood. Or, I can find an excuse to run into him again out front. And spend some time with him. When Su Yuyan thought of this, she quickly opened the browser on her mobile phone and searched on it. When a man is down, how can you comfort him? Soon, a series of search information popped up. Among them, there are several guiding directions on the homepage. 1. Listen more. The ancient Greek philosopher Diogenes once said, listening is more important than speaking. You can walk up to him and quietly ask, "Are you okay? Do you want to talk?" You sat quietly, without interrupting him, and just listened silently. Quote. 2. Give gentleness and support. When a man is in a bad mood, he may feel lonely and helpless. At this time, your care and support are particularly important. You can reach out and pat him on the shoulder, telling him that no matter what happens, you will stand by him and support him, and let him feel your firmness and warmth. Quote. 3. Give him a hug. Sometimes a hug is worth 1,000 words. Your warm hug can give him endless strength and help him overcome his inner fatigue. Su Yuyan only took a quick glance and felt that she had benefited a lot and had realized something. After putting away her phone and thinking for a moment, she figured out Jiang Qin's route home and made preparations for an encounter in advance. This guy. At almost the same time, in the study room of Villa number 018 in Zhongyan Gardens, Lin Qingyue was murmuring unconsciously. Tanzu had clearly taken the initiative to throw herself into Jiang Qin's arms, but Jiang Qin didn't take the opportunity to stand up and kick her. To be honest, this was quite beyond her expectations. Especially after witnessing Ye Junlin's actions of not even sparing the pretty bitches on the street. In comparison, she felt that Jiang Qin's performance tonight was even more valuable. He could have made Tanzu his plaything with just a wave of his hand, but he refused. Not only is this much better than Ye Junlin, it also shows how high Jiang Qin's requirements are for his partner. And the higher a person's requirements for a partner, apart from those who are just looking for gold coins and making wishes, it often shows that the person has a high opinion of himself. After what happened tonight, it seems that I have a new respect for Jiang Qin. While whispering, Lin Qingyue didn't know why, but when she thought that Jiang Qin didn't accept Tanju's initiative to throw herself into his arms, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised into a beautiful arc. However, the upward curve of the corners of his mouth only appeared for a short moment before Lin Qingyue noticed it and quickly suppressed it. What's going on? What does it have to do with me that this guy didn't have sex with a prostitute like Tanzu? Why should I be secretly happy? Besides, isn't this a normal reaction for a man who has some demands on himself? Lin Qingyue, be more normal. While suppressing the unconscious upward curve of the corners of her mouth, Lin Qingyue also keenly realized that something was wrong with her, and quickly brainwashed herself in her heart. But no matter how Lin Qingyue brainwashed her, some thoughts of exonerating Jiang Qin would still unconsciously pop up in her mind. No, to say this is a normal reaction for a man is to deceive yourself. Most men would not be able to do what Jiang Qin did if they were faced with such a situation. Moreover, Jiang Qin's revenge methods are very unique and reasonable. Most people would not think of doing this. Thinking about it carefully, this guy is actually quite good, except that he likes to slack off at work, criticizes me in his heart from time to time, and always escapes faster than anyone else when encountering problems. All of a sudden, Lin Qingyue, who was sitting at the desk, became a little panicked. She quickly stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the study, opened the window and took a deep breath. What's going on? What's going on? Am I crazy tonight? Why do I keep thinking Jiang Qin is good? He must have been secluded in the study for too long, his brain was deprived of oxygen, and he must be a little abnormal, right? Hurry up and replenish some oxygen to get your brain back to normal. But as the window opened and the fresh air from outside drifted in, Lin Qingyue couldn't help but think of Jiang Qin's appearance in her mind. Oops, my brain seems to have been invaded. Lin Qingyue felt extremely confused. On the other side, in the Zhongyan Palace, Ye Wushuang also stopped meditating and suddenly opened his eyes. After Jiang Qin entered Tanju's house, she thought that there might be a fierce battle that would make her blush and lose her face, so she meditated in advance to avoid affecting her spiritual mind. But what no one expected was that Jiang Qin would find another way and use a more cruel way to retaliate against Tanzu. Love Flower Gu, a very magical and unique Gu technique from Miaozhong. It is rumored that after the Gu is planted, the person who is planted will have to love the planter forever. If she has even the slightest dissenting opinion, she will suffer from 100 holes piercing her heart. This is necessary even if she originally had no affection or feelings for the planter. Otherwise, the insect will torture her until she dies. This kind of Gu worm is said to be extremely difficult to refine, and the method of refining it is also very rare. I didn't expect Jiang Qin to know how to do it. Thinking about what Jiang Qin did to Tanzu, Ye Wushuang stopped meditating and glanced sideways. It seems this guy knows more than I thought before. And this guy is also quite reliable. He was able to think of such a way of revenge, and he was able to firmly implement his revenge strategy when faced with Tanju's initiative to throw himself into his arms. Just based on these 2 points, this boy will definitely become a great man in the future. Chapter 87 Me again. Thinking of Jiang Qin's outstanding performance tonight and the fact that Jiang Qin knew the subsequent direction of the plot, Ye Wushuang even once again thought of recruiting Jiang Qin to be by his side. However, when she thought of Jiang Qin's style and the possibility that Lin Qingyue would not let him go, she quickly gave up the idea. Jiang Qin is more slippery than a loach. He will definitely not allow me to disrupt his plans. It's better not to risk offending him. If I want to get more information from him, it would be safer for me to go to Shan if he doesn't come to see me, and think of ways to get closer to him. When dismissing these thoughts, Ye Wushuang couldn't help laughing. She was the queen of Zhongyan, she had the final say in the entire Zhongyan city and was revered by everyone. Unexpectedly, there would come a day when she would take the initiative to get close to a man. Should we say that it is a matter of time, or should we say that she was too ignorant before? The king of Zhongyan's answer to this question is unknown. After laughing for a moment, she couldn't help but move her eyes when she thought of the amount of information in the last part of Jiang Qin's thoughts. Jiang Qin said that after Chen Kai of the Black Snake Society was beaten by Ye Junlin tonight, The Black Snake Society was not happy with Ye Junlin showing off his power in their territory, so they sent someone to talk to him. Then Ye Junlin took the opportunity to attack the Black Snake Society headquarters, and then he unexpectedly had some contact with me. What's the matter with this connection? Could it be that Ye Junlin was too murderous and made too much noise, thus alarming our Zhongyan palace? Or is there some special connection that makes Ye Junlin and I connected? Ye Wushuang was a little curious. However, there is no way to influence Jiang Qin's thoughts for the time being. Since he had no intention of practicing and had no idea what to do, he simply went back to the office before he fell asleep and dealt with some official business for Zhongyan City. At the same time, Jiang Qin didn't know that his actions tonight had greatly increased the favorability of his three sisters-in-law. After leaving Tanju's house, he just slowly walked towards his rental house. In the original novel, in order to help the two deepen their bond, it was said at the beginning that the house rented by Tanzu was less than 2 kilometers away from the house rented by Jiang Qin. Of course, in order to reflect Tanju's personality, the living environment of the two people is completely different. Jiang Qin lives in a one-bedroom apartment in an ordinary residential building. Tanzu, on the other hand, has always lived in a luxuriously decorated 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in a high-end residential area. Moreover, while enjoying Jiang Qin's support, she never had any intention of asking Jiang Qin to move in with her so that the two of them could reduce their living burden together. When Jiang Qin left Tanju's house at this moment, he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. He just took advantage of the evening breeze and walked slowly home to relax, while continuing to think about the direction of the next plot. According to the plot of the original novel, in fact, in the next long plot, my main role is only a small part, which will be tomorrow evening, after the people from the Black Snake Society find Ye Junlin and anger Ye Junlin. The silly representative sent by the Black Snake Society angered Ye Junlin and was caught by Ye Junlin. Naturally, Ye Junlin contacted me immediately to ask me where the headquarters of the Black Snake Society is. After Ye Junlin took over the Tiger Gang, he had the ambition to unify the Zhongyan City underground world. Tomorrow, he was angered by the Black Snake Society representative, and he also found out the location of the Black Snake Society's headquarters, so he immediately took the opportunity to attack them directly. Then, he accidentally ran into Butler Hong from the Zhongyan Palace, who was actually connected to the leader of the Black Snake Society. After the Black Snake Society was eradicated, he naturally interrogated Butler Hong and learned some secrets, which led to some stories with my second sister-in-law. Apart from this plot, there should be another very important thing happening tonight, which is about the god of war Lingfeng. The Kami Keiko probably wouldn't truthfully report to war god Lingfeng what my good brother did, so war god Lingfeng didn't take my good brother seriously. Old Deng Wang Fengnian did not get the result he wanted. After learning that god of war Lingfeng was not going to take action for the time being, he decided to flee as the best strategy and leave Zhongyan City, a place of trouble. And his troubled beloved son Wang Ping'an also had evil intentions when he learned that the Wang family was going to leave Zhongyan temporarily. He was going to do something ruthless to my eldest sister-in-law before leaving. On the other side, in the study room of Villa number 018 in Zhongyan Gardens, Lin Qingyue, who was trying to force herself to calm down, felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her head when she heard this. Me again? Are you kidding me? Even if you want to pluck the wool, you can't just grab a sheep and pluck it, right? Haven't there been 3 female protagonists in this novel world so far? Why do the other 2 heroines not have much trouble, but I, the first heroine, have to suffer disasters every few days? She couldn't quite understand. We are all heroines, so who is more noble than who? Why do the villains in the book favor one over the other and always favor her alone? She can't bear this kind of love. Although Jiang Qin had not yet revealed the direction of the subsequent plot in his mind, Lin Qingyue could basically make a rough guess based on her experience from the previous few times. On the surface, it was Wang Fengnian who was asking for trouble, and then Jiang Qin, the traitor, secretly tipped off Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin appeared in time again, pretending to be cool and slapping people in the face and being a hero to save the beauty. I was in danger again, and Ye Junlin came to the rescue again. What exactly is my position in this world of fiction? Is the only value of existence to be used by Ye Junlin to show off and save the damsel in distress? Lin Qingyue really wanted to ask the author of the original work what he was thinking. Because she was so excited, even her nightgown couldn't help but rise and fall violently. However, no matter how emotional she was, Lin Qingyue still did not lose her character as a beautiful CEO. After taking several deep breaths and gradually calming down her inner excitement, she quickly calmed down. We must not let Wang Fengnian succeed. We must not give Ye Junlin a chance to perform. Now the king of Zhongyan has clearly heard Jiang Qin's thoughts. I will find an opportunity to communicate with her later. I'm sure she will be willing to help. When the time comes, we can work together and come up with a win-win solution. Lin Qingyue quickly came up with a plan in her mind, and even edited a message to Ye Wushuang and sent it to him. Your Excellency King Zhongyan, are you asleep now? If you're still awake, please reply as soon as possible. I have something urgent to deal with and may need your help. After Ye Wushuang replied to the message indicating that she was still awake, Lin Qingyue directly dialed the other party's private number and started communicating with him directly over the phone. Chapter 88, Poor Two Women. Lord King of Zhongyan, I have received reliable information that someone may do something bad to me in the near future. Lin Qingyue didn't explain it in detail. But she believed that Ye Wushuang would definitely understand. And in fact, it was just as she thought. On the other side of the phone, when Ye Wushuang heard her words, he immediately thought of Jiang Qin's thoughts. However, she did not reveal it, but just pretended to be confused and asked, what exactly is going on? Who wants to harm Mr. Lin? I don't know the details. Lin Qingyue still didn't reveal it. I just got news from a very reliable person that someone might do something bad to me in the near future. Who that person is and what means he might use are still unknown. Ye Wushuang hesitated for a moment, then said simply, you can't completely believe the news outside, but you can also believe it. Mr. Lin has indeed had a lot of disputes recently. Well, just in case, I will send an expert to lurk beside Mr. Lin and protect him secretly. Thank you so much, Your Excellency the King of Zhongyan. Lin Qingyue naturally hurried to express her gratitude. After the two of them discussed some details of the protection, Ye Wushuang immediately called Yingyu and sent her out after hanging up the phone. After sending Yingyu to secretly follow Lin Qingyue and protect her for a while, Ye Wushuang took advantage of the silence in the office again and started thinking rapidly. Judging from Jiang Qin's inner voice, the next time she will have a connection with Ye Junlin will be mainly because there is something wrong with her housekeeper Hong. Housekeeper Hong is in collusion with the Black Snake Society, and she is hiding some secrets. After Ye Junlin discovered her secrets, it was natural for him to come to me, and then I would owe him a favor. If the plot was arranged in this way, she could do something to prevent Ye Junlin from getting close to her. While thinking about the key to the problem, after Butler Hong went to the Black Snake Club headquarters tomorrow night, Ye Wushuang quickly came up with ideas and plans. Poor two women. At the same time, in a taxi, Su Yuyan was browsing the rental information near Jiang Qin's home, while silently mourning for Ye Wushuang and Lin Qingyue. Especially Lin Qingyue. Although she couldn't see Lin Qingyue's expression at the moment, Su Yuyan could tell with her toes that Lin Qingyue must be very emotional at the moment, feeling suffocated because of the bad things that happened to her one after another. In fact, Lin Qingyue might even want to send some local specialties to the author of the original work. However, after a moment of silence for Lin Qingyue, Su Yuyan suddenly realized that something was wrong. Lin Qingyue is in danger one after another. She has many plots and opportunities to appear in the early stages. That means Jiang Qin has to pay more attention to her, and the two will have more opportunities to interact. In this case, wouldn't Lin Qingyue's chance of getting the moon first be naturally much greater than mine? Love grows over time, love grows over time. Even the old saying goes that two people need to be together for a long time before they are likely to develop feelings for each other. The more miserable Lin Qingyue is, the more disadvantageous the situation will be for me, right? Hiss. When she realized this, Su Yuyan couldn't help but take a breath. The current situation is that Lin Qingyue has made it clear that she is somewhat interested in Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin has not yet realized this, once the two of them have been together for a long time, and Lin Qingyue one day loses control and starts to take the initiative to attack, the situation will be hard to predict. Lin Qingyue is so beautiful, has a cool temperament, a good figure, and is also a beautiful CEO. Jiang Qin couldn't help but praise her in his heart. Once Lin Qingyue really starts to take the initiative, it's hard to say whether he will be able to resist. No, we cannot allow this to happen. I was the first one to arrive, how could Lin Qingyue get there first? Even if Lin Qingyue wants to take advantage of Jiang Qin, she should at least wait until I get Jiang Qin first. Even if the original author doesn't give me too many roles now, I have to seize every opportunity and take the initiative to steal the show. For example, tonight, when Jiang Qin is alone and feeling a little down. Thinking of this, Su Yuyan saw a rental property that was shown as available for viewing and immediately called the landlord. "Hello, landlord. I am a tenant. I saw that the house you listed on the rental platform is still available. I would like to ask if the house is still available. Is it convenient for you to take me to see it now?" The landlord was a middle-aged woman. She was obviously surprised to hear her voice. "Now. Of course you can. I live in the neighborhood next to that house, so it's very close. But there's something I need to tell you about that house in advance." "What's going on?" Su Yuyan asked casually. She just wanted to find a house near Jiang Qin's home, pretend to meet Jiang Qin by chance tonight, and have more contact with him in the future. She had seen the house listed by the landlord. It was located in the community where Jiang Qin was currently renting a house. It was in the same building as Jiang Qin's home, but one was on the 5th floor and the other on the 3rd floor. Moreover, the layout and decoration of the house were quite to Su Yuyan's liking, and the price and rental conditions could be said to be extremely favorable. As long as the situation the landlord describes is not too unacceptable, she has no problem with it. Nothing else. Upon hearing this, the landlord obviously hesitated. Then she carefully chose her words and said, "Yes, the previous tenant is still living in this apartment. That guy is lazy and gluttonous. His lease was up more than a month ago, but he has been refusing to leave and pay rent. I think he is tall and strong and a scoundrel, so I don't know what to do with him. So I posted a super low-priced and super favorable rental plan online to see if there are any tenants who can deal with him." After hearing this, Su Yuyan understood what the landlord meant. She smiled slightly. "What you mean is that the reason you listed the house price so low and offered a month of free rent is that you want to find a tenant who can help you solve the problem, right?" "Yes." The middle-aged woman was somewhat helpless. "My children are all abroad, and my husband is also bedridden. I really can't do anything about that scoundrel. I guess that scoundrel saw this clearly, so he dared not pay the rent and stayed there. I had no choice but to ask the tenant to send this plague away." Su Yuyan suddenly thought of a great way to get closer to Jiang Qin. Her eyes lit up and she immediately said, "What I hate most is bullying the weak. It just so happens that I also need to rent a house. If you don't mind, let's meet downstairs of that building later and go look at houses together. If the house is what I like, I'll ask my friend to help you deal with that scoundrel." Chapter 89, Third Sister-in-Law, What Are You Doing Again? More than 10 minutes later, when Jiang Qin arrived downstairs of his house, he almost thought he had seen it wrong. In front of the corridor of his house, under the dim street light, there was a figure he was very familiar with, holding a mobile phone and looking to the side from time to time, as if waiting for someone. The figure was in her early 20s, her face was beautiful to the extreme, and her whole body was full of youthful and lively aura. A white shirt, paired with an exquisite JK short skirt, plus well-proportioned beautiful legs, smooth white silk, and a pair of beautiful little leather shoes. Add to that her amazing figure, who else could it be but her third sister-in-law Su Yuyan? What is the third sister-in-law doing here? There is no such part in the original novel. Jiang Qin was a little confused, but he still gritted his teeth and walked downstairs to his home. It was also at this time that Su Yuyan seemed to have discovered him. Seeing him coming over, she showed just the right amount of surprise and joy. "Jiang Qin. What a coincidence. We met again." Jiang Qin pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, what a coincidence. What are you doing?" Su Yuyan showed some curiosity again. "Seeing you walking towards this side so leisurely, could it be that you live here?" "You guessed it right." Jiang Qin pretended not to know that Su Yuyan had raided his house not long ago, and asked curiously, "What about you? What are you doing here? From the look of you just now, are you waiting for someone?" "Oh, the lease of my previous house is about to expire, and I'm planning to rent somewhere else. I accidentally found a house here with a decoration and layout that suits my taste, and the price is also very favorable, so I came here to take a look." Su Yuyan looked very natural. "I'm just waiting for the landlord to come over now." As she spoke, she seemed to remember something and quickly grabbed Jiang Qin's arm again. "It's just right, it's rare to meet you here, please help me later." "What?" Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her fair, jade white hand that was tightly grasping his arm. When I came here, I heard the landlord say that the reason she listed this house at such a low price and gave a 1-month rent-free period was because the previous tenant refused to leave. Su Yuyan showed a pitiful expression. I heard from the landlord that the tenant is tall and strong, and he is a deadbeat. The previous lease has expired for more than a month and he still hasn't paid. I can only find a way to evict the tenant to rent that house. You know, I don't have many friends in Zhongyan City. Can I ask you for a favor? Although Su Yuyan didn't say the rest of the words, Jiang Qin already understood. Su Yuyan asked me to help him get rid of that rogue tenant. However, he really couldn't understand this operation. Third sister-in-law is clearly a martial artist at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Wouldn't it be easy for her to drive away a little scoundrel who even wants to default on paying the rent? Besides, there is no such part in the original novel, let alone the part where the lease of the third sister-in-law's previous house expires and she needs to find a new house to live in. What is she doing? Is this matter not important at all in the original work and not mentioned, or is it that the third sister-in-law made her own decision? Here you come again to act weak and ignorant, and ask me for help. When Jiang Qin thought about this, a bold idea even came to his mind. Could it be that third sister-in-law deliberately wanted to move near me and find an opportunity to get close to me? He secretly observed Su Yuyan's expression. The pretty and youthful face was filled with pity, weakness and pleading. At first glance, there is no problem at all. Looking closely, there is nothing wrong at all. So, what does the third sister-in-law mean? Jiang Qin was muttering to himself. Su Yuyan grabbed his hand and shook it gently like a spoiled child. Help me, Jiang Qin. I know you're the best. If you help me get rid of that scoundrel, I'll treat you to another meal. No, how about 2 meals? Besides, you don't seem to have many friends in Zhongyan City. Since we are close to each other in the future, we can still be friends and visit each other from time to time. Visit Su Yuyan from time to time. Jiang Qin felt that such a scene was too exciting just by thinking about it. Is the third sister-in-law unable to hold back and eager to use her dragon elephant body to help her practice? Why do I feel more and more like she is deliberately creating opportunities to get close to me? He was thinking secretly when he suddenly felt a burst of light coming towards him. Following the light, I saw a small electric scooter riding quickly towards us. After the electric scooter stopped, a middle-aged woman in ordinary clothes got off. The middle-aged woman held her phone and looked at Su Yuyan and Jiang Qin for a while before she set her eyes on Su Yuyan. She said with a little uncertainty, "Hello, is this Miss Su?" Su Yuyan quickly pulled Jiang Qin's arm again and said to the middle-aged woman with a smile, "It's me." "Hee, you're the landlord Aunt Jiang, right?" "Yes." The middle-aged woman smiled upon hearing this. "Miss Su is really pretty. Is this guy next to you your boyfriend? He's really tall and handsome." Jiang Qin wanted to explain, but Su Yuyan had already smiled and evaded the question. "No, Aunt Jiang's temperament is really good. She was a beauty when she was young. You are such a sweet talker, little girl. When I rent a house, I like high-quality tenants like you the most." Aunt Jiang said, and took the initiative to lead the way. "Come on, Miss Su, follow me. The house you want to see is on the 3rd floor. I already greeted the tenant before I came." "Okay." Su Yuyan pulled Jiang Qin and followed him up to the 3rd floor. When she arrived at the door on the left side of the 3rd floor, Aunt Jiang knocked on the door a few times and called out, "Mr. Li." After knocking on the door several times and calling out several times, but still with no movement from inside, he took out the spare key and opened the door directly. He looked at Su Yuyan and Jiang Qin with a little helplessness and said, "Please come in, both of you." Jiang Qin followed Su Yuyan into the house and saw a shirtless tattooed burly man slumped on the sofa, browsing his phone. Seeing Aunt Jiang leading the two of them in, he just glanced over here, then continued to look at his phone lazily. "I live quite comfortably here, but I have no plans to move out. You should save yourself some trouble and go look at other houses directly." As soon as these words were spoken, before Jiang Qin and Su Yuyan could even speak, Aunt Jiang was obviously unable to bear it anymore. She said unhappily, "Li Juxin, are you still a human being? It's fine that you've been staying at my house and not paying rent, and bullying me because I'm alone, but why are you trying to mess with me when I finally brought 2 tenants to look at the house? You will suffer retribution in the future for being so wicked." Chapter 90 Hiss. Don't say such things. The shirtless man obviously didn't take such words seriously. He snorted coldly upon hearing it. Retribution. What does it look like? Why have I never seen it in all these years? You, Aunt Jiang was clearly at her wit's end. She pointed at him and trembled with anger. Okay, old woman, stop wasting your breath. I've made it very clear. I like this place very much. I'm going to stay here forever and I'm not going to leave. The shirtless man looked like a scoundrel. He scrolled through his phone and said rudely, if you don't want to be uncomfortable, take the tenant with you and leave. There's no need to waste time and bring in more tenants in the future. Anyway, unless I get tired of living here one day or I become rich and can move to a better place, I will leave on my own. No matter what you say, I will not move out. You are being a blatant hooligan. Aunt Jiang was furious, and her voice became higher unconsciously as she pointed at him and her body trembled. The shirtless man raised his head and sneered, not taking her seriously at all. I'm just being a rogue, what can you do about it? To tell you the truth, I'm really determined to get you. If you don't know what's good for you, I'm going to take over this house when you die. Oh, God, oh, Earth, what sin have I committed? Aunt Jiang was obviously helpless when she heard this, so she just started howling, causing the neighbors next door to curiously open their doors and look over here. What are you looking at? If you don't want to get into trouble, just put your head back. Do you understand? The shirtless man roared. The woman next door was so scared that she quickly pulled her husband back and slammed the door shut and locked it again. It can be seen that this guy is used to being arrogant at this level. Aunt Jiang cried even harder when she saw this. There is no law, no rules anymore. I have been doing good deeds all my life, how come I have to face such a thing? Cry your mother's funeral. The shirtless man seemed particularly impatient. He drove away the neighbor who was looking in to watch the fun, and then yelled directly at Aunt Jiang, if you have something else to say it quickly. If not, get out of here and don't disturb me surfing the internet. Aunt Jiang probably knew that she couldn't do anything to this kind of scoundrel, so she simply turned her head to look at Su Yuyan and Jiang Qin. Miss Su, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry to make you laugh. This house. I took a look, the house is well decorated and I like the layout. I'm quite satisfied with it. Su Yuyan suddenly took over the conversation. For a moment, not only Aunt Jiang was stunned, but even the shirtless man who was about to lower his head to play with his mobile phone again couldn't help but look towards Su Yuyan. When he noticed that Su Yuyan was actually a stunning beauty, he looked her up and down without hiding anything, and then looked at her face again. What do you mean, beautiful girl? Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm not going to move from this place. Su Yuyan met his gaze with a smile on her face, but I just heard from Aunt Jiang that your lease expired more than a month ago, and you haven't renewed it or paid the rent in more than a month. You are not qualified to continue living here. What's the problem with me renting this place and living here now? Of course there is a problem. The shirtless man retorted without hesitation, if you move in, where will I live? I have no money now, do you want me to live on the streets? As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and looked Su Yuyan up and down again, or do you want to move in and live with me? Su Yuyan was not shy. She smiled and gently shook Jiang Qin's arm. Do you still want to live with us? Then you have to ask my boyfriend's opinion first. Jiang Qin originally didn't want to get involved, but when Su Yuyan pushed him out like this, he was stunned for a moment. What's going on, sister-in-law? Don't say anything nonsense when there are outsiders present. What boyfriend? If my good brother knew this, he would probably want to kill me again. However, when his expression fell into the eyes of the shirtless man, it immediately turned into a cowardly reaction. Seeing Jiang Qin showing his fear, the shirtless man stood up with a sneer, staring at Jiang Qin with a sense of oppression, and said, little brother, I guess you don't want to make a fool of yourself in front of your woman, right? Jiang Qin, who was originally just a little unprepared, suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. What does it mean? Do you still think I'm a soft persimmon? Are you threatening me? The shirtless man seemed a little dissatisfied with Jiang Qin's reaction. He dropped his phone, crossed his fingers and stretched his body, looking like he was going to teach Jiang Qin a lesson. I suggest you think about it carefully. The man from the couple next door was blind. He once came to knock on my door in the middle of the night, saying that I disturbed them. But after I persuaded him physically, he just walked away from me. If you don't want to lose face in front of your girlfriend, you'd better behave yourself. What do you mean by being honest? Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes even deeper. The shirtless man put his hand directly on his shoulder and sneered like a cat playing with a mouse. Just like I said just now, let me live with your girlfriend. I gave you face. Jiang Qin slapped him directly. The shirtless guy wanted to return to defense. But his reaction speed was not good enough in front of Jiang Qin. Even though Jiang Qin deliberately only displayed the agility of a Ming Jin period warrior, he still easily slapped him right on the face, and with a loud bang, he was knocked back several steps. The shirtless man was obviously stunned by the slap. He took a few steps back and immediately looked ashamed and angry. As soon as he stood firm, he picked up the ashtray on the coffee table and was about to smash it at Jiang Qin. You are tired of living, aren't you? I'm going to kill you. He shouted and threatened to kill. However, Jiang Qin simply slapped him in the face, and immediately made him stop in his tracks. Pa! Jiang Qin slapped the shirtless man again, and he began to retreat. Pa! Another big slap in the face, the shirtless man took another step back. Bang! 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 After several slaps in the face, the shirtless man was beaten back to the corner, and the ashtray in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Brother, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. The shirtless man was bleeding from all his orifices, with snot and tears streaming down his face. He begged for mercy, without any trace of his previous arrogance. Chapter 91 You're so sexy. Can you talk properly now? Jiang Qin looked at him coldly. The shirtless man nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 brother, you don't have to say anything, I will move out in a moment. This place belongs to you and your girlfriend. You bastard. Jiang Qin spat. Yes, I am a bitch. The shirtless man spat in his own face and agreed again. Brother, you and your friend wait for a moment. I'll pack my things and leave right away. The shirtless man was obviously a little scared. He said this timidly and hurried to pack his things. Wait. At this moment, Su Yuyan suddenly came over again. What's wrong, sister-in-law? The shirtless man hurriedly stopped with a flattering smile. Before Su Yuyan responded, Jiang Qin couldn't help but wonder. What do you mean by sister-in-law? Do you have any insight? No wonder such a grown man could end up like this, unable to even pay the rent. With this level of eyesight, if you work as a security guard, you will probably be disliked. Pay Aunt Zhang's rent. Su Yuyan stretched out her hand directly to the shirtless man. Well, sister-in-law, the shirtless man immediately looked embarrassed. What's wrong? Wasn't the lesson my boyfriend just gave you enough? Su Yuyan looked at Jiang Qin again. Do you need him to teach you a lesson before you behave yourself? It's not my sister-in-law, the shirtless man explained quickly. There's no need to bother you with this matter, brother. It's not that I'm dishonest, but I really don't have money. I used to work on construction sites, but since I last worked for a contractor, I haven't received any work for several months. Now I have to rely on my spending to eat. How can I have any extra food to pay Aunt Zhang's rent? No money. Su Yuyan looked as if she didn't quite believe him. The shirtless man simply handed her his phone and said, Jifu Bao, Wei Shin, and bank apps are all in the phone. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. The total amount of money in these softwares is definitely not more than 100 yuan. Su Yuyan opened his Jifu Bao, Weixin, and bank apps and took a look. Jiang Qin also took a peek. Indeed, there are still 5 yuan and 17 fen left in Jifu Bao and only 35.22 in Weixin. The main source of funds is still from grabbing red envelopes. As for the bank app, the total amount is less than 7 yuan. The total amount is not less than 100 yuan, but 50 is enough. The shirtless man said it was less than 100, which seemed to be a bit of a compliment to himself. Moreover, on top of that, this guy's rich treasure flower quota is almost used up. It seems that we are really at the end of our rope. Su Yuyan probably couldn't do anything to help Aunt Zhang get justice. Look at me and my brother. I'm not lying to you. I really don't have any money. The shirtless man said aggrievedly. Su Yuyan didn't care. She looked through all the apps and after confirming that the shirtless man really didn't have many gold coins, she simply opened the mobile software application market and downloaded a few loan apps. After downloading, he used the shirtless man's identity information to borrow them one by one. Then she handed the phone back to the shirtless man and said, It doesn't matter if you don't have money for now. I borrowed 150,000 yuan for you using your phone on the app. Now you not only have money to pay the overdue rent, but you also have money to rent another place after you move out. The shirtless man looked at the high interest rate on the money loan app and was obviously confused. Jiang Qin was also stunned. Fuck, sister-in-law, are you a devil? This kind of operation, the sudden excitement, can really break someone's waist. Helping this scoundrel to borrow money online at a high interest rate, which teacher taught you this? You must be a modern-day living devil. What are you still standing there for? Su Yuyan was obviously dissatisfied when she saw that the shirtless man didn't ask for cash, and she frowned. You just said you had no money, and now I've helped you get the money. Shouldn't you thank me and pay the rent you owe? Thank you, sister-in-law. The shirtless man was probably afraid of being beaten by Jiang Qin again. He glanced at Jiang Qin with grievance, and simply said thank you, then took out some of the online money and called Aunt Jiang on the spot. Then, he quickly packed up his things and left as if he was fleeing. Of course, before leaving, he naturally did not dare to forget to clean up the house and clear away the garbage he created. Aunt Jiang was naturally overjoyed and grateful. Thank you Miss Su and your partner, thank you so much. The shirtless man had behaved so rudely just now that she thought not only would her house rental for tonight be ruined, but she would also have to live under the bullying of the shirtless man from then on. I didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly. After the shirtless man provoked Su Yuyan's boyfriend, he was immediately given a good beating. After that, Su Yuyan not only drove this guy away, she even got the rent that the shirtless man had refused to pay for more than a month. For Aunt Jiang, this was not just a blessing from heaven, but at least 3 joys at once. It's just a small favor. Su Yuyan seemed friendly when facing Aunt Jiang, which was completely different from her expression when facing the shirtless man. Aunt Jiang, like I just said, I'm quite satisfied with this house. If there are no other problems, let's just sign the lease tonight. Okay. Aunt Jiang said without hesitation, I have the electronic contract, ID photo, and property deed photo on my phone. I can just go to the printing shop outside and print it out and sign the contract. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and added, however, this time we can't sign at the price previously posted online. Su Yuyan was a little slow to react. Aunt Jiang quickly said, you two young lovers have helped me so much, how can I rent it at this price? If this gets out, won't the neighbors poke me in the back? Well, the house was listed online for 2,000 yuan a month. If you want to rent it for a year, you can get 1 month's rent for free. That scoundrel just now gave me nearly 4,500 yuan for rent, utilities, and property management. I will evenly split the difference between the two and rent it to you for 1,600 yuan a month. Also, as long as you two are willing to rent it, I will continue to rent this house to you too, and the price will always be 1,700. The market price of this house is at least around 2,500. 1,600 a month, plus 1 month of rent-free period, this really is the best deal. Su Yuyan was probably a little surprised and quickly refused, that would be too much of a loss for you, Aunt Jiang. Chapter 92 There's something wrong with you. No loss. I can't believe how happy I am to rent to such high-quality tenants like you. Besides, this is much better than letting that scoundrel stay around and be bullied by him. Aunt Jiang acted very strong. Okay, girl, it's settled. Let's go down and sign the contract. I'll have someone come and replace your door locks with new ones tomorrow morning. As she spoke, she warmly took Su Yuyan's hand and wanted to take Su Yuyan downstairs to print out the contract documents and sign them. Well okay, today I will take advantage of you, my aunt. Su Yuyan couldn't persuade her, so she had to obey temporarily. The two of them printed out 2 copies of the contract at a printing shop, including copies of their ID cards and property deeds, and signed the contract on the spot, thus completing the rental process. After Su Yuyan got the contract, the copy of the property title, and the copy of Aunt Jiang's ID card, she happily sent Aunt Jiang away. Jiang Qin's head was still a little buzzing. What is this development? Sister-in-law, have you really moved downstairs from my house? Should I report this news to Ye Junlin? If that idiot knew about this, would he be unable to help but think too much? To be honest, this situation is more difficult to deal with than when Su Yuyan broke into his house at night. After all, what happened that night was known to heaven, earth, him, and Su Yuyan. Even if he didn't report it to Ye Junlin, that guy would have no way of knowing. But now, Su Yuyan moved directly downstairs from his house, and even used his excuse to drive away the previous rogue tenant. It is indeed not difficult to hide this matter from Ye Junlin now, but if Ye Junlin finds out one day, it will be very troublesome to investigate further. Given his style of doing things and his suspicion, Jiang Qin's explanation would be useless no matter what. Forget it, for safety's sake, I'd better just report it to that idiot honestly. When reporting, it involves helping my third sister-in-law evict the tenants. I found a reason that would be easier for the idiot to accept, so it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the second fool has clearly developed a strong interest in the third sister-in-law. If I can live closer to the third sister-in-law and help him keep an eye on her secretly, it will also be a good thing for the second fool. After careful consideration, Jiang Qin decided to report to Ye Junlin about Su Yuyan's move to the downstairs of his house after he parted with her. Of course, some details must be omitted, and some processes and motivations must be modified. In this regard, Jiang Qin doesn't have to worry about being exposed. Anyway, it's impossible for Ye Junlin to come and ask Su Yuyan directly. Jiang Qin, thank you for tonight too. At this time, Su Yuyan spoke again. But he didn't know if it was an illusion, but when Jiang Qin put away his thoughts and looked over, he always felt that there seemed to be a flash of cunning on her face. It's nothing, just a small favor. Jiang Qin agreed without thinking too much. It's not a piece of cake, Su Yuyan said playfully, that scoundrel surnamed Li is so difficult to deal with. Didn't you see that Aunt Zhang and the family next door can't do anything to him? If you weren't so capable, I probably wouldn't be able to handle him tonight, let alone get such a desirable house at such a cheap price. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Jiang Qin was still being polite. Su Yuyan suddenly opened her arms and hugged him. When she hugged him, her cheeks were still slightly red as she pressed them against his chest. She looked up at him with some strangeness in her eyes. When I move here, please come to my house and eat me. My pussy and my cooking are both delicious. Su Yuyan, what are you doing? Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel his pupils tremble. Let go quickly, this is not allowed. This is really not allowed. How can you hold me like this? If someone sees this, I won't even need to wait for my explanation. I'm afraid that idiot Ye Junlin will kill me. Please control yourself, don't do this, it makes me panic. Jiang Qin held his hands in the air, not daring to move at all. He didn't dare to look around at all, for fear that if he did, the charming third sister-in-law would make him lose his mind. He didn't notice at all that while he was roaring wildly in his heart, Su Yuyan's pretty face became even redder. There was even a glimmer of success in her eyes. After hugging Jiang Qin for a while, she withdrew her arms and stood half a step away from him. Okay, it's getting late. I won't bother you anymore tonight. I still say that. When I move here, please come to my house and experience my cooking skills. Well, Yuyan, I'm the captain of the bodyguard team for Mr. Lin of Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group. I usually eat 3 meals a day with the bodyguard team. Jiang Qin tried to decline. It's okay, Su Yuyan didn't give him a chance to refuse. I can invite you to my house for a midnight snack. It's impossible that Mr. Lin needs you, the bodyguard captain, to accompany him all the time even at night, right? If all else fails, I can still make it and send it to your house. That's not the case. Jiang Qin couldn't refuse after hearing what she said. If you're so persistent, I'll take a look at it later. If there's a night snack I can have, I'll contact you in advance. Sure. Su Yuyan climbed up the ladder. Jiang Qin, give me your phone number and I'll call you. You can just save my number later. Jiang Qin didn't realize until he heard this. The two of them hadn't actually added each other's contact information yet, so he was just delivering himself to the other person. He wanted to secretly slap himself twice, but on the surface, he still gave Su Yuyan his work cell phone number. After Su Yuyan wrote it down, called him on the spot and saved her number, Jiang Qin didn't say anything more. I always feel like Su Yuyan is eyeing me covetously. We must be careful and never give her another chance. Otherwise, many of the main plots involving her will probably be in trouble. The two exchanged contact information. After Su Yuyan took a taxi and left, Jiang Qin did not stay there any longer. He quickly returned to his rental house, then thought about the wording for a while and simply edited a text message and sent it to Ye Junlin. Brother, are you asleep? There is something unexpected and I need to report it to you as soon as possible. About Su Yuyan. Chapter 93, Did this woman do it on purpose? As expected, when it comes to these beauties he is determined to get, Ye Junlin's reaction speed is often exceptionally fast. Almost as soon as Jiang Qin sent the text message, Ye Junlin called. What's going on? Jiang Qin said quickly, I just walked back to the rental house from Lao Wang's barbecue, and I actually saw my third sister-in-law looking for a new house. It seems her lease is up. Then, she found a new rental house, which happened to be in the same building as mine. I live on the 5th floor, and the apartment she likes is on the 3rd floor. Is there such a thing? Ye Junlin on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised. Then, as if thinking for a while, he laughed again. It seems that even God is helping me. I was just worried that there was a misunderstanding between us at Huichin Hall before, and she stayed in Huichin Hall all the time, so I couldn't find a chance to interact with her more. Now that she has moved downstairs from your house, you can keep an eye on her for me and help me understand her daily habits and whereabouts. Jiang Qin also hurriedly followed up and changed the subject. Brother, what misunderstanding did you have with her in Huichin Hall? Ahem, there was a small accident when I was refining the medicine. Ye Junlin was vague, don't ask about the things in the martial arts world. Yes. Jiang Qin also looked respectful and stopped asking any more questions. However, he began to have doubts in his heart. According to the normal course of events, after this idiot went to Huichuntang, he should have been very impressive in refining medicine with an induction cooker, which once again attracted the curiosity and attention of my third sister-in-law. Now that he mentioned a small accident, what kind of small accident could it be? Looking at the way third sister-in-law has been acting recently, and her attitude when she approached him at Lao Wang's barbecue stall tonight, could it be that third sister-in-law is up to something again? The third sister-in-law seems to be quite unimpressed by this idiot. Something is very wrong. By the way, there is something I forgot to remind you. But before Jiang Qin could think about it, Ye Junlin spoke again on the other end of the phone. Brother, please speak. Jiang Qin quickly put away his thoughts and listened attentively. This woman, Su Yuyan, gives me a very unusual feeling. Ye Junlin said with a serious tone. Although I haven't had much contact with her, and haven't specifically tested her background, my intuition tells me that she should be more than just a beautiful doctor in Huichin Hall. When you keep an eye on her for me in the future, you must be very careful and make sure she doesn't notice anything. Yes. Jiang Qin didn't ask any more questions. However, he nodded secretly in his heart. Although Ye Junlin is quite weak in many aspects, his fighting ability and the beast instinct as a strong man are still very strong. Even though Su Yuyan possessed the Su family's inherited qi-inducing technique, which made it almost impossible for him to see any clues, he could still sense some clues by intuition alone. After reporting the matter to Ye Junlin, and hearing that Ye Junlin had no other instructions or arrangements, he started to think about the next plot and the role he was going to play again after Ye Junlin hung up the phone. Although there was a small incident tonight when my third sister-in-law suddenly came to rent a house near my home, the main plot generally remained relatively stable. Next, the news that Chen Kai was slapped in the face by the idiot at Lao Wang's barbecue was reported to the Black Snake Society headquarters, and the god of war Ling Feng was dissatisfied with Ye Junlin's reply but didn't take it too seriously, resulting in the undercurrent that Wang Fengnian, the old man, was ready to run away from this place of trouble. He had no idea that while his thoughts were wandering, inside the study room of Villa number 018 in Zhongyan Gardens, Lin Qingyue, who was originally in a state of embarrassment and anger, and was very annoyed that it was her unlucky one, had now completely calmed down. Not only did she calm down, she was even a little nervous. Su Yuyan's lease is about to expire, and she just happened to like a house downstairs from Jiang Qin's house. How could it be such a coincidence? This woman did this on purpose, didn't she? She also dragged Jiang Qin along and pretended that Jiang Qin was her boyfriend in front of the landlord and that rogue tenant. This was definitely intentional. Especially when she thought of the series of scenes that she vaguely imagined through Jiang Qin's thoughts, in which Su Yuyan pulled Jiang Qin, pretending that Jiang Qin was her boyfriend, and asked Jiang Qin to help drive out the rogue tenant, as well as the scene where Su Yuyan expressed her gratitude, hugged Jiang Qin, and invited Jiang Qin to her house to eat her. Lin Qingyue felt even more uncomfortable. Can this woman have a little shame? She was being cunning. She deliberately rented a room downstairs from Jiang Qin's house and created opportunities for him to have contact with her. But why did she take the opportunity to make contact with him? Isn't this cheating? No, I can't let her outdo me. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyue subconsciously began to ponder how she could surpass Su Yuyan. But then she realized what she was thinking about and couldn't help but cover her face fiercely. Oh my god, what am I thinking about? Am I crazy? I would actually think of competing with another beautiful woman for a man. And that man is a very annoying and stinking bodyguard. Stop, stop, you must stop now. Too many things must have happened today, and my brain is functioning disorderly. When she realized this, Lin Qingyue forced herself to interrupt her wandering thoughts, rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and let the cold water force her to calm down. At the same time, inside the Prince of Zhongyin's palace, Ye Wushuang's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt that his thoughts were opened. Moving to live next to Jiang Qin will shorten the physical distance between us and increase our opportunities to interact with him, making it easier to eavesdrop on his thoughts. What a good idea. Although I can't copy this idea and move to Jiang Qin's side like Su Yuyan did, but I can use other methods to achieve similar effects. For example, they could come up with some kind of excuse to set up the community they are in as a demonstration renovation unit, and go over there from time to monitor the progress of the renovation. Or, they could pretend that there is some clue nearby and go over there from time to investigate. She immediately walked out of the practice room and went straight to the office. She opened the map of the entire Zhongyan city, found the location of the community where Jiang Qin's rental house was located, and began to think carefully. In her eyes, Jiang Qin was like a treasure trove that could reveal a lot of useful information with just a little probing. She didn't want to miss the great opportunity to get in touch with this guy more. Carefully looking through the map of Zhongyan city and pondering the current situation of the entire Zhongyan city, Ye Wushuang's eyes soon lit up and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Got it. Chapter 94. The newcomer is too unruly. Almost at the same time, Lin Qingyue and Ye Wushuang started to get busy. At the Black Snake Society headquarters, a man with an exceptionally sinister look and a pair of triangular eyes flew into a rage after listening to Chen Kai's report. Asshole, the Tiger Gang and our Black Snake Society have always kept to themselves. The new Tiger Gang leader is too unruly. You actually came to our Black Snake Society's territory and slapped our Black Snake Society members in the face. What's the difference between this and peeing and shitting on my head? Triangle Eyes suddenly dropped the wine glass in his hand, and an evil aura burst out from his body, scaring Chen Kai on the ground and his men around him so much that they trembled with fear. However, despite the fear of the people around, one of the gentle-looking men still whispered after a moment of panic, "President, this new Tiger Gang leader is not to be trifled with. Although there has been no concrete news circulating outside, I have learned through some internal channels that the previous Tiger Gang leader Zuoshan Diao Daoye died on the night that the new Tiger Gang leader Ye Junlin took office. I strongly suspect that Master Diao was killed by Ye Junlin. Think about it, Master Diao is a ruthless man who has a special relationship with the Zhao family, but this guy killed Master Diao and nothing happened to him. This shows that he is not a simple person. After Diao Yi was killed by Ye Junlin, because Zhao Zhetian also died on the spot, the news was blocked by Zhao Xuanji from the beginning. Even some survivors at the scene were killed and buried with Zhao Zhetian because of Zhao Xuanji's cruelty. In addition, Zhao Zhetian later planned to kill someone with a borrowed knife, so he went to the Wang family and wanted the Wang family to take action, and block the news again. It was even more difficult for ordinary people outside to find out what happened that night. The elegant man could only make some judgments based on the dramatic changes that took place in the Tiger Gang that day. However, these judgments are, to some extent, quite accurate. He said this entirely for the good of the Black Snake Society. Unfortunately, the man with triangular eyes, Lu Nang, the president of the Black Snake Society, did not listen to the words of his think tank at all. Lu Nang said unhappily, no matter how powerful he is, he has to abide by the rules of the underworld. For many years, we in the Tiger Gang have kept our distance from each other and each of us has been making a living in our own territory. Now that he has extended his hand into our territory, we must make him give an explanation. Otherwise, people will think that our Black Snake Club is no longer viable, and any Tom, Dick, or Harry will be able to bully us. President, the Black Snake Society's think tank wanted to persuade him again. Lu Nang interrupted him before he could finish. Okay, third brother, it's settled. Let someone check where gang leader Yi lives. Let Lao Lu go meet him and ask him to give an explanation. Otherwise, this matter will not end. As he said this, he looked directly at Chen Kai and his group. As for you, They all deserve to be punished for bringing such great shame to the Black Snakes in front of a rival gang. All will be dealt with according to gang rules. Several members of the Black Snake Society immediately stepped forward and held down Chen Kai and his group, dragging them out to enforce the gang rules. Others hurried to notify the sixth leader of the Black Snake Society and convey Lu Neng's order. On the other side, in Nanzhou, the residence of the god of war Lingfeng. War god Lingfeng also received a call from Keiko Mikami at this time. After learning that Mikami Keiko had already warned Ye Junlin, but Ye Junlin was somewhat dissatisfied that Lingfeng war god had warned him without finding out the truth. Lingfeng war god did not doubt whether Mikami Keiko had reported the situation to him truthfully, and directly said to the other end of the phone, "It seems that Ye Junlin is really lawless. That's because I'm not in Zhongnan City right now, otherwise I'd have to deal with him." He didn't take Ye Junlin seriously at all. What they didn't know was that after secretly investigating the truth behind Ye Junlin's previous killings, Mikami Keiko concealed some of the outrageous words that Ye Junlin asked her to convey to the god of war Lingfeng. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Wang Fengnian, who was still waiting for his further news at the mansion, and said casually, "Okay, Huizi has already knocked on that guy named Yi. You go back first. If that Yi guy does anything outrageous again, please feel free to contact me. Then we can have a legitimate reason to wipe out this lunatic in one fell swoop." War god Lingfeng, Wang Fengnian obviously didn't expect this result, and hurriedly tried to persuade war god Lingfeng again, hoping that he would take action as soon as possible to strangle Ye Junlin in the cradle. "Okay, Lao Wang, you've already wasted a lot of my time today." Ling Feng, the god of war, interrupted him before he could finish. "I still have a lot of things to do here. He's just Ye Junlin. Just do as I said. That's it, goodbye." While interrupting Wang Fengnian, he even looked directly in the direction of the entrance of the mansion and ordered him to leave. Then, Wang Fengnian saw this and knew that with the war god Lingfeng's style of doing things, there was probably no room for maneuver. He could only force a smile and said, "Then I won't bother you for now." He maintained a humble attitude on his face and slowly left the residence of god of war Lingfeng. However, after leaving the Lingfeng god of war's residence and returning to the Wang family's luxurious motorcade, he immediately put away his humble attitude and said in a deep voice to the worshipper who accompanied him the whole time, "Lingfeng god of war doesn't care about our lives at all. It seems that I can't stay in Zhongnan City for the time being. Otherwise, once Ye Junlin finds out what we did in secret before, the Wang family will be doomed." The worshipper beside him also looked unhappy. Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Master, what are you going to do?" "After we go back tonight, start selling off the Wang family's property as soon as possible. Sell everything that can be sold as quickly as possible. Then, before the situation gets worse, take the entire Wang family and relocate to another place." The worshipper nodded slightly. "That's the only way. But if this happens, the Wang family will probably suffer a serious loss of vitality. To sell off such a large family business temporarily, and to realize as much cash as possible, the prices of those businesses will probably be greatly discounted. Plus, people are looked down upon when they leave their hometown. After leaving, the Wang family's personal connections and local relationships will all have to be rebuilt from scratch." Wang Fengnian said without hesitation, "That's better than the destruction of the Wang family. It's settled now. You must evacuate within 7 days at most. After 7 days, we will not care about some of the family businesses even if they have not been sold yet. The most important thing is for the whole family to leave this troubled place. At worst, we can come back after things have calmed down." "Okay." The Wang family's priest also understood the urgency of the situation, and stopped talking immediately after hearing the voice. Chapter 95 Sister-in-law, are you acting like a spoiled child with me? A Chu. The next day, Jiang Qin just went to work at Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group on time and served as a door god for Lin Qingyue. A Chu, however, what I didn't expect was that when I saw Lin Qingyue, I saw this cold and beautiful female president being supported by her assistant Xiao Tao, looking a little haggard, and sneezing continuously. He was a little surprised and asked with concern, "Boss Lin, what happened to you?" "It's all your fault." Lin Qingyue glared at him unhappily, then quickly took out a tissue and covered her mouth and nose. Last night, in order to calm herself down and stop having wild thoughts, she ran to take a shower in the middle of the night. As a result, she didn't control it well and caught a cold. Not only am I sneezing non-stop, but my mind is also a mess. If not Jiang Qin's fault, who else can we blame? Jiang Qin was very confused. No, sister-in-law, what does it have to do with me if you catch a cold? I wasn't at your house last night, can you blame me for this? Do I, as the captain of the bodyguards, have to go to your house at night to take care of your daily life? That's another price. No, it's too much. However, he still showed an expression of grievance and confusion on the surface. Why do you blame me, Mr. Lin? No, Mr. Lin, you know I'm a rough person, so please make it clear. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Lin Qingyue looked as if she was too lazy to explain any more to him. She gave him a slightly coquettish look, let Xiaotao support her, and went straight back to her office. However, Xiaotao turned her head while supporting Lin Qingyue and secretly winked at Jiang Qin. He signaled her to quickly coax Lin Qingyue and seize the opportunity to express her feelings. Jiang Qin suddenly had a lot of question marks in his mind. Are you sure, sister-in-law? What's with that rolling eye of yours? Are you trying to be a spoiled brat with me? Hiss, this is not a good idea. Didn't you see that assistant Xiaotao misunderstood? Oh my god, something is wrong. It is extremely wrong. I have to find a reason to escape and leave this troubled place as soon as possible. His eyes rolled around, and he was thinking about how to escape at the right time, when he saw Xiaotao helping Lin Qingyue to sit down, and then winking at him from behind the boss chair. She signaled him to quickly pour Lin Qingyue a cup of hot water. Jiang Qin suddenly had an idea. He quickly went to the water dispenser, poured a cup of hot water for Lin Qingyue, and said, Sister-in-law Boss Lin, your symptoms look like you have caught a cold. You need to rest more. Come, drink some hot water first. After drinking the hot water, you should take a rest or go to the hospital. Lin Qingyue took the hot water calmly, and then said coldly, it's just a slight cold, it's not worth it. I'll just drink some hot water and some Chinese medicine later. Seeing that his attempt to persuade Lin Qingyue to stop working under the pretext of showing loyalty was fruitless, Jiang Qin simply went along with it and said, then I'll go get you some medicine. Having said that, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape immediately. No need to be so troublesome. But at this moment, Lin Qingyue suddenly called out to him. The company's logistics department has the medicine. I'll ask Xiaodao to make a phone call and have them send it over. You can just stay in my office and help me make some. Ah, Jiang Qin didn't expect that Shizi Pharmaceutical Group had these things. It's rare that you're so thoughtful. Lin Qingyue didn't give him a chance to refuse and turned to look at Xiaotao. Xiaodao seemed to understand something and secretly gave Jiang Qin a thumbs up from behind the boss chair. Then she quickly took out her cell phone and called the logistics department, asking them to send up some medicine. After the call, she took the initiative to say goodbye. Boss Lin, I have some important work to deal with. I'll come back after the medicine is delivered. If you need me for anything, you can always call me. Having said that, after Lin Qingyue nodded, she blinked at Jiang Qin again and quickly ran away. No, Jiang Qin's scalp suddenly felt numb. Assistant Xiaotao, are you being too dramatic? This is a crazy hint. He is teaching me to coax my sister-in-law and deliberately creating space for me and my sister-in-law. What is he trying to do? Do you think you understand the ways of the world and have made your path broader? You are playing with fire. Be careful or I will persuade you to go to Siberia to grow potatoes. If my sister-in-law and I are left alone in her office now, what if she gets a fever again and does something wrong? He didn't realize that while he was muttering to himself, Lin Qingyue's eyes, which originally had a hint of success, quickly flashed with shame and anger. Damn Jiang Qin, stinky Jiang Qin, bastard Jiang Qin, you are criticizing me in your heart again, right? Look how I punish you. Achoo, Lin Qingyue sneezed again, interrupting Jiang Qin's thoughts, and then pretended to be uncomfortable and leaned back in the boss chair. Jiang Qin, the office seems a bit stuffy, go open the window. Jiang Qin did as he was told and went to open the window. But after a while, Lin Qingyue said again, it's still stuffy, go turn on the fan. Jiang Qin went to turn on the fan. But after a while, Lin Qingyue said again, the fan is too strong, it's uncomfortable, turn it off. Jiang Qin, please fan me. Jiang Qin could only turn off the fan, take the newspaper in the office and fold it into a simple fan, and fan Lin Qingyue from time to time. Jiang Qin, I'm thirsty again. Before Jiang Qin could adapt to the work of the manual fan, Lin Qingyue spoke again. Jiang Qin could only stop fanning and go to pour water for Lin Qingyue again. After pouring the water, he brought it to Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue just touched it with her hand and said, "It's hot." Jiang Qin suddenly felt numb. Sister-in-law, you definitely did this on purpose, right? Are you teasing me? I don't think I have offended you, have I? Hot, Lin Qingyue spoke again. And this time, there was a hint of coquettishness and grievance in her voice. Shit. Jiang Qin, who was a little confused at first, suddenly became alert again. In order to prevent his sister-in-law from having a fever, he quickly said, "Then Mr. Lin, wait a moment. I was negligent. I'll pour this glass of water first, and then add some cold water to control the temperature." After he finished speaking, Jiang Qin quickly dropped his simple paper fan and went to pour water for Lin Qingyue. However, in order to reduce the time he had alone with Lin Qingyue, he deliberately ran outside the president's office to pour out the water this time. He even deliberately took his time pouring the water. But what he didn't expect was that after he hesitated for a long time and poured the water to Lin Qingyue, she just finished drinking the water and said, "I'm still thirsty, pour me another glass. Then, fan me again. It's hot again." Jiang Qin. Chapter 96. I suspect you are messing with me. Not only is she deliberately ordering me around, it looks like the sister-in-law is not going to stop there. You're torturing me by saying you caught a cold, right? Jiang Qin really wanted to get hard with Lin Qingyue right then and there. But then he thought of Lin Qingyue's words, which sounded very much like, "You don't want to lose this job, do you?" and finally gave up the idea. We still have to start from the crux of the problem. The key to the problem is the key problem. Well, nothing wrong, the key problem is that my sister-in-law caught a cold. On the surface, Jiang Qin pretended to be honest and fanned Lin Qingyue, but his mind soon became active. Before Lin Qingyue could torture him again, an idea flashed through his mind. "Sister-in-law boss Lin, I accidentally helped an old man a few days ago. That old man said he was a miracle doctor. I happen to know a little bit about martial arts and acupuncture points on the human body, so I learned a few moves from him. In addition to the techniques that I was going to use on you when you have an attack, there are also techniques that may be able to relieve your pain. It's not a good idea for you to just hold on like this. How about letting me try first?" Oh, Lin Qingyue looked skeptical when she heard the voice. That old man must be really good at it, because he demonstrated it on me before, and some of his techniques are really amazing. Jiang Qin still looked sincere. "Although I haven't tried his method of treating colds, I am at least 70% sure that I can alleviate your condition, Mr. Lin." Oh, although Lin Qingyue was still a little skeptical, her expression was obviously relaxed. "Then how can I cooperate? Does the company's logistics department have silver needles?" Jiang Qin asked back. "I'll ask Xiao Tao." Lin Qingyue picked up the phone and called Xiao Tao. Soon after the call, she gave a definite answer. Xiao Tao said that the logistics department responded that there are some, and she sent someone to send a set over. Okay. Jiang Qin stopped fanning. After Xiao Tao brought the medicine and silver needles, he closed the door of the president's office and began to push Lin Qingyue's boss chair a little further out. "Next, I will do some acupuncture on Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, please relax first." After pushing out Lin Qingyue's boss chair, Jiang Qin stood in front of Lin Qingyue and began to disinfect the silver needles. Lin Qingyue, sitting in the boss chair, looked down at Jiang Qin, who was blocking almost all of her view, and her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Jiang Qin was completely unaware. After disinfecting the silver needle, he naturally took Lin Qingyue's hand. It was at this moment that he discovered that Lin Qingyue's palms were actually a little sweaty, and when he grabbed her hand, she quickly pulled back a little. He just thought it was one of the symptoms of Lin Qingyue catching a cold, and hurriedly grabbed Lin Qingyue's hand and reminded, "Boss Lin, the first point I need to acupuncture is your iliac point, which is located above the radial styloid process on the dorsal side of your forearm. You need to raise your arm a little higher." Oh. Lin Qingyue didn't take her hand back and turned her eyes away calmly. "Do you want to raise your other hand too?" "Yes." Jiang Qin nodded. "After you finish acupuncture on this hand, you should also use the same method on the other hand." "Yeah." Lin Qingyue didn't ask any more questions, but her eyes were still looking elsewhere. Jiang Qin held her soft little hand, and for some reason a ripple arose in his heart. "Well, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry." After greeting her lightly, he calmed down his inner ripples, reached out and pulled Lin Qingyue's sleeves down a lot, revealing Lin Qingyue's well-proportioned arms that were as white and smooth as solidified fat. Then, after finding the correct acupuncture point, Jiang Qin inserted the needle directly. Although this was Jiang Qin's first time to use his medical skills, the system's rewards were apparently quite reliable. He was as skilled as those miracle doctors who had been immersed in acupuncture for decades, and his needle insertion was exceptionally fast, accurate and ruthless. After the needle fell, with the vibration of Jiang Qin's internal energy, the silver needle showed a wonderful rhythmic fluctuation. But after a short while, Lin Qingyue couldn't help but turn her head and look over again. Then, Jiang Qin started to give the second injection. This needle is placed at the hegu point. This acupoint is located on the back of the hand, between the first and second metacarpal bones, at the midpoint of the radial side of the second metacarpal bone. Acupuncture here can play a role in clearing away heat and relieving symptoms, and can help relieve the discomfort caused by colds. After the second needle fell, he still used a unique technique to vibrate the silver needle. After a short while, Lin Qingyue's eyes became brighter. Then, the third shot. Fengqi point. This acupoint is located on both sides of the big tendon behind the forehead and parallel to the earlobes. It belongs to the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian. Acupuncture can help relieve the cold and is helpful in relieving colds. After the third needle was placed, Jiang Qin still followed the method of divine medical skills, and the energy caused the silver needle to resonate. In this way, after only 6 needles, Lin Qingyue was completely stunned. A fine layer of sweat also appeared on her forehead. Jiang Qin stopped at the right time. After causing the 6 silver needles to resonate for a moment, he quickly pulled out the needles and released Lin Qingyue's hand. "How do you feel now, Mr. Lin?" "I feel," Lin Qingyue's eyes regained their spirits, "I feel my nose is no longer blocked, my groggy mind is clear, and the feeling of fatigue is gone. It's exactly the same as it was before when I was healthy. That means the illness has recovered." Jiang Qin put away the silver needle. "It seems that the medical skills taught by the old man I saved before are indeed quite reliable." Very good, very good. You have done a great job today." Lin Qingyue was very satisfied and surprised. "As a reward, I will allow you to continue to stay with me on Saturdays and Sundays, taking over the shifts of the other bodyguards." "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Jiang Qin thanked him reflexively. Not until he said this did he realize that Lin Qingyue's so-called reward was to let him work overtime on Saturday and Sunday. His expression was suddenly stunned. "No, sister-in-law. Is that a reward? It is not right to repay kindness with enmity. It's fine if you add me to your scenes on weekdays, but you also want me to stay by your side on the weekend. What are you doing? Are you trying to reward me or yourself? What's wrong? Judging from your expression, you don't seem very happy." But at this time, Lin Qingyue's voice came again. Jiang Qin immediately managed his expression. "That's not the case. It's mainly because I've been a little tired lately, so I wanted to have a good rest and recuperate over the weekend." "Are you tired?" Lin Qingyue glanced at Jiang Qin from head to toe. "Haven't you been by my side these past few days, and haven't you had any intensive work?" "Okay, that's settled. As compensation, the overtime pay for those 2 days is 10 times, and 3 meals and commuting are included." Jiang Qin suspected that Lin Qingyue was messing with him again, but he had no evidence. Chapter 97. The sun rises from the west. How about trying to create some trouble for my sister-in-law? Jiang Qin's mind quickly became active. Otherwise, my sister-in-law seems to always want to mess with me when she has some free time, but it doesn't seem like a big deal. He also discovered during this period that Lin Qingyue could not sit still. Once she was idle, she liked to torment herself. It was as if he, Jiang, was being targeted intentionally. He quickly glanced at the boss chair under Lin Qingyue and saw that the boss chair was a high-end brand that Xiao Tao had just replaced. Jiang Qin quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. The boss chair just broke last time, and the new model has been inspected by a specialist. It is not suitable for it to break again now, so I should look for another one. At this time, Lin Qingyue suddenly uttered a light exclamation and looked towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin met her gaze and saw a hint of shame and anger in her eyes. Then he asked, "Why don't you speak? Are you not satisfied with my arrangement?" "No," Jiang Qin said insincerely. "Okay, I'm just kidding." Lin Qingyue actually took back what she had just said, which was rare. "This month's bonus will be doubled, and you don't have to work overtime on weekends." But if there is an emergency, we must be on call 24 hours a day. What's going on? Jiang Qin felt confused for a moment. The sun rises from the west. Sister-in-law can still joke. Moreover, to a mere bodyguard captain like me. However, on the surface, he was still slightly stunned and quickly thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. If there is any emergency, I will be there at the first time. Of course, Mr. Lin is a lucky man. I still believe that there will generally be no emergency. You're quite good at talking. Lin Qingyue nodded slightly, then waved her hand. You go ahead and do your work. I'll start working on my work. Yes. Jiang Qin obeyed the order and ran away decisively. After leaving Lin Qingyue's office, he quickly found some trivial work and deliberately stayed away from Lin Qingyue's sight. To prevent this sister-in-law from doing anything weird again and adding to his drama. That night, after getting off work safely, Jiang Qin ran away immediately. Not long after he got off work, just as he expected, Ye Junlin called again. Jiang Qin, go check for me right now, where is Lu Neng, the president of the Black Snake Society? Jiang Qin immediately followed suit, pretending to be surprised. What's wrong, big brother? What do you want to do with Lu Neng? That guy actually sent people to criticize me just because I criticized Chen Kai and his group of little karamis at Lao Wang barbecue last night, saying that I crossed the line. Ye Junlin said in a very cold tone. I think this guy has also found a way to die. It just so happens that I felt that the small city of Zhongyan could not accommodate two underground societies. This time I can take this opportunity to eliminate them directly. Brother, you are so courageous. Jiang Qin read out the script again, and then pretended to be serious and said, I have a general understanding of Lu Neng before. If he is not at the Black Snake Club's headquarters, he is in his villa on weekdays. Brother, please wait a moment. I will go and check it right away. After Ye Junlin hung up the phone, Jiang Qin played a time game for a while. When he felt that the time was almost up, he edited a message to Ye Junlin, brother, it's confirmed. Lu Neng is now at the Black Snake Club headquarters. After editing the message and sending it, Jiang Qin shook his head in his heart. I am drunk too. Before this big guy kills someone to show off, can't he just ask the sixth brother of the Black Snake Society? Is it really necessary for me to run around to find Lu Neng's location for you? Just caring about showing off, not caring about the flood behind. However, when the message was sent successfully and he heard the wonderful system prompt sound, the dissatisfaction in his heart immediately disappeared. Congratulations to the host, you have completed a plot role play, the overall score is 100, and you have received a reward of 20 years of skill. As the system prompt sounded, a tremendous force swept through Jiang Qin's body like a flood, quickly filling his 8 extraordinary meridians. In an instant, Jiang Qin felt as if his energy was fully charged and was about to overflow. However, after he practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra for 49 cycles and digested the tremendous power, the feeling of fullness subsided, and was replaced by a stronger and heartfelt self-confidence. Looking inward at himself, although his cultivation was still at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, Jiang Qin could clearly sense that his bones, tendons, and even meridians had all been widened. If the meridians were narrow before and the flow of internal force inside them was a trickle, then the meridians are now at least 3 times wider than before, and the flow of internal force inside is already surging. If he were to burst out with all his strength now, his explosive power would definitely be several times greater than before. All of this also indirectly illustrates how huge the gap is between the peak of the Grandmaster realm and the Martial King realm. Jiang Qin had clearly gained 20 years of experience, his meridians had been widened several times, and his explosive power had been increased several times, but there was no sign of him breaking through at all. Similarly, it is conceivable how powerful and terrifying Ye Junlin is now, who is able to cross the realm and kill a powerful martial king alone. The destined protagonist with invincible style plus returning masters plus a bunch of masters is indeed terrifying. Jiang Qin felt the subtle changes in himself after acquiring 20 years of skills, and his brain was working rapidly. On the other side, the Zhongyan Palace. No one noticed that just after Butler Hong left the palace, Ye Wushuang followed him quietly with a group of elite shadow guards. After Butler Hong took many turns, he finally entered the Black Snake Society's headquarters through the back door and took the private elevator directly to the office of Lu Neng, the president of the Black Snake Society. When he entered Lu Neng's office, he changed his face and immediately started hugging two strong men who had been waiting there, smoking drugs and touching them all over. At that time, Ye Wushuang, who was following in the dark, quickly flashed a hint of anger in his eyes. Afterwards, after leaving the Black Snake Society headquarters, she immediately returned to where a group of shadow guards were waiting, and issued an order with a sullen face: "We have received reliable intelligence. Lu Neng of the Black Snake Society violated the ban of the Zhongyan Palace and manufactured, stored, and sold drugs within the jurisdiction. Now, everyone listen up and immediately seal off the entire Black Snake Club headquarters. Then, take control of all the Black Snake Society members in the Black Snake Society headquarters, including all the suspicious elements. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed without mercy." Yes, the shadow guards heard the voice without any hesitation. They immediately split into two groups. One group, led by several shadow guard team leaders, quickly blocked the Black Snake Society's headquarters. Another group followed Ye Wushuang and directly charged into the Black Snake Society's headquarters. Chapter 98. Ye Wushuang is furious. The reputation and strength of King Zhongyan are unquestionable. When she rushed into the Black Snake Society headquarters with her shadow guards. Unsurprisingly, the gate of the Black Snake Society's headquarters collapsed in an instant. Those who were watching the scene did not even dare to take action and surrendered one after another. Some smarter ones even came over to act as guides as soon as possible. "Your Excellency the King of Zhongyan, I wonder why you are here this time." Ye Wushuang didn't waste any words and directly asked the shadow guards to control the scene. Then he said to the person who wanted to be the guide, "Don't pretend to be active here. We have received reliable information that you Black Snakes will violate the ban of the Zhongyan Palace. Now, all of you, hand over all your communication devices and go to the side and hide your heads." After he finished speaking, he waited for the man who smiled awkwardly to move aside and squatted quietly aside. Then he led the other shadow guards and went straight to the second and third floors. The situation on the second and third floors is similar to that on the first floor. Many of the Black Snake thugs who were originally aggressive, when they saw that it was the King of Zhongyan who brought people, all turned into sheep and surrendered voluntarily. After a short while, Ye Wushuang led his men and went straight to the sixth floor where Lu Neng was. At this time, Lu Neng had obviously also received the news and was already waiting at the office door. Seeing Ye Wushuang and his men coming over, he immediately came forward with a full smile on his face. "Your Excellency King Zhongyan, I misunderstood, absolutely misunderstood. Although our Black Snake Society has some areas of inadequate management, from top to bottom, we have always strictly abided by the prohibitions of the Zhongyan Palace. Like drug-related, what's going on? As long as Your Excellency King Zhongyan gives me 3 days, I promise I can give you a satisfactory answer." "Capture him," King Zhongyan spoke directly to the shadow guard. Because at this moment, she clearly felt that when Lu Neng brought people here to deal with her, Butler Hong from the Zhongyan Palace had already lost control and was going crazy in Lu Neng's office. Lu Neng came out to greet and deal with her at this moment, and he definitely also intended to keep her outside the door to prevent her from discovering that Butler Hong was inside. After all, the effect of the medicine on Butler Hong was taking effect now, and he was basically like a fool. Not only could he not run away, he couldn't even hide. Lu Neng could not think of any other strategy except bringing his own men to stop the King of Zhongyan. After the shadow guards captured Lu Neng, Ye Wushuang directly pushed open the door of Lu Neng's office and said to the remaining shadow guards, "Go in and search. Check it carefully." Yes, those shadow guards were also very professional. Upon hearing the sound, they rushed in one after another and quickly began to search every corner of Lu Neng's office. As a result of the search, a series of drug products, including Butler Hong's in the lounge, were soon found out. When Butler Hong was brought to him by the shadow guard, Ye Wushuang showed a hint of surprise. "Butler Hong. Why are you here?" Butler Hong was still in a state of nervous excitement after taking drugs. Hearing the sound, he immediately laughed foolishly. I don't know why I am here." "Who are you, beautiful lady? You look so familiar. However, I hate young and beautiful women. I will have President Liu arrange for someone to torture you and destroy your beautiful face." Ye Wushuang's face turned slightly cold, and he said directly, "It seems that she has knocked on the door a lot. Try to calm her down first." Yes, the two shadow guards immediately stepped forward and slapped Butler Hong in the face. The other one went to get a large bucket of cold water, poured the ice cubes used to chill the drinks in Lu Neng's office, and poured it all over Butler Hong's forehead. Wow! Bang! When all the ice-cold water was poured on Butler Hong's forehead and the bucket fell to the ground with a clang, Butler Hong shuddered all over and his eyes gradually became clear again. Lord! Lord! She was so frightened that she almost fell to her knees immediately. You still remember that I am your master? Ye Wushuang's face turned pale. Tell me, why are you here? Butler Hong trembled and stuttered, I. Do you still need the shadow guard to speak for you? Seeing this, Ye Wushuang's face became even angrier. The fact that Butler Hong appeared here and flirted with Lu Neng was already a huge taboo for her. Now she was still hesitating in the face of her questioning, which was not only a violation of taboo, but was also no different from being disrespectful to her in person. Upon seeing this, the two shadow guards also quickly took up their positions, as if they were going to punish Butler Hong severely if he continued to not cooperate. No, Butler Hong seemed to have realized what was happening and waved his hands repeatedly. I'm sorry, my lord. I was bewildered for a moment and failed to control my desires. As a result, I made a big mistake and brought shame to you in the Zhongyuan palace. I admit that I am guilty. Ye Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. Why are you here? I couldn't control my desires and became addicted to that thing, greedy for young and strong bodies. Butler Hong's face was full of shame, and he looked as if he was too embarrassed to speak. President Liu was willing to provide me with drugs, help me find those young and strong men, and guarantee to keep it confidential. I was so obsessed that I reached some secret agreements with him. I told him some secrets and news about the Zhongyuan palace, helped him plan some industries to make money in advance, and avoided some risks in the daily operation of the Black Snake Society. He provided me with the medicine and men I needed. Ye Wushuang didn't believe it. It's just that simple. Although Jiang Qin's thoughts were not pointed out, they were hinted at. After Ye Junlin stormed into the Black Snake Society's headquarters and used some means to interrogate Butler Hong, he discovered something extraordinary. These extraordinary things are definitely not as simple as Butler Hong taking drugs and indulging in male beauty. Because neither of them requires strict interrogation, it can be seen from the state of Butler Hong just now. There must be other reasons why Butler Hong appeared here and flirted with Lu Neng. That's all. Butler Hong still looked ashamed. My lord, I know I am guilty and have brought shame upon you in the Zhongyuan palace. Please punish me. No matter how you punish me, I have no objection. Still not being honest. A cold light flashed in Ye Wushuang's eyes, and the aura of the king of Zhongyuan burst out directly. Do you really think I know nothing? I'll give you one last chance. Tell me everything. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship. My lord, Butler Hong's eyes fluctuated when he heard this, but soon returned to normal, revealing a look of shame and confusion. I really confessed everything. That's the truth of the matter. Chapter 99 The Exploding Truth. Ye Wushuang was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and looked directly at the shadow guard beside him. Use your methods. Then he glanced at Lu Neng beside him and said, don't forget him either. These two people will be interrogated separately. Whoever speaks first will have his or her last wish granted, which is not too excessive. Upon hearing the noise, the shadow guards immediately took Lu Neng to another private room for interrogation. As for Butler Hong, his face suddenly turned pale when he heard Ye Wushuang's next words. Because she knew very well how advanced the interrogation methods and skills of the shadow guards in the Zhongyuan palace were. Also, she could tell that Ye Wushuang was creating a prisoner's dilemma. This is a very common interrogation technique that has proven to be effective. Normally, as long as she and Lu Neng kept silent, Ye Wushuang would have no evidence and it would be difficult for him to find out the hidden truth. But once the two were interrogated separately, Lu Neng and she had to face the situation of lack of information and mutual suspicion. It was impossible for Lu Neng to be 100% sure that she could resist the temptation of reducing the punishment, and she also did not believe that Lu Neng could resist the temptation of reducing the punishment. Both sides do not trust each other, and no one wants to be betrayed and suffer more severe punishment. In this way, coupled with the shadow guards' terrifying interrogation methods, their psychological defenses can be easily broken down. Any reasonable last wish will do. After noticing that Lu Neng was taken to another private room and glanced in his direction, Butler Hong waited for the door of the room to be locked before speaking in a hoarse voice. Things have come to this, she would rather suffer less torture and have lighter punishment. So, she chose to tell the truth. Just try to get a few more benefits for yourself before you explain. As long as it doesn't violate my personal principles and it's not excessive, it's fine. Ye Wushuang also heard the implication of her words at that time and softened his tone a little. Then I hope that after I confess, the master will not implicate my youngest son. Butler Hong's voice was a little low. Don't let him know that I have done such shameful and unforgivable things. I just told everyone that I died in an accident, so that I could save a little dignity in front of my children. Okay, I can promise you. Ye Wushuang felt that this request was not excessive. Let's get to the point. Thank you, my lord. Butler Hong thanked him and kowtowed to Ye Wushuang seriously. Ye Wushuang accepted her gratitude and guilt calmly. After Butler Hong kowtowed, he didn't let her waste any more words and said directly, "You are right. The reason why I appeared in Lu Neng's place is indeed not just because I am addicted to carnal desires and those pills. In fact, Lu Neng and I are both spies of the god of war Lingfeng." Ye Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Although she had long known that the extraordinary thing in Jiang Qin's mind was probably not simple, she never expected it to be so shocking. War god Lingfeng. She stared at Butler Hong closely. Butler Hong said seriously, "War god Lingfeng asked me to secretly watch you to see if you, my lord, are secretly disobeying him or criticizing him. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I guess it's because you're too upright that war god Lingfeng is a little worried. I'm an upright person, but she doesn't trust me." Ye Wushuang didn't quite understand the logical relationship. The following content is just my personal speculation. Butler Hong shook his head. War god Lingfeng seems to be on guard against something, as if he is afraid of being discovered. Not only you, my lord, but he has also arranged spies to keep an eye on anyone in the various palaces in Nanzhou who is too upright. Like me, I am one of the spies arranged by the god of war Lingfeng in the Zhongyan Palace. Lu Neng is a dog that the god of war Lingfeng keeps privately. He is the kind of person who will come out secretly to cause trouble when you, my lord, are disobedient. Ye Wushuang was a little bit unbelievable. Although she was basically certain that there was something wrong with god of war Lingfeng through some of Jiang Qin's previous thoughts, she never expected that the lord of Nanzhou would explode to this extent. He actually secretly planted spies to keep an eye on every relatively upright prince under Nanzhou. This is both appalling and morbid. War god Lingfeng is such a great figure, how can you just smear him at will? Do you have any evidence for what you said? Considering the status of war god Lingfeng, Ye Wushuang still asked a special question. Of course not. Butler Hong said without hesitation, "Little Kurami like us, except for the first time he summoned us, we were contacted privately by one of his 4 great kings. How could we have the qualifications and opportunity to keep any evidence? Moreover, since war god Lingfeng doesn't even trust people like you, my lord, how could he possibly trust traitors like us? He is also consciously on guard against us biting back." Although Ye Wushuang believed Jiang Qin's words completely, he still pretended to be sullen when he heard her and said, "Without evidence, who would dare to believe you when you slander the existence of Lingfeng, the god of war?" Butler Hong had obviously thought of this a long time ago. He smiled bitterly and said, "I also know that this will be the result after I say it out loud. Lu Neng and I really can't produce any evidence. But when the results of Lu Neng's interrogation come out, I'm sure the master will believe what I said is true. Lu Neng and I are interrogating separately now, and we don't have much chance to compare statements in advance. If his statement is the same as mine, it should be enough to prove everything." Ye Wushuang didn't say much, but just asked Butler Hong some more questions. While she was talking to Butler Hong, the captain of the Shadow Guard group responsible for interrogating Lu Neng also came out with a serious expression. "My lord, the matter may be very serious." The captain of the Shadow Guard quickly came to Ye Wushuang's side, leaned close to her ear, and reported in a low voice while deliberately covering his mouth. He looked as if he was afraid that a third person would hear it. "Speak." Ye Wushuang already had a guess in his mind at this time, but he still let the other party speak first. Lu Neng confessed that he and Butler Hong are both, the men of the god of war Lingfeng. The Shadow Guard captain hesitated to speak, his voice full of complexity. Lu Neng said that he is a sword of the god of war Lingfeng. Once you, my lord, do anything that makes the god of war Lingfeng unhappy, Lu Neng will secretly make trouble and make Zhongyan city restless. And Butler Hong will be responsible for secretly monitoring you. Okay, I got it. Ye Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. But at this moment, my heart sank completely. Just as Butler Hong said, she didn't have time to reconcile her testimony with Lu Neng. Even though the two of them don't have any evidence now, their confessions almost completely point to the god of war Ling Feng, which is enough to show that they are both telling the truth. Combined with Jiang Qin's thoughts. Obviously, the god of war Ling Feng is definitely not a good guy. Chapter 100 Boss, something seems wrong. Then my lord, how should we deal with Lu Neng? The Shadow Guard captain asked carefully. The news that Lu Neng revealed this time was extremely scary for people like them. The dignified god of war Ling Feng actually secretly placed people to monitor the princes under his command, and was always ready to cause trouble within the prince's jurisdiction. If this were to get out, the entire Nanzhou would be shaken, and those who knew the news would most likely be killed by the god of war Ling Feng. If possible, the Shadow Guard captain would even rather she never knew the news. Ye Wushuang also knew that this news should not be known to too many people. The deaths of Lu Neng and Butler Hong must not arouse the suspicion of god of war Ling Feng. Otherwise, no matter how well she hid, with the style of the god of war Ling Feng, he would probably want to kill her. She thought for a moment and said simply, Lu Neng and the Black Snake Society violated the ban of the Zhongyan Palace and manufactured, sold, and hid drugs within the territory of Zhongyan City. The circumstances are serious and they should be executed according to the law. Just remember that you are here tonight to investigate the Black Snake Society's poison manufacturing and hiding. You don't need to know anything else. The Shadow Guard captain immediately understood her implication and quickly responded, understood. We don't know anything except that we seized a large amount of poison-related evidence from the Black Snake Society tonight. I will convey the Lord's will and punish Lu Neng and others according to the law. Ye Wushuang waited for the Shadow Guard captain to leave, then looked at the Shadow Guards who were responsible for cooperating in the interrogation of Butler Hong. You are the same. Tonight we are only here to investigate the Black Snake Society's involvement in poisons, and we don't know anything else, understand? Understood. The Shadow Guards nodded quickly. They are all Ye Wushuang's most trusted core team. Each of them has gone through layers of screening before joining the Shadow Guard, so they naturally understand the importance of this matter. Ye Wushuang also trusts this group of people very much. After simply wrapping up the matter, he led a group of Shadow Guards and quickly walked out of the Black Snake Society with a sullen face. Not long after she left with some of the Shadow Guards, a Hummer followed by a dozen vans stopped in front of the gate of the Black Snake Society headquarters. Afterwards, as a large group of thugs armed with various cold weapons got out of the car, a gangster-like guy trotted to the front of the Hummer, opened the boss seat, and Ye Junlin got out of the car in an extremely cool and arrogant manner. When he got off the car, he glanced at the Black Snake Society's headquarters and said coldly, I've already disliked the Black Snake Society. It's a rare opportunity today that the sixth brother of the Black Snake clan has come to our door with evidence. We might as well just go for it and take down the Black Snake clan's lair. From now on, only our tiger gang will be left in Zhongyan City. This time we have a legitimate reason to do this. Even if the king of Zhongyan knows about this, he won't be able to say anything. Don't worry, just do your best and it will be over. Again, if we take down the Black Snake Society, all those who participate in the battle today will be rewarded handsomely. Fuck, naturally, the thugs from the Tiger Gang became excited when they heard that. To be honest, we have been displeased with the Black Snake Society for a long time. Zhongyan City's territory is so small, why should we let them occupy a part of it? It's rare that the boss is so courageous, so let's go for it and take down the Black Snake Society's lair. Then we will dominate the entire Zhongyan City. However, when the blood was boiling, some thugs noticed something was wrong. Boss, something seems to be wrong. At this moment, Ye Junlin didn't take the Black Snake Society's chickens and dogs seriously at all, and didn't carefully sense the situation of the Black Snake Society's headquarters building at all. The younger brother who had just spoken quickly said, although the Black Snake Club's headquarters building is located in this club, it stands to reason that there should be many spies watching people coming from all directions, and there must be surveillance cameras around it. There are so many of us gathered here with great fanfare, but not even a dog came over to bark. There's something a little strange about that. Ye Junlin heard the voice and realized that something was indeed wrong. He subconsciously concentrated his mind and carefully sensed the Black Snake Society's headquarters building. What is the Black Snake Society doing? Are you trying to trick us with an empty city plan? Or did they deliberately set a trap inside the headquarters building for us to fall into? The thugs of the Tiger Gang were talking about it. But Ye Junlin's expression gradually became strange. After sensing some of the situations in the Black Snake Society's headquarters building, he walked straight and quickly. As expected, in the huge hall of the Black Snake Society's headquarters, a large group of thugs squatted in the corner with their heads in their hands, awaiting their fate. Beside them, some shadow guards were clearing out drugs, accounts and other evidence seized from the Black Snake Society headquarters. Ye Junlin's expression became more and more strange. What is going on? The Tiger Gang thugs who followed him in were all dumbfounded. Will Black Snake let the shadow guards of the Zhongyuan Palace be taken down? Who are you? At this time, some shadow guards also noticed them. One of the shadow guard captains immediately drew his sword and walked towards them with a cold face. What are you trying to do by making such a big fuss? Ye Junlin said nothing. Some of the Tiger Gang's thugs were terrified and quickly said, "Sir, don't misunderstand me. We were provoked by the Black Snake Society, and we are here tonight to seek revenge. We absolutely do not have any intention of disrespecting the Shadow Guards." Most of the Tiger Gang, the Shadow Guard captain remained alert. Yes. The Tiger Gang thugs nodded repeatedly. Our boss taught a lesson to a small leader of the Black Snake Gang who was bullying others at a barbecue stall before, but he was retaliated by the Black Snake Gang. We are just here tonight to seek justice. Then you should leave immediately. The Shadow Guard captain snorted coldly. The Black Snake Society violated the ban of the Zhongyuan Palace. The main people involved in drug production, trafficking and hiding have been shot on the spot. The rest of the relevant responsible persons have also been controlled. This society, starting tonight, no longer exists. The thugs of the Tiger Gang were stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly looked at Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin carefully sensed the entire Black Snake Society headquarters building and found that it was indeed as the Shadow Guard captain said. His face turned strange and he led his men away. Boss, what should we do now? After leaving the Black Snake headquarters, the thugs of the Tiger Gang hurriedly asked Ye Junlin for instructions again. They had originally planned to take down the Black Snake Society tonight, but now that the Black Snake Society's headquarters had been destroyed by the Zhongyuan Palace, their thoughts were cut short. Chapter 101. Jiang Qin was shocked. Ye Junlin was actually a little confused. To be honest, Black Snake would be wiped out by the Zhongyuan Palace. This development was beyond his expectations. However, from what the Shadow Guard captain said, the Black Snake was taken down because of its involvement in drugs, and he couldn't help but have other thoughts. When he heard his subordinates asking about it, he simply said, "This may also be an opportunity given to us by God. The Black Snake will be wiped out. If the Zhongyuan Palace just wants to punish them severely and make an example of them, then their territory will be completely vacant. We can take advantage of the situation and seize that territory without any effort. In the next few days, everyone should pay attention to the Black Snake Society's territories and pay attention to the wind direction. Also, we must remember the Black Snake Society's previous experience and never become like them and get involved with poisons that violate the prohibitions of the Zhongyuan Palace." Understood. The Tiger Gang's thugs responded quickly, and then there was another burst of joy. "We are definitely not that stupid. I can make a lot of money just by collecting protection fees and doing some illegal business. There's no need to offend the Zhongyuan Palace. The boss is still insightful. Now that Black Snake will be eliminated by the Zhongyuan Palace, strictly speaking, this is indeed good news for us. It saves us from having to fight them ourselves. If we can take over the Black Snake Society's territory without any effort, we will be rich in the future. Hehe. Zero cost, huge increase in profits, just thinking about it makes me happy." Ye Junlin nodded again, and then reminded, "Apart from these, we still have to be careful." This time, the Zhongyuan Palace raided the Black Snake Society headquarters, which may have also sent out some signals. Perhaps King Zhongyuan is somewhat dissatisfied with the underground forces in Zhongyuan City. There have always been rumors in the market that the king of Zhongyuan is very thoughtful and has always wanted to make Zhongyuan City prosperous. Although our underground forces have not had any problems in the past few years, they are still an unstable factor in Zhongyuan City. The king of Zhongyuan may have other intentions in targeting the Black Snake Society this time. After you go back tonight, remember to check the areas under your jurisdiction and try to clean up all the industries that violate the ban of the Zhongyuan Palace. Also, be more restrained in your daily actions and don't put yourself in the crosshairs of the Zhongyan Palace. Understood. This time, following his reminder, many Tiger Gang thugs immediately calmed down, their faces unconsciously becoming serious. After all, the Zhongyan Palace had indeed not touched the Black Snake Society for all these years. As for the king of Zhongyan, Ye Wushuang, anyone who has lived in Zhongyan City for a long time knows that he is indeed very idealistic and has great feelings and strength. It can be said that he is determined to run Zhongyan City better. If one day she becomes determined and thinks that underground forces like the Black Snake Gang and the Tiger Gang are affecting the stability and prosperity of Zhongyan City, she will probably catch them all in one fell swoop. The Black Snake Society was in trouble this time. Although shadow guards said that drugs were involved, it is hard to say what exactly happened. When the lips and teeth are gone, they are in danger. It would be better for them to be cautious in the future. After we return tonight, we will immediately check all industries within our jurisdiction and ensure that all industries that may have violated the ban of the Zhongyan Palace are dealt with completely. Ye Junlin didn't say much. He responded calmly and ignored the discussions of his subordinates. It was not until everyone left and he sat in the boss seat of the Hummer again that he took out his phone, found Jiang Qin's contact information, edited a message and sent it over. Last time you seemed to say that Ye Wushuang left you alone last time and also left you his contact information, so that you could contact Lin Qingyue as soon as possible if she encountered any problems. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning and Jiang Qin had already fallen asleep. The next morning, when he woke up, he noticed the message from Ye Junlin. When he saw the message, he was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding why Ye Junlin would send such a message. After thinking about the possible reasons for a while, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, brother, I was too tired recently and fell asleep last night. His Excellency the King of Zhongyan did leave me her contact information. Brother, is there anything I can do or ask?" Ye Junlin called soon. As soon as Jiang Qin answered the phone, he didn't say anything polite and went straight to the point. "Nothing special, it's just that Ye Wushuang led a surprise attack to destroy the Black Snake Society's lair last night, and some of us underground forces are panicking." Although her shadow guards said that the Black Snake Society violated the ban of the Zhongyan Palace and was involved in drugs, but the lips and teeth are interdependent. We are all on the ground, so it is inevitable that we will think too much. If you have a chance later, remember to test Ye Wushuang's attitude for me to see if she is just doing this by accident or if she wants to completely eliminate the underground forces in Zhongyan City. What? Jiang Qin was greatly shocked. Second sister-in-law led people to destroy the Black Snake Society's lair last night. What is this unfolding again and again? The plot has collapsed again. The chance for the second fool and the second sister-in-law to establish a connection is gone again. But on the surface, Jiang Qin still looked very embarrassed. "Boss, it's not easy to find out what the king of Zhongyan is saying. The reason why she left me alone last time was because she thought I was honest and happened to be the bodyguard captain beside Mr. Lin. If I don't encounter some special circumstances, I probably won't be able to deal with people of her level again in my life. That's why I added a prefix, saying I'd check it out if there's a chance later." Ye Junlin didn't seem to have much hope in Jiang Qin. "I will think of other ways myself." Yes, Jiang Qin naturally agreed. But when Ye Junlin hung up the phone, he couldn't help but start thinking fast again. Abnormal, very abnormal. There is no such passage in the original work. Second sister-in-law wiped out the Black Snake Society's lair because the Black Snake Society was involved in poison. This is not a normal plot development at all. Besides, the second sister-in-law took the lead in destroying the Black Snake Society's lair, which means that she herself discovered the problem with Butler Hong, and then knew that she had been monitored by the god of war Lingfeng. Then the bond between her and Ye Junlin was further weakened. Something must have gone wrong in the middle. Could it be that third sister-in-law Su Yuyan took action again? Among the three sisters-in-law who have appeared so far, only she has this possibility and motivation. Chapter 102 Sister-in-law has a sense of crisis. Su Yuyan, I don't know what's going on, but ever since Jiang Qin traveled to this novel world, he has never played by the rules. Moreover, he has the strength of a peak grandmaster, and possesses some of the Su family's ancient martial arts skills. In some aspects, even Ye Junlin cannot compare to him. In addition, she usually likes to do justice everywhere after nightfall, so it is very likely that she accidentally discovered that there is a problem between Butler Hong and the Black Snake Society. And given her personality and style, the possibility that she sympathizes with Ye Wushuang is very high. It is absolutely possible that she would privately pass on her findings to Ye Wushuang in some way because of her mutual respect and sympathy for Ye Wushuang. Yes, that's right. Whether in terms of strength, motivation or possibility, it's only my third sister-in-law Su Yuyan. It must be the third sister-in-law who is stirring up trouble behind the scenes, which has caused this plot to fall apart once again. Jiang Qin felt that he had found the key to the problem. What the hell? But on the other side, Su Yuyan, who was on her way to work, had a big question mark on her forehead. You're sitting at home and a pot falls from the sky. So even though I've been so active, Jiang Qin, I'm still like this in your mind. She even felt that her favorite breakfast, which she had gone out of her way to buy, didn't taste as good anymore. This was clearly something Ye Wushuang did himself. How come it became me who caused the trouble? Although I am a little bit fascinated by your dragon elephant body, and I do like your way of doing things, I will still be unhappy if you talk about me like this. Be careful or I will write it down in my little notebook. Su Yuyan took a big bite of breakfast viciously, thinking slowly in her mind, why not just move to the downstairs of Jiang Qin's house tonight, move a few days in advance, and create some pressure on Jiang Qin as soon as possible. Originally, after signing the contract with Aunt Jiang last night, she agreed with the current landlord to move out in a few days to give the landlord some time to find a new tenant, so that the landlord could also return the deposit to her. But now she feels that there is no need to delay it for so long. The deposit of more than 2,000 yuan is certainly important, but compared to moving in earlier and making Jiang Qin worry earlier, the more than 2,000 yuan seems not that important. Of course, moving there earlier would have another benefit, which would be that it would make it easier for her to create more opportunities to interact with Jiang Qin in the future. After all, she had already established her character in front of Jiang Qin from the beginning. A beautiful single girl who has few friends in Gangnam City. By then, they will have moved downstairs to Jiang Qin's house. If there are cockroaches, rats, maintenance failures, power outages, water leaks and other problems at home, it would be reasonable for her to trouble Jiang Qin. After troubling Jiang Qin, as a person who knows how to repay kindness, it is very reasonable for her to thank Jiang Qin and treat Jiang Qin to a midnight snack and go shopping. After all this time, it's extremely reasonable for her to fall in love with him. If I give birth to a son, what should I name him? And if I give birth to a daughter, what should I name her? Thinking about it, Su Yuyan couldn't help laughing again. It was not until she finished laughing and noticed the strange looks from the people around her that she suddenly came to her senses. Frog fun, lost control. One is not careful and thinks too far ahead. Ahem, let's move downstairs to Jiang Qin's house first. As for what he said about me today, I'll write it down in my notebook and settle the score with him later. As Su Yuyan thought about it, she quickened her pace and hurried towards Huichuntang while eating breakfast. Is Su Yuyan such a nice person? At the same time, in the restaurant of Villa 018 in Zhongnyan Garden, Lin Qingyue was enjoying today's breakfast leisurely with a look of surprise on her face. King Zhongnyan unexpectedly raided the Black Snake Society's headquarters, and he actually thought of Su Yuyan. Thinking of Su Yuyan's previous actions, such as often doing chivalrous things at night, robbing the rich to help the poor, and rushing to treat the eldest daughter of the Chen family before Ye Junlin could kill her, Lin Qingyue even felt a little inexplicably nervous. Damn it, even though Jiang Qin always complains and teases Su Yuyan in his heart, it should be said that behind every complaint and teasing by Jiang Qin, there is actually a kind of recognition of Su Yuyan. For example, that guy once said that Su Yuyan has a good personality and her style of doing things is also very interesting. But when it comes to talking about me, Jiang Qin can't come up with anything ivory. Compared like this, it seems that my image and weight in Jiang Qin's heart are not as good as Su Yuyan's. Lin Qingyue paused while eating breakfast. Now Jiang Qin's main identity is still her bodyguard. Many plots of the original novel clearly revolve around her, Lin Qingyue. But in this situation, her image was overshadowed by Su Yuyan, which was not a good sign. Especially now that Su Yuyan seemed to be taking the initiative and moving closer to Jiang Qin, to some extent, the pressure on her was even greater. Based on what Jiang Qin has revealed, this is clearly a world where martial arts is respected. Even if I am Ye Junlin's fiancé, I will probably only have a small role in the early stages. Once Ye Junlin's activities extend beyond Zhongyan City, the importance of an ordinary person like me in the plot will definitely plummet, far less than the two heroines, Su Yuyan and the King of Zhongyan. Whether it's for the sake of breaking off the engagement with Ye Junlin or Jiang Qin in the future, we still have to make preparations early. After going through several psychological struggles before, especially taking a cold shower the night before to force herself to calm down, and being cured of a cold by Jiang Qin's medical skills yesterday, Lin Qingyue has accepted the fact that Jiang Qin is in her heart. Although she would not show it openly to Jiang Qin for the time being, privately, she had already treated this guy as her own. As for Su Yuyan, since she was also eyeing Jiang Qin, Lin Qingyue naturally regarded her as a competitor. How about being a little nicer to Jiang Qin in the future? Stop adding drama to his scenes and follow his wishes more. Lin Qingyue's brain was working rapidly. After pondering for a while some of Jiang Qin's previous criticisms of her and some of his private high praises of her, she gradually regained her spirit. Also, should I wear something that this guy likes to see? This guy seems to like my figure and cool and elegant temperament. Some styles of clothing seem to be able to highlight both of these better. Thinking about this, Lin Qingyue even stopped eating breakfast, opened her mobile phone directly, and searched for relevant dressing tips on the internet. Chapter 103 Waiting online, very urgent. On the other side, inside the office of the Prince of Zhongyan's mansion, Ye Wushuang unconsciously smiled. She never expected that she would not follow the routine this time and the blame would be put on Su Yuyan. I'm sorry, Su Yuyan. Even though she usually treated people very coldly and always maintained the aura of a queen, she couldn't help laughing at this moment. Especially when she thought about how she had severed some of the ties between her and Ye Junlin tonight and learned some of the secrets of the god of war Lingfeng, she couldn't help but feel more relaxed. It seems that the previous idea was correct. Paying more attention to Jiang Qin and digging out some useful information from his inner thoughts will be of great benefit to me. When he was in a relaxed mood, Ye Wushuang's thoughts began to become active. Some of the work ideas that were previously prepared to promote the reform of the Blue Home community where Jiang Qin lives may be able to improve efficiency and be implemented as soon as possible. When she learned that Su Yuyan had moved downstairs from Jiang Qin's house, she had already thought about the map of Zhongyan City and the work plan. Although the Blue Home community where Jiang Qin lives is an old community, its location is quite good. It is located in the center of Zhongyan City, which is just right for carrying out some demonstration work on the renovation of old communities. For example, installing elevators in old staircase buildings, renovating facades, and creating demonstration projects for renovation of old neighborhoods. And taking advantage of such opportunities and names, it is very reasonable for her, Zhongyan Wang, as the project initiator, to supervise and guide the on-site work from time to time. After a few visits, it seemed natural to meet Jiang Qin and chat with him. However, before that, it is still necessary to check the management personnel around the Blue Home community. This is to prevent these guys from taking the opportunity to engage in corruption or turning a good thing into a bad thing. When Ye Wushuang had decided on the idea, he immediately sent someone to handle this matter. However, the other party has not replied yet, so she cannot formally promote the demonstration renovation project of the Blue Home community. When Ye Wushuang was wondering whether he should urge his men, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Caller ID, Yingshuan. Ye Wushuang quickly answered the call. What's wrong, Yingshuan? Is there any new situation? My lord. On the other end of the line, Yingzhan's voice sounded a little excited. Good news, my lord. I found the war god Chu Qing. He is now living in seclusion in a remote village on the outskirts of Zhongning City. Although he is a little depressed now, after my constant persuasion, he finally agreed to meet you, my lord. That's great. Ye Wushuang couldn't help but feel happy. But my lord, god of war Chu Qing has a request. Yingshuan's voice still contained some uncontrollable excitement. You say, Ye Wushuang said without hesitation. God of War Chu Qing said that he has not been involved in the affairs of the martial arts world for many years. He has declined countless visits from dignitaries over the years. This time, he has heard of your character and ability for a long time, so he made an exception and was willing to meet you. I hope that after you meet him, you will not make things difficult for him. Yingshuan's expression became a little more serious at this time. Ye Wushuang pondered for a moment and asked, did the war god Chu Qing say what would be considered as embarrassing for him? This war god Chu Qing didn't say it explicitly, but from what I've observed, he probably doesn't want to get involved in martial arts affairs anymore and just wants to live a peaceful life. Yingxuan's tone was a little uncertain. In fact, from what I've seen, war god Chu Qing is in a pretty bad state right now, but he doesn't seem to care anymore. I dare not ask more questions, for fear of angering him and ruining the master's good deeds. Although Ye Wushuang was a little curious, he also said after hearing the voice, then don't mention the Jianggu affairs to him. This time when I visit him, I will only ask him for advice on martial arts and ask for his guidance. Yingxuan, please send me the exact location. I'll leave right away. Yes. Yingxuan didn't waste any words and sent the location information to Ye Wushuang immediately. After seeing this, Ye Wushuang did not delay any longer and immediately rushed over in a low-key manner with a few followers. Almost at the same time, Jiang Qin shook his head. Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it. This plot has nothing to do with me, so you can do whatever you want. Anyway, it won't affect me for now. Eat what you should eat and drink what you should drink. Don't take it to heart. Then, he quickly washed up and rushed to Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group to start his day as a worker. It was not until I got on the way to work and saw a group of workers passing by that my thoughts began to wander again. It seems that on the way home from get off work today, I had another opportunity to meet my good brother. The incident started when the third sister-in-law saw an old man on the road who was ill on her way home from work and stepped forward to help him, but the old man was already terminally ill and the third sister-in-law's medical skills were powerless to save him. The old man was about to die. At this time, my good elder brother happened to pass by, and then he used the legendary 13 needles of the Ghost Gate to bring the old man back to life, which also made the third sister-in-law look at him sideways again. As his thoughts were flying, Jiang Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he thought that although Su Yuyan came from an ancient martial arts family with a profound family tradition, she herself had not put much thought into the path of medicine, and therefore had only learned less than 10% of the family inheritance. This time, due to the limitations of her own medical skills, even if the third sister-in-law wanted to cause trouble, she probably wouldn't have the chance. Although the Su family's inheritance also includes the 13 ghost needles, my third sister-in-law was not very interested in it before and did not learn it. This is good news. As long as Ye Junlin demonstrates his superb medical skills, saves people at critical moments, and appears to be very righteous, she should be able to change her attitude towards Ye Junlin to some extent, and the plot will not go wrong again and again. As long as Su Yuyan changes her attitude towards Ye Junlin and shifts more attention to Ye Junlin, the difficulty of Yang's subsequent performances will be greatly reduced. But what Jiang Qin didn't know was that almost at the same time these thoughts came to his mind, on the other side, Su Yuyan, who had already arrived at Huichin Hall to change into a doctor's uniform, was stunned for a moment. Then, she just hurriedly put on her white coat and buttoned it up, then quickly took her cell phone and walked out of Huichin Hall, and called her father Su Changqing in an empty corner. Dad, in our Su family's medical tradition, is there a set of acupuncture techniques called 13 Ghost Gate Needles? What is the secret of this acupuncture technique? Please teach me quickly. I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Also, is there any quick way to learn this acupuncture technique? With my talent, can I learn it within a day? Don't be secretive. I am your only daughter. Blood is thicker than water. It's urgent. Chapter 104 Lin Qingyue's Expectations. At the same time, inside Villa number 018 in Zhongyan Garden. Lin Qingyue, who had finally found a perfect outfit online, looked relieved. That's great. Looks like I don't have anything to do today. I can now focus on my career and improve Jiang Qin's favorability at the same time. Following the outfit she saw online, Lin Qingyue returned to the cloakroom, picked out her top, pants, and shoes one by one, put them on, and then made some detailed adjustments in front of the dressing mirror. Once everything is adjusted, I start putting on makeup to match today's outfit. After everything was done, we went to Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group. As expected, when she appeared in Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group with such a look, not only her employees looked at her sideways but even her assistant Xiaodao was stunned. Mr. Lin, are you possessed by a fairy today? Xiaodao had a very exaggerated expression. With your spirited look and good looks, when you walked towards me just now, I thought you were a fairy from heaven and didn't dare to recognize you. You're just sweet talking. Although Lin Qingyue knew how much her outfit showed off her figure and temperament, she still rolled her eyes at Xiao Dao with a hint of anger. Don't I know my own weight? How can I be a fairy from heaven? Really, I swear to God, Mr. Lin, this outfit is really amazing. Xiao Dao made a swearing gesture. I have never seen such a beautiful and elegant woman in my life. Apart from the ninth heaven fairy, I really can't think of any other woman who can be so beautiful and elegant. If you don't believe me, ask Jiang Qin later. He will definitely be shocked. Lin Qingyue was keenly aware of the amount of information in her words. What does this have to do with Jiang Qin, the bodyguard captain? It was a slip of the tongue. Xiao Dao seemed to realize that she had said something wrong and quickly corrected herself. What I meant is, if Mr. Lin doesn't believe me, you can just ask anyone to tell you if your makeup and outfit today are stunningly beautiful. Forget it. I have learned the junior high school text, Zouji's advice to the king of Qi. Lin Qingyue didn't care. My wife loves me, my concubine fears me, my guests who wish to ask for something from me all praise me as being better than Lord Shu. Just do what you need to do. She doesn't bother to listen to other people's opinions. Lin Qingyue just wanted to see Jiang Qin's expression when he saw what she did, and what this guy was thinking. Those are the most real and what she cares about the most. After sending Xiao Dao away and returning to the office, Lin Qingyue began to deal with official business in advance. At the same time, she began to pay attention to the movements outside the door intentionally or unintentionally. On the other side, Ye Wushuang, who had arrived at the small village where the god of war Chuqing was, also put away his complicated thoughts. In the next plot, Ye Junlin shows off his medical skills and acts proud in front of Su Yuyan. The influence of this plot is very limited and it is of no benefit to her. She just needs to listen to Jiang Qin's thoughts and roughly know that this happened. The most urgent task is to seize this opportunity to meet with the god of war Chuqing and try to get his guidance to further improve his martial arts. Thinking about some of the information provided by Yingxuan, Ye Wushuang asked his followers to wait where they were, and then he took the gifts that had been prepared in advance and went to the home where the god of war Chuqing was currently living in seclusion with Yingxuan. It was a wooden house that was very simple and rustic. When Ye Wushuang and Yingxuan went there in a low-key manner with gifts in their hands, war god Chuqing was treating a child in a wheelchair. Noticing Ye Wushuang and Ying Zan, who were dressed modestly, coming in, he just nodded slightly and continued to give acupuncture to the child. After curing the child thanked him and left a basket of eggs, vegetables and fruits. He then spoke with a little appreciation. I have heard for a long time that a new king of Zhongyan has taken office in Zhongyan city. He is extremely talented in martial arts, has first-class governance ability, and is also very beautiful. After seeing him today, I find that his reputation is well-deserved. War god Chuqing, you are too kind. Ye Wushuang also hurriedly put down the gift. Compared to the great achievements of war god Chuqing, what I have done can only be regarded as trivial things. Chuqing glanced at the gifts. Seeing that they were some local specialties from Zhongyan city, not valuables or expensive items, his appreciation became even stronger. You don't have to be modest. Although I am disabled, my eyesight is still there. I can tell whether it is a dragon or a worm at a glance. King of Zhongyan, who is famous for his civil and military achievements, I have often heard of your good name in the countryside of Zhongning. I know your time is precious, so just tell me straight. Why did you come all the way here to see me in such a low profile today? Ye Wushuang did not hide anything and immediately replied, to be honest, I took the liberty to come and visit the war god Chuqing this time because of a personal matter. Oh, Chuqing's tone was a little suspicious, but his expression remained calm. It's about my martial arts cultivation. Ye Wushuang honestly told him his problem. I think my martial arts talent is pretty good, but I've been at the peak of the Grandmaster level for nearly 3 years, but I haven't made any progress. I don't know where the problem lies. I would like to ask the god of war Chuqing to help me find the way out of this maze. So that's what happened. Chuqing's expression eased a little again. Please practice your skills, I'll check the situation for you first. Okay. Ye Wushuang did not hide anything and started practicing his skills immediately. As the technique was put into practice, a vigorous internal force immediately began to circulate in her body in a unique way. The mighty aura of a peak Grandmaster level expert burst out from her instantly. Yingxuan on the side couldn't bear it anymore and unconsciously stepped back a little. But Chuqing in the wheelchair remained motionless. After closing his eyes and carefully sensing for a moment, he said calmly, your martial arts talent is indeed very strong. However, the internal skills I am practicing now are incomplete. If I'm not mistaken, you don't have a master, and this set of skills was not passed down by someone else. Ye Wushuang's expression suddenly brightened. Yes, Chu Qing, the god of war, has a keen eye. Internal energy techniques are also divided into different levels. Although I don't know the name of the technique you're practicing, I can sense it through the circulation of internal energy in your body. The technique itself must be flawed, and its level should not be high. It's already the limit for you to reach the peak of the Grandmaster level by practicing this technique. War God Chu Qing shook his head slightly. When Ye Wushuang heard this, he thought there was no way out. Internal power techniques, especially advanced internal power techniques, are extremely difficult to obtain, except for those passed down within some martial arts families or sects, or passed down from master to master. The set of skills she is practicing now is something she obtained by chance after she reached the peak of dark energy and spent a lot of effort. It is of a very high grade among all the skills. Even after she reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm and became the king of Zhongyan, she had never obtained a better martial art. Now that the god of war Chu Qing asked her to practice other better martial arts to seek a breakthrough, she was really helpless. Unexpectedly, at this moment, god of war Chu Qing thought for a moment and said directly, I am worried that there will be no one to carry on the Arhat subduing demon skills that I have learned. If you don't mind relearning a technique, I can teach it to you. Chapter 105 Sister-in-law is getting more and more outrageous. Is this really possible? Ye Wushuang was a little bit unbelievable. Just as God of War Chu Qing said, there are 4 levels of internal energy: heaven, earth, black and yellow. And each level is further divided into 3 grades: upper, middle and lower. The martial arts that Ye Wushuang had practiced before was of the lower level of the Zan rank, but it was already considered a very good martial arts in the martial arts world. However, the Arhat subduing demons divine art is a top-grade earth-level martial art. He is well known throughout the martial arts world. Not to mention that God of War Chu Qing was willing to teach for free. Even if he was willing to teach for a fee, there would probably be countless grandmasters carrying countless rare treasures scrambling for him. When Ye Wushuang heard the God of War Chu Qing say that he would pass it on to her for free, she even doubted whether she had heard it wrongly. War God Chu Qing seemed very carefree. This set of mental skills won't be of much use if I keep it with me, so I might as well pass it on to someone who can live up to it. You care about the people of Dragon Country, have good character, and have a talent for martial arts. You are just the right person. As long as you can keep your original intention after learning, if you face Japanese warriors in the future, it will be enough for me to kill a few more Japanese devils to vent my anger. Then please rest assured, God of War Chu Qing, I will never bring disgrace to you and the reputation of this set of skills. If I have the chance one day, I will directly slaughter those Japanese warriors who have always wanted to invade my dragon country. Ye Wushuang hurriedly thanked him. Yes. War God Chu Qing said no more, glanced at Ying Zan who was following Ye Wushuang, and said casually, come with me into the inner room. I will write down the secret of the Arhat subduing demons art for you, and answer some of your questions in person. Ye Wushuang also understood the meaning of his eyes and motioned Yingxuan to wait outside. He then pushed War God Chu Qing's wheelchair like a disciple and went into the inner room of the wooden house with him. After entering the inner room, when War God Chu Qing came to the desk in the inner room, he bent his hand and a wolf hair pen immediately flew into his hand from the pen holder beside him. Ye Wushuang ground and spread the paper for him. Soon, some mental formulas appeared in the writing of the God of War Chu Qing in a flamboyant manner. In his hands, the wolf hair brush is like a sharp sword, capable of penetrating through paper. Ye Wushuang practiced according to the mental method and soon felt the difference. Especially after she had practiced the technique for a few cycles, with some guidance and corrections from God of War Chu Qing, she felt as if everything had suddenly become clear. The road ahead is no longer a chaos, but seems to be a smooth and broad road. Obviously, unlike her previous set of mental methods, the upper limit of this set of internal energy mental methods is definitely not as simple as the Grandmaster level. Arhat's magical art of subduing demons is so terrifying. After formally learning this set of skills and practicing it continuously and getting better and better, Ye Wushuang clearly felt the improvement in his own strength. She couldn't help feeling indescribable excitement. Thanks to the War God Chu Qing. Thanks Jiang Qin. If it weren't for the god of war Chu Qing, she would definitely not have the opportunity to acquire such profound internal skills and embark on a smooth road. And if Jiang Qin's inner voice had not reminded her of the problem with war god Ling Feng, she would definitely not have thought of looking for war god Chu Qing. I'll have to find a way to thank that guy later, and try my best to build a good relationship with him. There is so much potential in him that is worth exploring. Just when Ye Wushuang could not hide his joy, on the other side, in the president's office of Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group, Jiang Qin, who had just arrived at the door of the president's office to exchange shifts with other bodyguards, was stunned when he saw Lin Qingyue sitting in the boss's seat. Exquisite face and seductive cherry lips. A fitted half-high collar sleeveless black top, a pair of khaki suit-style pants, and a pair of black leather sandals that reveal a little bit of the jade feet and 10 playful toes. Not only does the clothes make the figure of the girl even more alluring, but also highlight her pear-shaped features and cold and majestic temperament. Is this definitely his sister-in-law Lin Qingyue who is always by his side? He couldn't even believe his eyes. Did I see it wrong or did I go to the wrong office? Isn't my sister-in-law's dressing style usually very cool and aloof? Why are you so aggressive today? This temptation and sexual tension are simply maxed out, okay. So weird, so pretty. I took a sneak peek, and then another sneak peek. Well, I definitely didn't look at my sister-in-law because she looked so pretty. It was mainly because she looked a little strange today. I had to take a closer look to see if she was my former sister-in-law. Jiang Qin couldn't help but glance at him a few more times before speaking. Boss Lin, I'm here to hand over my shift. From now on, I will be responsible for protecting you. If you need anything or have any instructions, just tell me directly. Yeah. Although there was no expression on Lin Qingyue's face, she was smiling in her heart. Sure enough, this bastard likes this. The first step of your own strategy is to take effect. The next step is to continue to build a closer relationship with him and prepare for improving his favorability later on. She pretended to be calm and looked at Jiang Qin. There's nothing to do today, so go and take care of your daily work first. Also, I have something else to ask you. What are those mobile games you play on a daily basis? I see you seem to be having a lot of fun. I plan to go play some more when I have nothing to do later. What is this? Jiang Qin almost thought he had heard it wrong. Sister-in-law actually plays mobile games to kill time. Is this a beaver? You have to know that in the original novel, Lin Qingyue is a typical workaholic and a self-discipline maniac. Not only do I focus almost all my attention on work and career on weekdays, but even if I do have some rest time, I either use it to read and learn about various issues or to exercise and learn some useful skills. Not to mention playing mobile games, she doesn't even touch entertainment modes such as chasing TV series or watching short videos. Now she first changed her dressing style, which was uncharacteristically the case, and then asked to play with her mobile phone. In Jiang Qin's opinion, this was not as simple as the sun rising from the west, but was as abnormal as the sun rising from the west and then suddenly another sun rising from the west. Chapter 106 is very strange, very strange. Mr. Lin, didn't you never engage in meaningless entertainment before? Thinking of this, Jiang Qin looked at Lin Qingyue tentatively again and asked. It's a different time now. Lin Qingyue seemed very calm. In the past, Shizi Cosmeceutical Group's position and business were unstable, so it was wise to focus more on the company's performance. Now that the group is on the right track, we have won a lifetime of battles, so it's time to enjoy ourselves. At least, there's no need to be so tense. Although Jiang Qin felt that something was wrong, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Lin Qingyue has strong management ability and first-class market vision. Under her leadership over the years, Shizi Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Group has indeed been thriving. It has now exceeded the 10 billion market value mark and entered a relatively stable development stage. There was nothing important happening in the group recently, so there was really no need for her to be so nervous. Lin Qingyue took out her phone and said, "Tell me, what's the name of that game? I'll download it first and play it when I have time." Zundao Tomato. Jiang Qin said a name, and then added, "You don't need to download this game. Just click on the WeChat applet, search for the name, load it and you can play it." Okay, then I'll give it a try. If I don't understand anything later, I'll ask you. Lin Qingyue nodded slightly, her expression still very natural, without any sign of abnormality. But when Jiang Qin saw Lin Qingyue actually open WeChat on her phone, start looking for this game, and go in to chop down trees to level up, he still felt a little weird. How should I put it? It's like seeing a fairy from heaven playing in the mud. It is normal for the 9 fairies to play around, and it is also normal for some people to play in the mud. But when the two are put together, the picture looks disharmonious. I can't really put my finger on it, but I feel like my sister-in-law is acting weird today. Unexpected dressing style and different behavior from the past. Also, the sister-in-law seems to be more friendly than usual. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Mao Mao observed furtively for a moment and saw that Lin Qingyue seemed immersed in the game world, so Jiang Qin did not dare to stay here. In order to avoid his sister-in-law suddenly having a fever and adding to his troubles, he hurriedly left the president's office. However, to Jiang Qin's surprise, not only did Lin Qingyue not give him any extra credit when he went to hand over his work in the morning, but Lin Qingyue did not even bother him throughout the entire day. When Jiang Qin went to Lin Qingyue to hand over his shift near the end of the workday, Lin Qingyue even called him over with a smile. "Jiang Qin, besides the tomato, are there any other fun games? I've played the game, Tomato Search, today. It's fun, but there's not much to play. After playing for 2 or 3 hours a day, there's nothing to play. Are there any other interesting games? Please continue to recommend them to me." This time, Jiang Qin was not just surprised, but a magnitude 10 earthquake erupted in his heart. Not only did my sister-in-law start playing games, but she also played for 2 or 3 hours at a time. She even felt that 2 or 3 hours of gaming was not enough and wanted to play more games. What is this development? My dear sister-in-law, will I become an internet-addicted beauty CEO just because I opened Pandora's ink cartridge? If that happens, my sin will be too great. And speaking of which, it seems like this is the first time in such a long time that my sister-in-law has spoken to me so kindly. Could it be that she really opened the door to a new world because of playing games? I heard that there is a whole team of psychological experts behind the current games to help with the immersion model, trying to make the players addicted to the game. For someone like my sister-in-law who has never played games before, the temptation is really strong. Otherwise, should I remind my sister-in-law appropriately, at least to prevent her from becoming addicted? Jiang Qin seriously suspected that this was a sign that Lin Qingyue, who had never been exposed to the excitement of online games before, was about to become addicted after being stimulated by games for the first time. He quickly said politely, "Boss Lin, games are good, but they are only for entertainment. Excessive use may not be appropriate. I've read in the news before that there was a boss of a large group who originally had great business talent and managed his career and life very well. But because he was addicted to online games, he eventually ruined everything. That was a few years ago, when game companies were not so crazy and all game designs were not designed with comprehensive consideration of how to make gamers addicted." "Don't worry." Lin Qingyue waved her hand and said in a light and playful tone, "That's someone else. I am me. I'm just excited and want to play for a while longer. If one day I have a tendency to become addicted, or it affects my normal work and life, I will quit immediately without you telling me." "Mr. Lin," Jiang Qin wanted to persuade him again. "Okay, tell me quickly, what other fun games are there?" Lin Qingyue skipped this topic and continued to ask him to recommend games. It would be better if it was like this game, easy to get started and more fun. Jiang Qin thought about it and found a game that met Lin Qingyue's needs, and even if she became addicted, the harm to her would not be too great. At least their families won't be ruined because of spending money. King's Canyon. He said the name of this classic game. Many people in the country are playing it. It can almost be called a game for all. This is definitely enough for Mr. Lin to play with. Okay, I'll download the next one. Lin Qingyue immediately turned on her phone and started downloading. Jiang Qin wanted to persuade him a little more tactfully. But Lin Qingyue had already turned her attention to the mobile phone screen. After seeing the amazing user reviews and ratings of the game, she felt satisfied and expectant. It seems that this game is really popular. Jiang Qin, you did a great job today. As a reward, your bonus this month will be doubled. After you send me back later, you can go straight home from get off work. The words that were about to come out of Jiang Qin's mouth suddenly stopped. Just because I recommended 2 games, you reward me so much. And he didn't bother me today and was so kind to me. Strange. It's very strange. Could it be that the sister-in-law has some other plan? As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Although Lin Qingyue did not show any intention today and did not say anything extra, there was something abnormal behind this series of actions. In all likelihood, there was something wrong. We have to observe carefully to see what the sister-in-law is up to, in order to avoid being caught off guard again. Chapter 107 Sister-in-law's Thousand-Layered Routine. After Lin Qingyue finished playing the game, Jiang Qin remained cautious and secretly observed Lin Qingyue on the way back to Villa number 018 in Zhongyang Garden. However, Lin Qingyue always looked very normal. Just like other girls who had just become addicted to online games, she sat in the back seat and played games. Because of the victory or defeat of the game, he would show happy or dissatisfied expressions from time to time. So much so that when he sent Lin Qingyue to the door of Villa number 018 in Zhongyang Gardens, he couldn't help but feel worried. Could it be that I misunderstood my sister-in-law? She was actually just simply feeling a bit burnt out from working so hard for so long that she wanted to find something else to do to relieve the stress. It seems that this is indeed possible. While Jiang Qin plans to keep paying attention, he also makes preparations in advance on another aspect. He had no idea that just a while after he left, Lin Qingyue, who usually had a stern face, couldn't help but smile in the living room. This guy, haha, has a lot of inner drama. I've been keeping my hands off the ball, which has made him a little confused about my tactics. It's quite interesting. However, this also indirectly proves that my strategy is correct. At the beginning of today, she appeared in front of him with a brand new image that Jiang Qin would definitely like, and then found a reasonable excuse to play games with Jiang Qin, and then found another reasonable excuse to give Jiang Qin some sweet things. This was the combination punch she worked out after thinking about it for a while in the morning. First, use an image that Jiang Qin likes to leave a different impression on Jiang Qin. Then, playing games is a common topic to create with Jiang Qin. It not only helps to narrow the distance between us now, but also allows us to consult Jiang Qin from time to time in the future, so as to maintain long-term interaction with Jiang Qin. Everyone has a side that likes to teach others, and it is said that men more or less have some instinct to show off in front of beautiful women. These can be fully utilized by Jiang Qin when Lin Qingyue asks him for gaming skills. By then, if Lin Qingyue shows some admiration at the right time, Jiang Qin's sense of accomplishment and favorability will definitely soar. As for appropriate rewards, that is also part of the combination punch. There is an effect in psychology called Pavlov's dog. The famous psychologist Pavlov conducted an experiment with dogs. Every time before giving the dogs food, he turned on a red light or rang a bell. After a period of time, the dogs would start to secrete saliva when the bell rang or the red light came on. This effect also works in humans. Lin Qingyue was planning to cultivate such an effect in Jiang Qin. After that, every time she and Jiang Qin happily played a game they both liked, she would take the opportunity to ask Jiang Qin for advice, give Jiang Qin some opportunities to perform, and then express some admiration appropriately, and finally give Jiang Qin some rewards as a reward. Every time Jiang Qin plays with her, he can enjoy several times more happiness than when he plays games by himself, and form a conditioned reflex that when he plays games with her, Lin Qingyue, he can get happiness plus Lin Qingyue's admiration plus Lin Qingyue's generous rewards. Throughout the entire process, Lin Qingyue did not show any deliberate excessive closeness to Jiang Qin, and just continued along the path started today. From then on, every day Lin Qingyue would ask Jiang Qin some questions based on the game he recommended today, and then invite him to play the game together and give him rewards. Of course, in addition to this, Lin Qingyue also has to maintain her character. She always appeared in the style that Jiang Qin liked, which constantly deepened the stimulation to him. A woman with high education and intelligence needs to be so simple and unpretentious when trying to win over a man. According to the normal rule that it takes an average of 21 days for a person to develop a habit, I estimate that if I follow this rule strictly for 1 to 2 weeks, that guy will no longer be able to control his anticipation and enjoyment of spending time with me. Lin Qingyue turned off the game on her mobile phone. After thinking and pondering his plan for a while, and confirming that there was no problem, he went straight to the study to continue reading books and newspapers. Game addiction doesn't exist for an elite like her who is highly self-disciplined and has clear goals. After all, only those with weak wills can control pacifier pleasure. On the other side, just when Lin Qingyue started reading and studying, in a low-key car, Ye Wushuang, who had already left the home of the god of war Chu Qing, had an unconsciously fluctuating look in his eyes. Although she spent all her time today with the god of war Chu Qing, and focused her main attention on learning and mastering the art subduing demons magical art, she did not miss a single thought about Jiang Qin's thoughts. She also heard clearly about Lin Qingyue's abnormalities. She wore a completely different style of clothing that showed off her figure and temperament, and she took the initiative to ask Jiang Qin to recommend her a mobile game, and she played the same game as Jiang Qin. No matter how you look at it, it's clear that they are trying to attract Jiang Qin and create common topics with him. It seems that this cold and beautiful CEO of Zhongyan City has been stimulated by Su Yuyan's move downstairs of Jiang Qin's house and has also started to take the initiative to attack. As a woman, out of woman's instinct, Ye Wushuang had already sensed that Lin Qingyue might have some feelings for Jiang Qin. Even though Lin Qingyue always deliberately picked faults with Jiang Qin and added drama to his plot, she could not hide her true thoughts. And now, Lin Qingyue's series of actions after Su Yuyan, the catfish, moved to the downstairs of Jiang Qin's house can only be said to have further confirmed Ye Wushuang's previous judgment. It seems that I really need to speed up and quickly establish a stronger connection in a long-term stable relationship with Jiang Qin. The demonstration renovation project of Blue Home must be put on the agenda and implemented as soon as possible. Find an opportunity as soon as possible to obtain more useful follow-up plot information from Jiang Qin. When thinking about this, Ye Wushuang quickly called the person in charge of investigating the situation of the managers of Blue Home. Xiao Ma, have you found out the situation of the managers of the Blue Home area? Has the situation been basically sorted out? Is it being processed? Is it expected to take another day? Speed up the progress. I just came back from Jiangning City. Jiangning City has already started a corresponding demonstration project for upgrading and renovating old residential areas. We can't fall too far behind them. Let's try to finish it before lunchtime tomorrow. I'll wait for your good news. After finishing the call and setting goals for his subordinates, Ye Wushuang immediately began to work on the official announcement that the Blue Home community would be a demonstration community for the upgrading and renovation of old communities in Zhongyan City. I will just wait for the victory report from my subordinates tomorrow and release it immediately. Chapter 108 Ye Junlin is fucked. Almost at the same time, on a road not far from Huichan Hall, Su Yuyan, who was pointing and talking over there, saw a group of people gathering in front of her, and her eyes moved slightly. Hee, Lin Qingyue wants to steal my man. Change into Jiang Qin's favorite clothes and create common interests with Jiang Qin. Are you so conservative? With this level of skill, there's no way you can defeat Jiang Qin before me. But what's going on ahead? Did Jiang Qin mention that the old man fell ill? She walked briskly towards where the crowd was gathering and where many vehicles were parked. Sure enough, when I got closer, I heard someone shouting, "Everyone please help me prove that I didn't hit this old man. I just saw him fainted here, so I came over to help him up and prepared to call an ambulance for him. Everyone needs to help me prove it, in case the old man wakes up or his relatives and friends don't know what's good for him." It seems like a little girl. She helped an old man who had fainted up with great difficulty. Nearby, a group of passers-by were helping to record videos as evidence, and some were also trying to persuade them. Don't worry, little girl. We can all prove it for you. But you'd better be more careful. When we call an ambulance to take you to the hospital, you will have to pay the medical expenses first. You may not be able to get these funds back smoothly at that time. Also, I know a little bit about medicine, and it seems that this old man's condition is not simple. It's probably not a simple fainting. There may be other complicated illnesses. It's very costly to help the elderly and do what is right now. It's good to be kind, but you also have to be mentally prepared. It's hard to be a good person these days. Despite the dissuasion of people around her, the little girl resolutely called 120 after helping the old man up. However, the feedback from 120 made her face change immediately. 120 said that it was rush hour after work and the traffic was too severe. In addition, the accident site was close to the center of Zhongyan City. It would take at least 40 minutes for an ambulance to arrive. They suggested that the girl ask for help from passers-by around her first to see if there was anyone with medical knowledge, so as not to miss the best time for rescue. As a last resort, after she finished the call to 120, she could only ask for help from the people around her. Is there anyone with medical knowledge who can come and help? 120 said the traffic jam is severe right now. It will take them at least 40 minutes to get here. Everyone was silent for a while. Especially those who claimed to have some medical knowledge, they quickly shrank back, as if they were afraid of getting into trouble. Let me take a look. Su Yuyan immediately pushed the crowd away and strode out. I'm a doctor at the Hui Chuntang Chinese medicine clinic next door. What's the specific condition of this old man? Su Yuyan had noticed that Ye Junlin had also appeared. But that guy, although he clearly noticed the situation here, had no intention of taking action. Instead, he focused more on Su Yuyan. No one knew what he was planning. She just turned her eyes to the enthusiastic little girl. When the little girl heard that Su Yuyan was a doctor, she was obviously overjoyed. You are a doctor, that's great, please help this old man. Just now when I was getting off work, I saw this old man fall down with a loud bang. I was shocked and was about to come over to check on him. When I got closer, I found that he had fainted. There was no one else around him, and I didn't dare touch the phone on me. I don't know the exact situation. Then let's do it together. First, put the old man on the bench next to us, and I'll check him. Su Yuyan looked at the old man's complexion, and together with the little girl, they lifted the old man to the bench next to them and laid him flat. Then, he squatted down and checked the old man's pulse, tongue coating, eyelids, etc. After the examination was completed, he couldn't help but sigh. It's true, old man, your health problem is not ordinary serious. The 5 internal organs are failing, the qi and blood are drying up. This is not a coma, it is clearly the end of his life. He is only one breath away from death. I don't know which family is so careless to let an old man like this wander around alone. What? When these words were spoken, not only the little girl, but many people around were obviously frightened. This old man is almost dead. Let's go, let's go. We have to get away from here quickly. Otherwise, if his family members blackmail us, we won't be able to explain this matter clearly. The old man's family is really inhumane. He's already this old, and you still let him wander the streets alone. Isn't this pure scare tactics? Some people left here immediately. Some kind-hearted people, such as the little girl, asked hurriedly after being frightened, Doctor, can this old man be saved? Just now the 120 said that it will take them about 40 minutes to arrive. Su Yuyan immediately shook her head and said, I'm afraid it's difficult. In the old man's condition, let's not even talk about whether we can wait until the ambulance arrives. Even if the ambulance arrives, I guess there's nothing they can do. The 5 internal organs are failing, the qi and blood are drying up. Even if this happens in the best hospital in Zhongyan City, there is basically no medicine to cure it. When the little girl and the kind-hearted people around her heard this, their faces suddenly darkened again. Behind the crowd, Ye Junlin heard the voice, and a subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was about to walk out. But at this moment, Su Yuyan suddenly changed the subject. However, I happen to know a unique technique, maybe you can give it a try. Huh? Ye Junlin, who was about to walk out, suddenly froze. The little girl and the kind-hearted people around her were stunned and suspicious. Little girl, help me unbutton this old man's shirt and expose his chest and abdomen. Su Yuyan did not explain much and quickly pulled out a pack of silver needles from her bosom. Then she borrowed a lighter from a passerby, used the lighter to quickly disinfect the silver needle, then picked up a silver needle and quickly stabbed it into the old man's body. After inserting 13 silver needles in a row and then rotating and shaking the silver needles with a unique technique, Su Yuyan paused and began to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Doctor, can we really save the old man like this? The little girl saw her like this and asked quickly. The kind-hearted people around were also suspicious. Only Ye Junlin had a look of despair. 13 ghost needles. You actually also know this long-lost acupuncture technique. Chapter 109. You had a good chance, but now it's mine. According to the description of one of Ye Junlin's masters, the 13 ghost gate needles and the life-resting medicine white bones are one of the supreme acupuncture techniques in today's medical field. Apart from him, no other doctor should know about them. Ye Junlin has used this acupuncture technique many times and it is indeed very mysterious. Although it is quite difficult to practice, but once you have learned and can use it, it is not an exaggeration to say that if the King of Hell wants someone to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, he can keep the person until 5 o'clock. But now, Su Yuyan, an ordinary doctor in Hui Chuntang, actually used this acupuncture method. What is going on? Is there something wrong with Master's intelligence? Or is it that his master and those so-called miracle doctors that Ye Junlin had met before were all bumpkins with narrow vision? Ye Junlin began to doubt his life. He clearly remembered that every time he used the 13 ghost needles, the miracle doctor next to him would be greatly shocked and would kneel down and beg to learn a few moves from him. But now, he actually saw such a set of acupuncture techniques from an ordinary doctor in Huichuntang. What, is this the legendary 13 ghost needles? At this time, perhaps hearing his exclamation, some knowledgeable passers-by nearby couldn't help but widen their eyes. Isn't it said that this set of acupuncture techniques was lost hundreds of years ago and no one has mastered it anymore? Brother, you are not mistaken, are you? Also, I have some impression of the miracle doctor in Huichuntang, but I don't remember such a young and beautiful one. I guess this beautiful doctor is just an ordinary physician in Huichuntang. Yes, I also remember that there were only a few miracle doctors in Huichun Hall, not including this beautiful doctor. Brother, would you like to take a closer look? Everyone couldn't believe that Su Yuyan, an ordinary doctor, could master such advanced acupuncture techniques. Cough cough, but at this moment, the old man on the recliner actually coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes. Oh my god, I'm awake. You really saved the person. Could it be that what that big brother said was really right? Did this beautiful doctor really perform the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate just now? If that's the case, it's really awesome. This is definitely a rare miracle doctor. This old man was clearly almost dead just now, but after a few injections, he was saved. The onlookers around were suddenly in an uproar. The old man looked around in confusion, then asked, "What's wrong with me? Why am I here? Grandpa, how do you feel now? Are you feeling unwell?" The girl who had been so eager to save people came forward immediately. Just now, you were walking on the street and suddenly fainted. It was the kind doctor from Huichuntang who saved you. What? The old man heard the voice, and it was obvious that he had heard something out of this world. He quickly stood up and looked at Su Yuyan. Did this doctor save me? Yeah, the enthusiastic girl nodded repeatedly. Just as she was about to continue explaining the situation, she saw the old man suddenly excitedly said to Su Yuyan, "I wonder how the miracle doctor saved me. To be honest, I have been terminally ill for a long time. I have sought help from many famous doctors in Nanzhou but none of them could cure me. I have completely given up hope on my condition. I came to Zhongyan City this time because I wanted to revisit the old place before I die, leaving no regrets. If the miracle doctor can save me, I will repay him with gratitude." The remaining words from the enthusiastic little girl's mouth suddenly stopped. Everyone around also fell silent. Everyone looked at Su Yuyan. Su Yuyan looked very calm. My family happens to have some medical heritage, and one of the acupuncture methods is called 13 Ghost Gate Needles, which can relieve your symptoms. The 13 ghost needles, the old man obviously knew this acupuncture technique and was overjoyed when he heard it. You know this acupuncture technique? Great, great, it seems that there is always a way out. I, Liang Haijin, have been doing good deeds all my life, and it has not been in vain. Godly doctor, do you think my condition can be alleviated a little bit? As long as you can help me alleviate my condition, not for too long, but if you can let me live for another 3 to 6 months, I am willing to give you 100 million yuan in medical fees, plus a favor from the Liang family in Nanzhou. Of course, even if you can't help me live that long, I will definitely reward you handsomely for saving my life today. Nanzhou Liang family, Liang Haijin. Su Yuyan was a little surprised when she heard the name. The people around couldn't help but explode again. What the hell, it's actually Mr. Liang from the Liang family in Nanzhou. This is a legendary figure from the past, the father of the head of the Liang family, the largest family in Nanzhou today. It seems that these enthusiastic little girls and this beautiful doctor who saved lives are both going to be very successful. Just because of the life-saving grace today, these two people will be able to rise to the top in the future. I heard that Mr. Liang is a kind person who is eager to help others. For something as big as saving his life, I guess the gift of thanks would be worth tens of millions. This enthusiastic little girl and the miracle doctor who saved people have definitely crossed the social class directly. It seems that I did the right thing by going to my dad to study 13 Needles of Ghost Gate today. Although Su Yuyan appeared calm on the surface, she was secretly glad in her heart. The favor of the largest family in Nanzhou is a priceless treasure. The author has arranged all the dogs in this book very well. Let Ye Junlin not only show off his medical skills and kindness in front of me, but also get some favors from the Liang family. In the martial arts world, this can be considered an opportunity. Unfortunately, they are all mine now. Mr. Liang, you are too kind. Su Yuyan smiled at Mr. Liang without being servile or arrogant. I just happened to be passing by. It was just something I did. In fact, I was also attracted by the enthusiastic girl next to me. If she hadn't helped you up and shouted for help, I might not have noticed what was happening here. This is not as simple as just a little effort. Mr. Liang still seemed very excited. My illness has been seen by all the miracle doctors in Nanzhou before, and none of them dared to treat it. During the last checkup, the miracle doctor told me that the next time I get sick, I probably won't be able to wake up again. You have literally saved my life this time. As he said this, he glanced at the enthusiastic little girl next to him and said, "You two are my saviors. Well, give me your bank account numbers. I'll ask my family to transfer 100 million and 10 million to you respectively as a token of gratitude. If you need anything later, you can always come to me." The enthusiastic little girl was obviously stunned by this huge surprise and stood there in a daze. Su Yuyan looked very calm. Chapter 110. Su Yuyan is indifferent. After giving Liang Haijin his bank card number and exchanging contact information with him, Su Yuyan continued, "I also saw your condition during the emergency treatment just now. There is still hope." "Really?" Liang Haijin was obviously surprised when he heard the voice. "If you are serious, then I can ask the Liang family to prepay 100 million yuan in consultation fees to you, the genius doctor. In addition, if the effect is better than I expected, I can give you some extra rewards." Su Yuyan's expression remained calm. "If you continue to use the 13 ghost needles for treatment, and then take some nourishing medicine, even if you can't be completely cured, it should be no problem for you to live another 2 or 3 years in good health." 2 or 3 years, Liang Haijin looked incredulous. The miracle doctor is kidding me, right? With my broken body, do I still have hope of living for another 2 or 3 years? Su Yuyan remained calm and said, "This is still my conservative statement. If my medical skills can improve during this period, perhaps I can help you live longer. Then what medicinal materials do we need to prepare in advance? Please tell me, doctor. I will ask my family to prepare them." Liang Haijin immediately put away his disbelief and replaced it with full excitement. He looked radiant. "It doesn't need to be too complicated. Just ask your family to prepare a wild ginseng that is more than 100 years old in advance. As for the other common medicinal herbs, I can bring them with me next time I go to treat you." Su Yuyan mentioned one medicinal herb. Liang Haijin quickly memorized it. After the ambulance and the people arranged by the Liang family arrived, he repeatedly confirmed the contact information and the next treatment time with Su Yuyan before leaving reluctantly. It was at this time that the enthusiastic girl next to her came to her senses. She looked at the balance in her mobile bank account and stared at Su Yuyan blankly. "Godly doctor, am I dreaming? Is this overwhelming wealth just bestowed upon me? You deserve it." Su Yuyan patted the little girl's shoulder gently. This little girl has a very pleasing face, and her performance just now was also admirable. She had a pretty good impression of him. "But I just did a small thing. I helped to lift the old man up, and then helped you, sister, carry him to the recliner." The enthusiastic little girl still looked a little unworthy. "You are the miracle doctor who really saves lives and works so hard. How about I transfer another 9 million to you? Otherwise, I'd feel bad for taking so much money for such a small amount of work." Su Yuyan smiled slightly and interrupted the enthusiastic girl. "Mr. Liang also gave me 100 million. Use your 10 million to buy some clothes, shoes and bags that you like." After he finished speaking, he ignored the girl's attempts to keep him and left. This miracle doctor is so noble. And she must have been too low-key before. Didn't you hear what Mr. Liang said just now? No miracle doctor in all of Nanzhou could cure his illness, but this beautiful miracle doctor was able to save him. Hui Chuntang, right, I'll remember this. I'll go there to see this beautiful doctor next time I see a doctor. Speaking of which, Mr. Liang was generous. He directly rewarded the beautiful doctor with 100 million yuan and the kind-hearted girl with 10 million yuan. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard for anyone to believe it. The passers-by around naturally sighed. As for Ye Junlin, his expression looked a little unhappy. Because originally in his plan, Su Yuyan should have made an enthusiastic move but was powerless to save the situation. Then, he made a brilliant appearance when Su Yuyan was helpless, showing off his long-lost 13 ghost needles, winning the beauty's heart in one fell swoop and gaining favor from the old man of the Liang family. All these benefits should belong to him. But now, the plan has been completely disrupted. It turns out that Su Yuyan also knows the 13 ghost needles. After saving Mr. Liang, she left in a graceful manner, hiding her identity and name, and won applause from everyone. And Ye Junlin, who should have been the focus of this incident, just acted as a spectator. Even though Su Yuyan had clearly seen him just now, she acted as if she didn't see him and just glanced away before looking away. Since he was already here, he couldn't leave without taking advantage of anything. After a moment of looking grim, Ye Junlin still forced a smile and hurriedly caught up with Su Yuyan. "Dr. Su, I didn't expect you to be such a nice person, and your medical skills are so great. Is there something wrong?" Su Yuyan glanced at him with a very cold tone. Ye Junlin felt a little uncomfortable, but he kept smiling and continued, "I just saw that Dr. Su actually knows about the 13 ghost needles. I was quite surprised. I think there seems to be some fate between us." "Oh." Su Yuyan's tone was still cold, and she had no intention of asking any further questions. As a last resort, Ye Junlin could only continue on his own. "I also understand the 13 needles of Ghost Gate. When my master taught me this set of acupuncture techniques, he told me that he was the only one in the world who knew this set of acupuncture techniques before him, and I was the second person to learn this set of acupuncture techniques. At that time, I thought I was walking a path that no one had walked before. Now that I've met you, and I see that you also understand the 13 ghost needles, to be honest, I'm very happy to hear that. It feels like I've met a fellow Taoist. That might be your master fooling you." Su Yuyan's tone remained calm. "The world is so big, there are countless talented people. Although the 13 ghost needles is rare, it is not rare enough to be the only one in the world. As you go along, you will definitely meet other doctors who know the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, maybe more than one or two." After he finished speaking, he ignored Ye Junlin and quickened his pace to leave. "What do you mean?" Ye Junlin was stunned. "Is my approach rejected? Is it because the first time I used Hui Chuntang's induction cooker to make medicine, I blew up the induction cooker and left a bad first impression on her?" According to his estimation, if he used the 13 ghost needles as a starting point, Su Yuyan would at least feel close to him. After all, the process of embarking on a deserted path of cultivation is extremely boring and long. It's like walking alone on a dark road at night. At this time, if you have a fellow Taoist by your side, I don't know how much more at ease and comfortable you will feel. But now, Ye Junlin's way of chatting up people, which he thought was foolproof, didn't work. This situation was outrageous. It must be because of the bad first impression. Ye Junlin could only blame the problem on first impression. Seeing Su Yuyan walking quickly forward like a lively elf, he thought for a moment, then simply took out his mobile phone, found Jiang Qin's contact information, edited a message and sent it. Chapter 111. Could it be that the third sister-in-law is also a time traveler? Although Su Yuyan ruined Ye Junlin's plan today and didn't give him a good look, it must be said that this woman attracted more and more of his attention. After a brief moment of self-doubt, Ye Junlin had already realized that the miracle doctors he and his master had met before had not seen the 13 ghost needles, and it was not just because they were short-sighted. Those were just Su Yuyan's excuses to politely reject his advances. The 13 needles of Ghost Gate cannot be some common stuff. The fact that Su Yuyan possessed such acupuncture skills could only mean that this woman was more extraordinary than he had imagined. Moreover, Ye Junlin just noticed that even after hearing about Liang Haijian's identity and receiving the 100 million yuan from the Liang family, Su Yuyan's expression did not fluctuate much. All of this shows that Ye Junlin has a good vision and this woman is indeed extraordinary. An angelic face, a devilish figure, and a mysterious background. This woman was simply tailor-made for him by God. He is determined to win. Remember to check Su Yuyan's background for me later to find out where this woman came from. The message Ye Junlin sent to Jiang Qin was not complicated. However, on the other side of the phone, Jiang Qin, who was on his way home from get-off work, had a series of question marks popping up in his head. What does it mean that the idiot sent me such a message at this time? At this time, according to the normal course of the plot, didn't he show his prowess and save the old man of the Liang family in Nanzhou, which attracted the gratitude of the Liang family and the attention of the third sister-in-law, and then he went to have dinner with the third sister-in-law. Let me check on the third sister-in-law now. Could it be that the third sister-in-law has done something unexpected again? Jiang Qin was curious but couldn't ask directly. He could only think for a moment and then asked politely, "What's wrong, big brother? Is there something wrong with the information I reported earlier?" According to the information available, Su Yuyan is the doctor of Huichuntang. She graduated from an ordinary Chinese medicine university. She has a clean social circle and a regular schedule. Apart from her colleagues and a few classmates, there is nothing special about her in Zhongyan City. It was because of his indirect questioning that Ye Junlin quickly replied, "What you found before should only be superficial information. This woman is definitely not just an ordinary Chinese medicine university graduate or an ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner. Just now, she actually used the 13 ghost needles, and was indifferent to the 100 million yuan gift from others. Keep investigating. We must dig deeper to find out her true identity and information." 13 ghost needles. Jiang Qin also pretended to be surprised. How could she know this set of acupuncture techniques? "Isn't this the secret of your second master?" She said it was a family heirloom, but she doesn't know the details. After Ye Junlin replied to the message, he reminded her again, "I still say the same thing. When investigating, be careful not to let her find any clues." Understood. Jiang Qin immediately sent a message back. His tone was very respectful, but his heart couldn't help but become excited again. After performing the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, he also received a gift of 100 million yuan from others. From what the idiot said, it was the third sister-in-law who stole the idiot's work and rescued Mr. Liang before the idiot. Good fellow, the third sister-in-law has completely cut off the red thread of the matchmaker with the second fool, and she still feels that it is not enough. She even wants to light a fire on the red thread and burn it completely before she will give up. If this continues, is there any possibility for the third sister-in-law and the second idiot to be together? Just by looking at Ye Junlin's few words, Jiang Qin could roughly judge that Su Yuyan had somehow learned the 13 ghost needles again, and then rescued Liang Haijin before Ye Junlin took action today. The 13 ghost gate needles had always been a secret between Ye Junlin and his second master, Ye Junlin. Su Yuyan actually knew this needle technique, which naturally aroused Ye Junlin's more interest. In the original novel, Su Yuyan first became interested in Urshizi's behavior and was attracted by Urshizi's medical skills, which ruined the plot. She should have been interested in the idiot, but instead of showing interest in him as the plot would normally go, it has even turned out that the idiot is showing a strong interest in her. What is this all about? Jiang Qin was a little confused about what was going on. Why did Su Yuyan suddenly learn the 13 ghost needles? Also, why did she appear in the Kameng bar before and come to chat up with him, the protagonist follower? And how she raided the Chen family before and rescued the eldest daughter of the Chen family before Ye Junlin? Plus, she suddenly moved downstairs from her house for no apparent reason. Could it be that the third sister-in-law is also a time traveler? Or, she also brought some system, and the goal of the system mission is to revolve around me. Apart from these, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. After all, from the moment Su Yuyan appeared, she showed an unusual interest in Jiang Qin and an unreasonable rejection of Ye Junlin. If she said this wasn't a system task requirement or that she had traveled through time, Jiang Qin would have found it hard to believe. Thinking of this, he simply turned his attention to the system and communicated with it with his mind. System, are there other travelers in this plane besides me? In reply to the host is the only traveler in this plane. Apart from the host, there is absolutely no other traveler in this plane. What about the system? Apart from your system, are there other systems in this plane? Jiang Qin asked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The system gave the immediate response. This system is the only one in the plane. There is only one, no other. That's strange. Jiang Qin murmured. She is not a time traveler, and she doesn't have any system on her, so why is the third sister-in-law behaving so abnormally? Could it be that she has mastered some kind of skill to avoid danger and seek good fortune, or secretly learned some magical power like telepathy? Chapter 112. Su Yuyan moved downstairs from Jiang Qin. When the plot of this novel world enters the later stage, some very outrageous warriors will appear, who can display all kinds of fancy magical powers, not only moving mountains, filling the sea and destroying cities, but also some of them use skills close to myths and legends. For example, some skills can sense danger, some can control thunder and fire, and some can sense what others are thinking, which is similar to the telepathy among the 6 supernatural powers in Buddhism. Although the original novel did not mention that Su Yuyan knew this kind of martial arts, considering the ancient martial arts Su family, especially Su Chengqing's extraordinary ability, Jiang Qin also felt that it would not be strange even if Su Yuyan really learned this set of martial arts. In short, this third sister-in-law is not easy to deal with. He never follows the rules and does things based on his own preferences, making him difficult to control. It's not easy to act, Jiang Qin sighed. The plot was in tatters, and he could only patch it up. At least we have to hold on until the god of war Lingfeng dies. By then, he would be more of a threat than a usefulness to Ye Junlin, and Ye Junlin would arrange for him to die. His plot would be completely finished, and his role would be over. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qin temporarily stopped thinking and continued to rush to his rental house. He had no idea that at this moment, Su Yuyan, who had returned to the rental house and was arranging for a moving company to help her move, couldn't help but brighten her eyes again. He is telepathic. Yes, how could I have forgotten this set of skills? I'll ask my dad later to see if there is such a set of skills in the Su family's inheritance. If there is one, I will try to learn it. Then I can not only hear Jiang Qin's inner thoughts but also the inner thoughts of others. It will definitely be very interesting. While her eyes lit up, Su Yuyan did not forget to quickly pack the things she was going to move away. It mainly includes some clothes, daily necessities, and some decorations that most girls have. At first glance, not much. But I don't know what happened. After packing everything, there were actually several large boxes. Finally, when the moving company arrived, 2 strong men went back and forth several times before they finally moved everything into the car. After everything was moved, Su Yuyan contacted a cleaner in advance and made an appointment for them to come and do the cleaning the next day. Then she took a taxi and rushed to the Blue Home community with the moving company. That night, Jiang Qin was slacking off at home when there was a knock on the door. A clear and pleasant female voice came from outside the door. "Jiang Qin, are you home?" Jiang Qin's hands, which were originally idling, suddenly trembled slightly. Su Yuyan, he was a bit confused. He put away his phone, went to the door immediately and opened it. Sure enough, the person standing at the door was his good third sister-in-law Su Yuyan. At that time, Su Yuyan was wearing home clothes, with a bun on her head and a pair of cotton slippers on her feet. Her pretty face was slightly red, and there was a little bit of sweat on her forehead, as if she had just finished some strenuous physical labor. "Have you moved in?" One could tell from the way she was dressed that she was very homely. This state is usually only possible when a person is strolling around his home. Bingo, you guessed it right, Su Yuyan smiled sweetly. "I just moved in today, and I just tidied up the house and cooked a table of dishes. I'm going to have a meal. I wonder if handsome Jiang would be willing to do me a favor and help warm up the new house. The beautiful landlord has come to invite me personally, so how can I refuse?" Jiang Qin forced a smile. Su Yuyan was like this and didn't even give him any chance to refuse. "However, since the meal is about to start, I can't go there empty-handed. You go back and wait for a moment. I'll prepare a small gift for you." Jiang Qin was about to drag Su Yuyan away first. "I will take the opportunity to cook a meal and prepare a gift for Su Yuyan to figure out what Su Yuyan is up to and make a plan in advance. Okay, but not too long. The food is already on the table. It won't taste good if it gets cold later." Su Yuyan still had that smiling face. "Besides, it's just a rental house, not a new one, so don't make the gifts too complicated, just make something casual as long as the intention is conveyed." "Okay." Although Jiang Qin kept smiling, his heart was pounding as he watched Su Yuyan's graceful figure go down the stairs. Something is not right. Something is very wrong. My third sister-in-law just found a house yesterday, and she moved in today. This is definitely because she can't wait. Also, she just moved in last night, and right after she had cleaned up her house, she immediately came to invite me to her house for a freshly cooked meal. Moreover, she was wearing such loose and light clothes when she invited me in the middle of the night, and she looked like she didn't treat me as an outsider at all. This didn't seem like a simple invitation to dinner. Today's meal may not be about wine. I have to be very careful, and I must not fall into the trap of the third sister-in-law." As his heart was pounding, Jiang Qin mentally rehearsed the scene of a single man and a single woman having dinner together at the woman's house in the middle of the night, and quickly figured out some areas that required caution. Then, he went to the supermarket outside to buy some small gifts suitable for people who moved into a new home. Chapter 113 Lin Qingyue is jealous. Almost at the same time, in the office of the Prince of Zhongyin's mansion, Ye Wushuang, who was handling today's backlog of official business, heard the voice and almost immediately stopped handling his work. Su Yuyan moved downstairs from Jiang Qin's house today, and even came to his house late at night to invite Jiang Qin to her house for a meal. Isn't the attack of this female second-in-command a little too fierce? In the middle of the night, a man and a woman are alone, and they are having a meal at the woman's house. If there is some alcohol or something goes wrong during the process, even a hot-blooded man would not be able to control himself. Ye Wushuang once sent his men to secretly check Su Yuyan's information. Although Su Yuyan's true background was not discovered, there were many photos and video materials of Su Yuyan in the basic information. Ye Wushuang has seen it. She is definitely a 1 in a million beauty. Moreover, the agility and playfulness in her body is extremely lethal to many men. Not to mention in the private environment of a girl's home, even if you meet them by chance on the street, it can attract many people's imaginations. Even if Jiang Qin was on guard today, Su Yuyan might not be able to withstand it despite having the advantage of time, place and people. Thinking about the fact that Su Yuyan never follows the routine and always does some outrageous things, Ye Wushuang felt a little upset for some reason. Especially when she imagined the scene where Su Yuyan finally conquered Jiang Qin, she felt a little suffocated. Do you want to intervene? In case Jiang Qin really loses control and falls into Su Yuyan's trap. An idea suddenly popped up in Ye Wushuang's mind, but soon, this idea was extinguished by her. It shouldn't be possible. We have no reputation for our mission. If we rashly go over and interfere now, people will notice us and we will end up losing more than we gain. It's better to wait and see if others will get impatient and intervene first. For example, Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue clearly had feelings for Jiang Qin, and today she had also begun to show signs of wanting to conquer Jiang Qin. Under such circumstances, she would definitely not sit idly by after learning that Su Yuyan invited Jiang Qin to her house late at night for a hot pot meal and that she might have ulterior motives. Coincidentally, in order to secretly protect Lin Qingyue's safety, Ye Wushuang had already sent Yingyu, one of the Shadow Guard commanders, to secretly follow Lin Qingyue. Now she can just learn about Lin Qingyue's reaction through Yingyu's mouth. Thinking of this, Ye Wushuang simply sent a message to Yingyu, asking about her current condition and Lin Qingyue's situation. In fact, just as Ye Wushuang expected, in the bedroom of Villa number 018 in Zhongyan Garden, Lin Qingyue, who had just finished reading and studying, was gritting her teeth. This Su Yuyan is too unethical. It's fine that she moved so quickly, but she even invited Jiang Qin to her house for a midnight snack, and even called it a start of the pot meal. Haha, a man and a woman alone, in the middle of the night, cooking, such a happy occasion, shouldn't we drink some wine? After drinking some wine, they are intoxicated, so it is reasonable for them to make some mistakes accidentally. As a woman, and a woman who is well informed in the business world, Lin Qingyue can almost imagine the series of arrangements that Su Yuyan will make next. It's a festive occasion, so it's very reasonable to drink some wine. After drinking, if a woman pretends to be drunk, the man's evil thoughts will often be aroused. At this time, if a woman uses some tricks, such as asking a man to help support her, or pretending to be drunk and playing crazy with a man, or accidentally having some physical contact, I guarantee that at least 9 out of 10 men will lose control of their desires. After this series of combined punches, combined with Su Yuyan's appearance and figure, and the image she had always created in front of Jiang Qin of being alone working hard outside with no relatives or friends, no one would be able to resist. You want to steal my man and use such a trick, then don't blame me for making trouble later. After thinking about what might happen when Jiang Qin went to Su Yuyan's house, Lin Qingyue simply opened a mobile game to kill time while patiently paying attention to the movements of Jiang Qin and Su Yuyan. She was not going to sleep now. She wanted to hear about the situation with Jiang Qin and Su Yuyan first. If anything goes wrong, call Jiang Qin immediately to ensure that Su Yuyan does not get any chance to take advantage of the situation. Anyway, she is Jiang Qin's boss, and she had an agreement with Jiang Qin early on that Jiang Qin must be on call 24 hours a day in case of any emergency on her side. On the other side, inside the Blue Home community, when Jiang Qin arrived at Su Yuyan's door after buying things, he also felt a little uneasy. He took several deep breaths at the door and completely adjusted his mentality. Then he raised his hand and knocked on Su Yuyan's door. "Yuyan, I'm here." Soon, footsteps were heard from inside the door, and then the door opened, and a fragrant breeze blew in. Su Yuyan stepped aside, bent down, took out a pair of new slippers and placed them at his feet. "Come in quickly. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Jiang Qin's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly started beating uncontrollably again. Chapter 114. Did I misunderstand her? Su Yuyan actually prepared a pair of brand new slippers. And more importantly, when Su Yuyan bent down just now, Jiang Qin saw it from his perspective. She is vacuum. It looks like there will be a tough battle tonight, so we must be on guard everywhere. The slippers that were prepared for me in advance, and the way I am dressed now, combined with the actions that third sister-in-law had taken several times before, from all the signs, it seems that I am in a tiger's den. Jiang Qin was alert in his heart, but he looked flattered. Yuyan, you are so thoughtful. You even prepared slippers for me. I feel embarrassed. Didn't you prepare a gift for me specially for moving to a new home? Su Yuyan responded with a playful smile and glanced at Jiang Qin's hands. Jiang Qin handed the things to her and said, "They are just some small things." What he bought were some small items that people would buy when moving to a new house for good luck. A box of Wangzai milk and 2 bottles of Pepsi. A bag of peanuts, a bag of apples, and a bag of persimmons. Plus a small red envelope. It means prosperity, wealth, good things, peace and safety, and everything goes well. The total value does not exceed 200 yuan. Come in first. Su Yuyan took the things naturally, pulled him into the house, and then closed the door. This made Jiang Qin's heart skip a beat again. Let's get started. He secretly glanced at Su Yuyan holding his hand. Although she only pulled the wrist, under the current circumstances, it seemed a bit too intimate. But Su Yuyan looked like she didn't take it seriously at all. She closed the door, pulled Jiang Qin into the house, and then dragged him all the way to the restaurant. This made Jiang Qin a little unsure whether he was too nervous and had misunderstood Su Yuyan. My third sister-in-law behaved very naturally, and she didn't seem to be paying attention to the way she pulled me. It seemed like an unintentional move. After arriving at the restaurant, Su Yuyan let go of Jiang Qin's hand and motioned for him to sit down first. Please sit down for a while. There is still soup. I haven't been able to get it out because you didn't come just now. I'll go get it now. Jiang Qin glanced at the table and saw that there were already 6 dishes. There were fish, chicken and beef, and each dish was delicious and presented very delicately. It was obvious that Su Yuyan not only had good skills but also worked very attentively. The soup is here. Soon, Su Yuyan came out with a big bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup. He placed the soup in the middle of the table, then skillfully took out a bottle of red wine and pretended to open it. How about drinking Coke? Jiang Qin hurriedly stopped him when he saw this. He had already thought that Su Yuyan might take the opportunity to drink tonight, and he had already figured out a response strategy early on. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm allergic to alcohol and can't touch this stuff. Is that so? Su Yuyan was obviously disappointed when she heard that. In this kind of occasion, drinking a little makes it more ceremonial. My problem. Jiang Qin also had a helpless expression. If it really doesn't work, just pour yourself some, just for your own good. I'll have Coke to keep you company. Let's not do that. Seeing him like this, Su Yuyan simply put down the wine and took out 2 cans of Coke. Let's all drink Coke. Moving to a new house, Pepsi, this is also auspicious. Yes. Although Jiang Qin was a little surprised that she would give up drinking so easily, he still felt relieved when he heard it. As long as you don't drink, many of the following situations can be avoided directly. For example, don't give the third sister-in-law the opportunity to cause trouble under the influence of alcohol. The first big hurdle of the night has been overcome. He opened the Pepsi can, raised the can, and toasted Su Yuyan. Here's to you, I wish you a happy new home. Thank you. Su Yuyan also opened the Coke, clinked the can with Jiang Qin, and then gulped down a mouthful of the Coke. Then she picked up the chopsticks and started to invite Jiang Qin to eat. During the meal, apart from sitting cross-legged at her seat and occasionally using her serving chopsticks to pick up some food for Jiang Qin and asking Jiang Qin to taste her cooking skills, she didn't do anything else. It seems like I really misunderstood my third sister-in-law. Although she is indeed a little greedy for me, but tonight, she should not be so impatient. Throughout the meal, the third sister-in-law behaved quite normally. If things continue to develop like this, after dinner, I can just say a few polite words and slip away from this troubled place. Jiang Qin watched the meal go smoothly and was secretly wondering if he had misunderstood Su Yuyan. Oh, Jiang Qin, help me. At this time, Su Yuyan suddenly made a wrong cry for help. What's wrong? Jiang Qin retracted his attention and saw Su Yuyan's face showing pain. She struggled and moved in her seat. She has been sitting cross-legged and has cramps. Chapter 115, Trying to Trick Me. No way. Jiang Qin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Cramp. Anyone who has studied medicine knows that cramps are usually caused by muscle spasms such as high fever convulsions, epilepsy, tetanus, etc., or electrolyte disorders, muscle contraction disorders, etc. If an ordinary person sits cross-legged on a chair for a long time, it is indeed easy for muscle contraction to become disordered and cause muscle cramps. However, for a master-level expert who has sufficient internal energy and whose limbs have been strengthened to be invulnerable to swords and guns, that little bit of strength is nothing more than a drizzle. Cramps. Impossible. I'm afraid that third sister-in-law is trying to trick me again. She said she had cramps and couldn't get up, and there were only Jiang Qin and her in the room, so it was very reasonable for her to ask Jiang Qin to help her up. She was currently in a state of cramps, so it would be very logical for her to be a little unsteady when Jiang Qin helped her up. Jiang Qin's brain was working rapidly, and as expected, Su Yuyan's voice came again. Jiang Qin, can you help me up? She looked like she was struggling to get up, but was in so much pain that she couldn't. Don't move. Jiang Qin naturally had no choice but to stand up and walk to her side. However, he did not immediately go to support Su Yuyan, but moved the dining table slightly away from Su Yuyan. Cramps like yours are usually caused by unregulated muscle contraction. In this case, the muscle contraction needs to return to normal first. It just so happens that I know a little bit about martial arts and I know some acupuncture points that can help with recovery. Don't move yet. Jiang Qin's main goal was to reduce physical contact with Su Yuyan as much as possible so as not to give her an opportunity to take advantage of him. After coming to Su Yuyan's side, he squatted down and focused his eyes on Su Yuyan's legs. Then, he suddenly realized that Su Yuyan was not only naked on top today, but a long section of her long white legs was also exposed to the air. They are white, tender and well proportioned. At first glance, they are 1 in a million good legs. It would be a pity not to use them to ride a tricycle. This has been deleted. Su Yuyan seemed to have not expected Jiang Qin to do this. She was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Qin who was squatting in front of her and looking at her legs. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Are those acupuncture points all on the legs? Generally speaking, it seems that massaging the Chengshan, Yaoyan, Shuihai, Taiyang, Niguan and other acupoints can help the body relax, right? The two had never talked about each other's careers and identities before. Hearing Su Yuyan's professional description of these acupuncture points, Jiang Qin changed the subject and said, very professional, have you studied Chinese medicine? I forgot to tell you before, I'm a doctor at Huichuntang. Su Yuyan's face was still slightly red. Jiang Qin, what about you, what do you do? I'm just an ordinary person, working as a laborer. Jiang Qin smiled back, then quickly massaged Su Yuyan's Chengshan acupoint, Shuihai acupoint, and Niguan acupoint a few times. Yuyan, feel it. After massaging a few of your acupuncture points, have the cramps been relieved? Much better. Su Yuyan smiled back. Jiang Qin, you are quite capable. It should be more than just hard labor, right? I'm just a bodyguard. Jiang Qin looked unwilling to talk more. When he learned that Su Yuyan's leg and foot problems had improved, he simply stepped aside and said, you try to get up. Okay. Su Yuyan immediately uncrossed her legs and slowly stood up. After confirming everything was correct, she said, okay. It seems I can't sit cross-legged when eating next time. Jiang Qin smiled back again, then returned to his seat and continued eating. When the two of them had almost finished eating, they would immediately say some polite words and then say goodbye at the appropriate time. Su Yuyan was also very polite and insisted on sending Jiang Qin off. Jiang Qin didn't care about this. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Su Yuyan, he let her get up and see him off. When he stood up from his seat again, he just breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, I finally passed this level smoothly tonight. No need to worry about the third sister-in-law doing any more tricks, and no need to worry about the plot sliding into an irreversible abyss. After a night of tense nerves, I can finally relax a little. But what Jiang Qin didn't expect was that just after he took a step towards the door, a loud thud suddenly came from behind him. Hiss, the sound of someone sucking in a breath of cold air was heard immediately afterwards. Turning my head, I saw that the dining table was knocked off the side a little bit, and Su Yuyan was holding the table with one hand and covering her waist with the other, with a look of pain on her face. Judging from the posture, it seems that he accidentally bumped into the table when he just stood up. Jiang Qin, Dundu, you are determined not to give up until you achieve your goal tonight, right? Chapter 116, Good Fellow, Still Coming. A master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm bumped into the corner of the table when he stood up. What's the difference between this and a max-level master being tripped by a small monster in the novice village map? This is too much. This is really too much. How could Jiang Qin not know that this was another trick of his cunning sister-in-law? Pretend to accidentally bump into the table and feel terrible pain. As a man, Jiang Qin had to come over to show his concern and stay for a while. Third sister-in-law, you are breaking the rules. Besides, this will only make me more wary of you. Jiang Qin complained madly in his heart, but on the surface, he could only walk over quickly out of politeness and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you accidentally bump into it when you stood up?" "Yes." Su Yuyan's face flashed with embarrassment. "I'm too stupid. I can't believe I can bump into someone like this." Jiang Qin was speechless again. "Have you started to use the tactics of playing weak and retreating to advance? Third sister-in-law, tell me the truth. Apart from doing chivalrous deeds at night, do you spend your days thinking about the 36 stratagems? My goodness, this routine is like an old sow wearing a bra, one set after another." But on the surface, Jiang Qin still quickly gave him an excuse and said, "Everyone makes mistakes sometimes." "How is it? Is the injury serious?" "I don't know the details yet. I'll have to lift up her clothes and take a look." Su Yuyan staggered back to the dining chair. "Jiang Qin, could you please help me find the medicine box? The area where I was hit just now is quite painful. If I don't apply some medicine or something, I'm afraid my movements will be affected for a while." "No problem. Where is your medicine box?" Jiang Qin asked without hesitation. As long as Su Yuyan didn't ask him to support her or help with a massage or something like that, it would be fine. Just get a medicine box and it shouldn't be a problem. I'm not sure exactly where it is. It should be in the 2 suitcases in my bedroom that I haven't had time to pack today. Please help me find it. It's a small pink medicine box. There is a striking medical logo on it. Su Yuyan answered while rubbing her waist through her clothes. Looks pretty harmless, too. It seems that there is really no ulterior motive in asking Jiang Qin to get the medicine box. Jiang Qin walked into Su Yuyan's bedroom. Probably because they just moved in today. Although there is some of Su Yuyan's unique fragrance in there, the layout and decoration are generally quite standard. Apart from a few cute dolls and decorations on the bed and bedside tables, everything else is not much different from before. There were indeed 2 suitcases placed in the bedroom between the bedside table and the window. There are 2 suitcases in your bedroom, one silver and one black. Do you remember which suitcase the medicine box is in? Jiang Qin asked casually. Su Yuyan seemed to think for a moment, and then she thought of something. "Well, how about you help me push both suitcases over, and I'll look for them myself." Jiang Qin turned his head and glanced at her. Su Yuyan was still sitting on the dining chair, rubbing her waist. "Can you bend over and open the suitcase in your state?" Su Yuyan's eyes were dodging for a moment. "It shouldn't be a big problem. Just listen to me and help me push the suitcase over. I can find it myself. From the looks of it, there are some things in the third sister-in-law's suitcase that are inconvenient for me to see." Jiang Qin had some vague guesses and curiosity. However, seeing that Su Yuyan insisted, he didn't say anything more and simply pushed both suitcases to Su Yuyan's side in one go. "I'll lend you the restroom for a minute. Look for it yourself first, and call me if you need my help later." Jiang Qin pushed the suitcase to Su Yuyan's side, and in order to avoid suspicion, he even found an excuse to go to the bathroom. Not to mention that there are probably things in the suitcase that are inconvenient for me to see. After the third sister-in-law finds the medicine box, she will definitely lift up her clothes to check the injury on her waist. I will go to the bathroom, which will just give the space to the third sister-in-law and avoid her next move. Perfect. Jiang Qin is very familiar with the layout of the one-bedroom and one-living-room apartment in Blue Home. Apart from Su Yuyan's bedroom, the only place where he could hide temporarily was the bathroom. As for Su Yuyan's bedroom, there was no need to think about it. After all, it was a girl's boudoir and it was definitely not suitable for him to find an excuse to get in. Therefore, borrowing the restroom is currently the only and best option. Okay. Seeing Su Yuyan nod, Jiang Qin immediately turned on the bathroom light, walked into the bathroom, skillfully closed the door and gently locked it. Then, he clearly smelled the scent of shower gel and the unique fragrance of Su Yuyan. Looking again, the bathroom floor was still wet. In the laundry basket in front, there were scattered clothes that Su Yuyan had taken off after taking a bath, as well as a cute bra and panties with strawberry pattern. What the hell? This, third sister-in-law, you are too unethical. Come to cheat, come to attack. Chapter 117. Who is this test for? And, with such a cute design, who are you testing? Jiang Qin strongly suspected that Su Yuyan did it on purpose, but he had no evidence. In short, he felt like every day was a year in the already cramped bathroom. Just at this moment, Su Yuyan outside the door moved very slowly, not knowing whether it was intentional or not. He first took a deep breath and checked the bruise on his waist. The inspection took 2 or 3 minutes. Then, she gasped and unzipped a suitcase with what seemed like extraordinary difficulty. Then, she gasped again and began to rummage through the suitcase. Jiang Qin didn't know how long the whole process lasted. Found it. He only knew that when Su Yuyan outside the door finally shouted this, he was just a little bit away from turning from a normal person into a pervert with only strawberry images in his mind. What a sin. Jiang Qin also pretended to be calm and continued to wait in the bathroom for a while before pressing the flush button. It seems that the third sister-in-law is more difficult to deal with than the second idiot now. If you are not careful, you will run into her trick somewhere. After flushing the water and taking the opportunity to prepare himself mentally, Jiang Qin opened the bathroom door and walked out. What were the results of the examination just now? Is the injury serious? Su Yuyan had already closed the 2 suitcases, but whether intentionally or accidentally, there happened to be a piece of black silk that was not completely stuffed into the zipper gap of one of the suitcases. Jiang Qin just took a glance and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This is definitely a den of dragons and tigers. I don't believe it if third sister-in-law says it wasn't intentional. From the accidental bump into the table at the beginning, to this so-called suitcase containing a medicine box, and the strawberry panties hanging on the dirty laundry basket in the bathroom that I had to enter to avoid suspicion. I must find a chance to leave here quickly, otherwise, with the beauty of my third sister-in-law, I don't know how many tricks she will have waiting for me. Just at this moment, Su Yuyan seemed to have just realized something and glanced over there, with a blush rising quickly on her cheeks. Then, she quickly adjusted the direction of the suitcase slightly, turning the place where a piece of black stockings were exposed to face another direction. It's not too serious, she said shyly as she did this. Apply some medicine for injuries and massage some acupuncture points to speed up blood circulation and drug absorption. I should be able to recover soon. However, I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for me to move around for the time being. I may need you to help me get back to my room, turn off the lights and close the door for me. I knew it. Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat again. Everything in the previous part is just a prelude, there is still a highlight to come. First, I used the strawberry panties in the dirty laundry basket in the bathroom and the black silk stockings that accidentally leaked out of the suitcase to arouse my imagination. Then, I created an opportunity for me to have some physical contact with her, which completely ignited the fire in my heart. Thin, really thin. Moreover, one thing after another, the whole process is very smooth and reasonable. Third sister-in-law must have made sufficient preparations for tonight. May I? At this time, perhaps because Jiang Qin hadn't spoken for a long time, Su Yuyan asked again in a low voice. Excuse me, help me back to my room and close the door for me. Jiang Qin hesitated for a moment. Su Yuyan's eyes dimmed. Of course, if it's really inconvenient for you, forget it. We are just ordinary friends after all. I am so ordinary, and you are so outstanding. Such a request is really beyond my control. If it's really inconvenient for you, I can bear it myself and walk back to the room slowly. It's okay. It's just a matter of going a little slower and enduring a little more pain. Quote. Jiang Qin was speechless again. What did he hear? Tea flavor. What a strong tea flavor. Moreover, this move of retreating to advance has made third sister-in-law understand the game. After hearing what she said, if I really didn't help, I would seem heartless and ungrateful. I seriously suspect that my third sister-in-law's biggest hobby is reading 36 stratagems. He had no choice but to force a smile. Yuyan, what are you talking about? I just helped you back to your room. It's just a small matter. What's wrong with me not transgressing the rules? Well, let me clean up the food on the table for you first, and you can take this opportunity to apply the medicine and massage. Once I'm done cleaning up, I'll help you go back to your room to rest. Su Yuyan's expression immediately turned from cloudy to bright. Thank you, Jiang Qin. You are such a nice person. Jiang Qin smiled back, but in his heart he was complaining madly. Hey, woman. Good man, thank God if you can think this way in your heart. At least then you won't be so greedy for me. Alas, it is difficult to be a human being, it is difficult to be a man, and it is even more difficult to be a handsome and strong man. Chapter 118 Boys should protect themselves outside. When you go out, you should always find ways to protect yourself. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may be eaten up by those beautiful bad women and used as a tonic. Jiang Qin quickly began to clean up the mess on the dining table. After cleaning up, he went into the kitchen to clean the dishes, and left the living room to Su Yuyan so that she could apply medicine and massage her waist. When Su Yuyan was almost done, he returned to the living room with full vigilance. Should I help you go back to your room now or should you stay here for a while? Now, Su Yuyan held on to the back of the chair and the table, looking as if she was trying to stand up with difficulty. Jiang Qin could only rush over to support him. However, he was very careful and used a gentleman's hand when supporting others. And the main thing was to lend his shoulders and arms to Su Yuyan so that she had a place to gain leverage. While providing support for Su Yuyan and supporting her as she walked slowly towards her room like a gentleman, Jiang Qin was also carefully observing her every move. Don't give Su Yuyan any chance to act up at all. After a safe journey, Jiang Qin finally helped Su Yuyan to the bedside, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This should be the most difficult level tonight, and now it is completely over. My goodness, this journey is like going through 81 difficulties. He was just about to help Su Yuyan onto the bed when he heard, hiss. Su Yuyan suddenly took a deep breath and fell straight onto the bed, pulling her hand that was holding Jiang Qin's arm violently. Again, ambush an 18-year-old comrade like me. Jiang Qin was caught off guard and was almost pulled to the point of losing his balance. But he was, after all, a powerful man at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. He reacted in an instant, and not only stabilized his body immediately, but he also reflexively hooked his hand and grabbed Su Yuyan who was about to fall onto the bed. The moment he caught Su Yuyan's figure, he gently pulled her towards him. As a result, Su Yuyan, who had originally thrown herself towards the bed, was suddenly knocked into his arms. Jiang Qin, silence. Silence is Cambridge tonight. And Su Yuyan seemed a little surprised after throwing herself into his arms. She was stunned for just a moment, then she looked up and saw the two people's postures, and her face flushed again. I can't stand it, I really can't stand it. The third sister-in-law has too many tricks. Jiang Qindao's heart was shaken. He was almost certain that Su Yuyan had done that on purpose. But he had to admit that this third sister-in-law was really capable. She even took into account her own conditioned reflexes as a warrior. Even though Jiang Qin was a 1,000-year-old holy monk, he couldn't help but have some worldly thoughts at this moment. Oh my God, this is not a hint, this is a blatant statement. Her hands took the initiative to hug me. What should I do now? Strike while the iron is hot, half-heartedly give in, and then ignore the role-playing rewards that will come later, or continue to focus on role-playing. Jiang Qin was torn between an inner struggle and a restless one. But at this time, Su Yuyan went a step further and put her head on his chest. What the hell? What the hell? I'm dying, my sister-in-law is getting more and more foul. Jiang Qin was experiencing a violent earthquake in his heart. Ding-a-ling. A rapid cell phone ring suddenly rang. Su Yuyan paused. Jiang Qin also calmed down at once. Not yet. The plot has progressed to this point. My performance of all the plots is almost 80% complete. I can't fail at this moment. Hold on a little longer. After the death of the god of war Ling Feng, my storyline will be almost finished. Just bear with it for now. Jiang Qin immediately let go of Su Yuyan. It's my work number. This ringtone is exclusively for work phones. He took out his cell phone and saw that, as expected, the caller ID was Lin Qingyue. It's a call from our boss. It's probably some emergency. Jiang Qin walked aside to answer the call. It's okay, go and get busy first. Su Yuyan kept smiling, but she was gritting her teeth in her heart. Lin Qingyue. You did this on purpose, didn't you? I was only one step away from the final push, and you showed up at this time. Are you afraid that Jiang Qin will be beaten to it by me? She knew that Lin Qingyue could also hear Jiang Qin's thoughts. Lin Qingyue's call at this moment was so timely. There was no doubt that the sultry iceberg must have been eavesdropping all night and deliberately chose this critical moment to interfere. But unfortunately, your trick can only mess up the first day of the month, but not the 15th day. While gritting her teeth, Su Yuyan felt a surge of pleasure. Because Jiang Qin's thoughts have already explained everything. That guy is already moved. Next, I will make persistent efforts and make sure Jiang Qin gets me. Chapter 119. Are they so similar? At the same time, in the office of Zhongyan Palace, Ye Wushuang, who had been secretly paying attention to the situation of Su Yuyan and Jiang Qin, smiled unconsciously. I knew that Lin Qingyue would be the first to lose control. This cold and beautiful CEO has clearly developed feelings for Jiang Qin as well. If Su Yuyan wants to take down Jiang Qin before her, she must get past her first. Even Ye Wushuang herself didn't notice that when she found out that Su Yuyan almost took down Jiang Qin but was interrupted by an emergency call from Lin Qingyue, she actually felt inexplicably relieved. She was just thinking about Su Yuyan's previous series of actions, secretly amazed that Su Yuyan had so many tricks. It was an invitation that Jiang Qin couldn't refuse at first. Slippers specially prepared for Jiang Qin. And when you bend over, pretend to accidentally expose the vacuum. Then there is the red wine specially prepared to celebrate the housewarming. She deliberately crossed her legs and cramped up while eating, trying to create close contact with Jiang Qin. When he stood up to see Jiang Qin off, he pretended to bump into the table accidentally, leaving Jiang Qin behind, and then created some ambiguous atmosphere and ambiguous contact. And at the last moment, when Jiang Qin helped her back to the bed, she slipped at that crucial moment. Although many of these routines were prepared by Su Yuyan early on. But some of them were obviously thought up by Su Yuyan according to the circumstances. As a woman, Ye Wushuang had to admit that Su Yuyan really could do it. When it comes to flirting with men and playing these little tricks, Su Yuyan is at least 3 or 4 floors higher than her. Su family. It's easy to imagine how terrifying a hidden ancient martial arts family that can teach such a person would be. According to the information currently available, Su Yuyan appears to be in her early 20s. This is also a completely enchanting beautiful girl. Following Su Yuyan's actions tonight, Ye Wushuang suddenly thought of a lot of things. A powerful grandmaster in his early 20s. The family heritage is numerous. The background is unfathomable. But even so, Su Yuyan wanted Jiang Qin so much. Obviously, even from Su Yuyan's perspective, Jiang Qin is a treasure. It seems that I have to hurry up and establish a close relationship with Jiang Qin as soon as possible. Ye Wushuang's mind was full of thoughts. On the other side, on the 3rd floor of the Blue Home Old Community, after letting go of Su Yuyan, Jiang Qin quickly walked out of her bedroom, closed the door, and then answered Lin Qingyue's call. Boss Lin, it's so late, what's the matter? There's an emergency. There's someone sneaking around outside my villa. I don't know what they want to do. Please come over as soon as possible. Lin Qingyue's tone sounded a little anxious. What? Jiang Qin was a little surprised. Isn't Zhongyan Garden Villa District the high-end villa district in the entire Zhongyan city, with very strict security? Apart from martial arts masters, those who can enter and move around here are generally people within the villa area, right? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible for any sneaky people to appear there. A martial arts master who can break in doesn't need to be sneaky. Could it be Wang Pinggan? He took action in advance. But this doesn't make sense. If Wang Ping'an wants to do something, wouldn't it be 100 times easier to do it on the road than to run into the Zhongyan Garden Villa district? But accidents are accidents. Hearing Lin Qingyue's call, he hurriedly said, Then Mr. Lin, hide at home first, lock the doors and windows, don't act rashly, pay attention and observe, I will rush over soon. Yeah. Lin Qingyue kept talking. After Jiang Qin changed his shoes, he turned off the light in Su Yuyan's bedroom, walked out of Su Yuyan's house, and hurried downstairs. Unexpectedly, he heard Lin Qingyue's relieved voice. It seems that it was just a false alarm. The surveillance at home showed that the guy was not coming for me. She just had an affair with the male owner of a villa next door in the middle of the night. I have driven them away with the alarm. Jiang Qin, you don't have to run anymore. Go to bed early. Wow, this is such a huge amount of information. Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but was also surprised. Having an affair in the middle of the night, and doing it in the wild, city people really know how to have fun. It's exciting just thinking about it. He also quickly said, it's good that nothing happened. Mr. Lin should also go to bed early. If there is any unexpected situation, please call me anytime. It was only after Lin Qingyue hung up the phone that he vaguely came to his senses. A woman was doing something under Lin Qingyue's nose in the middle of the night, and in the end it was discovered that the woman was trying to have an affair with the male owner of another villa. The woman flirted with the man and was disturbed by Lin Qingyue at the critical moment. Why does this scene resemble Su Yuyan and myself just now? Is there such a coincidence in the world? Chapter 120 Entering the countdown to roleplay. However, even though the situation Lin Qingyue described was similar to Jiang Qin's, he didn't think much about it. After all, Lin Qingyue is just an ordinary person. She doesn't even have any martial arts skills, let alone rare and unique skills like her telepathy. It couldn't be that she was also a time traveler or could hear her own thoughts, right? After ending the call with Su Yuyan, Jiang Qin just put away the phone and walked home while his brain was working rapidly. After getting through this disaster tonight, his life will be